limbs and points in order to maintain his status as their leader and father figure. Whenever you scale that dynamic down to a household, that is most often what Munchausen by proxy is. And yes, I'm saying that cult leaders are also a form of MBP, but I guess we're just not ready for that conversation yet. That is, if we consider Munchausen by proxy to be about control, or at least control can be an aspect of it, because the other big aspect of it that most people know is the idea of attention. And while control is a massive element in that there at least has to be control in order to keep the facade going, several believe that the primary incentive for MBP is the sympathy and attention that is given for this person with the savior complex who seems to be caring for an individual. Let's look at an example of that with Lacey Spears. In 2009, Lacey Spears gave birth to her son Garnet Spears, and only 9 days later brought of her young daughter. Essentially, she had been poisoning her daughter for years with E. coli bacteria in order to make her sick, and at one point even wanted a marrow biopsy done to try to determine what her illness was, and was caught whenever she was seen again on hospital security cameras contaminating her daughter's food with E. coli samples. It was determined in the court trial that followed that she was doing this in order to garner attention from the child's father. Essentially, they had hooked up and she became pregnant with the child, and then he didn't want anything to do with her, so she thought, oh, if my daughter gets sick, maybe he'll come back. While absolutely tragic and evil, this is often considered a case of Munchausen by proxy, and I don't think it should be. Similar to the example I gave earlier about lying about having an illness or whatever in order to achieve an end goal, this is just that with more heinous and longer steps. And I think whenever you take something that is considered by some to be a legitimate mental illness and considered by others to be an excuse, so to speak, in legal systems, and when you just kind of like flippantly apply it to everything, like, oh, this woman murdered her kid, that's MBP, or, oh, look, this girl almost killed her kid in order to get the kid's father back, that's MBP, it kind of becomes a meaningless term. See, if we look at it by just the specifics or symptoms, so to speak, that you can identify MBP through, then Blanca Montano had all of the symptoms. She had a ton of knowledge about the condition that her daughter had. She had the multiple hospital visits, she got into fights with doctors about it, etc. But the motive wasn't there. Someone who, again, I keep using the lawsuit example, but it's the easiest. Someone who's trying to win a lawsuit against, I don't know, McDonald's because they got poisoned of a Big Mac. I don't know why my brain went to that. May do the same thing in a hospital in order to win a lawsuit, but it doesn't mean they have Munchausen syndrome. To effectively narrow it down, and this is more so the consensus in modern psychology circles, it needs to be stated as the motive behind the thing that is happening. And because of that, you may be asking yourself, or just in general if you think this video is dumb, you may be asking yourself, well, why does this matter? Why does it matter what MBP is, or if it's misidentified, or given the wrong attributes, or whatever? Like, if it's just a means to an end, then why should anyone care? If someone poisons their child, and we're all like, oh, but then they're like, ah, but they poisoned their child by proxy, do we all go, ah? And while it may not matter on an individual basis, like, if someone's poisoning their child, then they're poisoning their child. I don't care if they have, an affinity for it, get the child away from them. But where it absolutely matters is in legal cases. Because depending on how we define it and how we attribute it as a mental illness, it could imply that it is a mental illness that the very presence of suggests that the individual is guilty. Think about it. Imagine if you have someone who is standing trial because they supposedly abused their child. And if the evidence is kind of in the middle and the jury's essentially hung on what the verdict is, but then you have a doctor come in and say, oh, well, they give the symptoms of having Munchausen by proxy. Well, then that would mean that the very existence of the mental illness means they're definitely guilty. And as I mentioned earlier, the very concept of this mental illness is a little shady in itself, because if it is something that person is preconceived to, then that would theoretically mean that they would have a more lax treatment in a court of law. It's primarily the latter point, as well as the fact that MBP is a rather recent discovery and has, like, circumstantial evidence at best for it existing, that the American Psychology Association has never officially named it as a mental illness. At least they've never named it by name, but I'll talk about that in a bit. That previous point that I mentioned, that its presence implies guilt even if guilt is undecided, led to a ton of controversy in the 90s and 2000s. Primarily due to a doctor by the name of Roy Meadow. Roy Meadow was the doctor who kind of championed the idea of MBP and made it what it is today in modern courts and medical circles. However, that had some major consequences, such as that of the case of Sally Clark. In 1999, Sally Clark was convicted for murdering her 2 children. During the trial, the evidence was kind of circumstantial. Both of them had been found dead in the home, supposedly they just quit breathing, and similar to the Mary Beth story that I talked about earlier, she rushed them to the hospital and both of them were dead. However, in the midst of this trial, Roy Meadow comes forward as an expert witness and begins talking about how Sally Clark has all the symptoms of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and how that means she was definitely likely or in favor to murder her children. The jury, thinking that this testimony was evidence of a motive, convicted her for the murder of her 2 children. 3 years later, lab tests were done, and it was determined that the children died due to a rare illness. And then even more tragically, due to all of the shame she received during this, 4 years later, Sally Clark died due to alcohol poisoning. Because of this, Roy Meadow was hyper-analyzed by the courts, saying that maybe him showing up and accusing women of having this syndrome, that he's really in favor of making a popular deal, isn't the best idea. And during the investigation of Roy Meadows, 2 other women who were put away due to his testimony of MBP were let go after further results showed that they were innocent. He had his license taken away from a year, and then it went back, but then he wasn't really asked to show up at any trials anymore. But that in itself shows the harm that MBP can cause just by existing. Because if you have a case where it's undecided if the person is guilty or not, and then you're like, hey, do you know that they have a rare mental illness that means they will definitely always hurt their child for attention? How is that not going to throw a jury's opinion? It was because of this Roy Meadows drama that in UK and Australian courts, Munchausen by proxy is legally not a medico-legal entity. Medico-legal, that's a great word. In other words, within the courts of the UK and Australia, Munchausen by proxy legally does not exist. It can be used as a description of one's behavior, but not as a diagnosis or entity itself. The reason for this being, MBP is essentially all the motive someone would need. The example that the courts use is like this. If you have a doctor who goes forward, say there is a mother who murdered her child, and the doctor is talking about how, oh yes, well, the child was asphyxiated, and this is the symptoms that prove it, and this is the logical evidence that shows what happened to the child, and blah, blah, blah. That is all in the realm of physical facts and biological details, etc. But then, if you consider MBP to be a mental illness, and then you have the same doctor go, yes, and the mother absolutely has MBP, that is the motive being shown through a kind of hazy, technically factual mental illness, meaning that a motive can be derived from logistics, and that's why British courts kicked it out. In other words, it can ruin a trial because someone with MBP will always harm a child. And also through this entire video I've used the example of a parent and a child because that's by far the most common example, but like I mentioned, it can also be done with things like religious groups or nursing providers or elder abuse, etc. But because of everything that I just mentioned, if Munchausen by proxy is real, then it is an illness without innocence. Because if you have it, then you've absolutely done the thing that you're being accused of. And again, this is the reasons that most of the courts kicked it out, and it's the reason the United States is not even considered a mental illness. However, Munchausen syndrome, the one where you think that you yourself have the disorder, is absolutely considered real. And there are far more cases of someone pretending to be sick in order to garner attention and sympathy and what have you than there are of people doing it to someone else. As a matter of fact, the two are sometimes seen together, as is the case with our next example we're going to look at, Hope Ybarra. Now, Hope had a history for lying in the first place. She was a chemist with a doctorate, and in 1998, she told her husband that she was getting a, quote, 1-year PhD degree. To which, on every Tuesday and Thursday for 1 year, she would leave the house and I guess drive around and do whatever, and then come back and say that she went to class. After supposedly getting this PhD, she began to call herself PhD Hope Ybarra, as well as put the title on business cards, when again, she never actually got a PhD. After her first daughter was born, she claimed that the daughter had cerebral palsy. Not only that, but for the first year of her daughter's life, she said that she had an autoimmune disease and made her wear ankle braces. However, a year later, when her second daughter was born prematurely, that took all of Hope's attention. So much so that she simply took the braces off the first child and said that she got over it. In 2001, Hope said that she had been diagnosed with bone cancer, and for the next 8 years began to perform acts that showed symptoms of the illness. She would leave the house and shave her head and eyebrows and tell people she was going through chemotherapy. She would make up stories about how it was spreading to other parts of her body, but was leaving in some areas, and constantly kept her health in a sort of teeter-totter. She moved to Alabama for 8 months, saying that the region had a special treatment that was only available there. She even learned sign language and had a cochlear implant installed because she said that the cancer was affecting parts of her brain and was eventually going to cause her to lose her hearing. She even had this entire story that she was pregnant. She told everyone else around her that she was pregnant, and for 5 months wore maternity clothes, said they were twins, and even had names picked out for them, before one day saying that the chemotherapy caused her to miscarry, to which, with no one else around, she had a quick funeral for them, placed them in urns, and then put the urns on the fireplace.
Hi, Dave. How are you today? What's up? Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Sorry. Just woke up at 12. Cool. Got your dark to 62. Right on, man. Congratulations. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I'm up to 44 Black Mage. I'm doing pretty good myself. It's a slow process. I kind of wish, I think I could actually do an XP party. I probably will. I can afford to. I think I probably will flag up here.
The urns were sealed, by the way, and after everything I'm about to talk about happened.
Dude, we're both gonna have stun. It's gonna be fucking amazing.
They broke open the urns and they were just empty. Remember the second child that I mentioned, the one that was born prematurely? Well, at a young age, Hope had a feeding tube in.
Yeah, I just did this, Dave. Let me switch. Okay, I'm so sorry, Dave. So I just got Asper today, as well as Drain. And it's not that hard if you think about it right. Sandoria's number 1 right now. So you just walk over to you just walk over to South Sandoria to the wow. Wow. Yeah, that's it, huh? That's all, huh? That's all, folks. Anyways, yeah, you go see Novamaj in South Sandoria for like million corn, Dave, and just buy, like, I would strip naked first, or just send them to an alt is what I did, but send like I would say 16 stacks of million corn. It's like 8K or something like that. To yourself, either send it to yourself or just put it in your storage, and then jump to Qfim, go over and feed the sheep, and it took me, I don't know, 15 minutes or something, and I had the rep that I needed to just walk over, buy 1800 gil test answers, and get my Asper from Windy. Then I did that today. In less than an hour, I got my Asper from start to finish, and I didn't have the rep. You can get Asper in less than an hour. It's worth doing. That's an easy one. There's no combat required. There's no travel required. Oh, you can do it all in Windy, basically. Just got to turn in the damn million corn, which is something that you should do anyways. Because if you sell stuff in Sandy and you're not rank 10, you get less gil. Sorry, I'm just a bit tired today. But yeah, I got my Asper spell without like for 1800 gil. It was cheap. It was good. I bought Bio 2. That was 12K. Oh god, Blizzard 2. That was expensive. I've got to buy Sleep 2 next. Got to make some more money. It's Beastman Blood. You got first quest is turning in. First quest is Winders 1 rep, right? It's the rumor, right? I'm sorry. Or no, I'm sorry. That's Scroll of Drain. Excuse me. Beastman Blood is Scroll of Drain. I'm tripping. I'm sorry. Well, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Asper, right? Asper, yeah. Asper. That quest, Asper. First one is easy. You just go kill Mandy's till you have a 2-leaf Mandragora bud, and then you get a bird feather off the auction house, and then you just go trade it. Where's the quest? Making the grave, right? And then the one before it is Teacher's Pet. Yeah. I'm talking about Asper, right? Asper's easy, Dave. Takes less than an hour in less than 10K. Just go do this one first. Winders rep. You don't even need the rep for that. Bird feather and 2-leaf Mandragora bud. Just go turn it in to that guy. It's easy. And then this one, this one's Asper, right? The test answers, they're 1800 gil on the auction house. All you need to do is get Winders Rep 3. If you go turn in like 16 stacks of million corn, which doesn't even take that long, it's like 5-10 minutes. And then you just come back to Winders from Selbina after you feed. You just send million corn in the mail, or just stuff your Mog house with it, and yeah, and then I got Asper today in like half an hour. It's not hard. This is one of the nicer, easier ones. I don't know why it's 50K on the auction at all. I don't know why. But yeah. But yeah. And so now I need to level my dark skill. I forgot all about this. And I need to level my dark skill. And that's really annoying. Because fuck knows where a level 45 can do that. I need worms. Oh god, what is that? Like fucking too tall or something dumb. It's gonna be no. It's gonna be Western Altepa Desert, I think. Isn't there worms there? Yeah. There's worms there. Yeah. I think I've got to go to or whatever that is, Eastern Altepa Desert, I think. Does Iguana Necklaces do anything for Windy Fame? And I also trade the cabbage. I did the cabbage to the guy in Sabina as well. Yeah. So yeah, you might even have rank 3 Winder's Reputation. In which case, you just go buy test answers, go to Winder's Water, turn it in, and go back and forth between Water and Walls and get your Asper Scroll. You might be ready to go get your Asper Scroll, Dave. You should. We should not neglect dark magic this long. It's not fun. You gotta sit there and spam on a worm for like 2 hours. It's not fun. Gotta sit there and spam bio on a worm for, fucking 2 hours or something like that. And I should technically go do that right now. But I need a decent challenge worm, and the only place I think I know where I could get that would be like... And on top of it, you got to silence the worm. You've got to Elemental Seal, silence the worm, and then spam bio until it basically starts killing you, and then you got to range it, sit, and repeat. It's not a fun experience power leveling dark magic skill at all. I need to spam bio drain. Bio drain Asper on worms all day. Oh god. Yeah, my elemental's the only thing I have that's good. All the rest of it is a problem. Except for divine magic, that's still doing okay. But enfeebling sucks. My enfeebling sucks. My dark magic skill sucks. Like, let's look at this, right? Your skills are going to be way better than mine, I'll tell you that, except for Elemental. My Elemental is 135, but my Enhancing is 107, but my Enfeebling is 77, and my Dark is 3. Divine is 12, and that's not too good. Healing's good. But Dark, Dark, oh god, I must address that. It's a terrible, terrible problem. I mean, I don't know. Oh no, you see, you're the one that's hard is your dark skill. You'll get elemental if you ever level black mage, but I wouldn't say dark does much direct damage spells. I mean, maybe, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't really think dark needs to cast fire 2 very much. Maybe it does. I don't know. You would have to sub black mage, wouldn't you? I mean, I don't know. What spells does Dark get? I always forget. Let's go look. Right. I'm coming in Dark Knight. Let me take a look here at the the job abilities, job traits, and the spell list. So, guys, you do get nice nukes. Nice. Stone 2, jeez. Yeah. I mean, so you are expected to close on rank ace, and that's cool. Man, maybe after Black Mage, I'll just get on Dark. I'll take Dark to 75. Looks fun as hell. I took Dark to 70 on Somi, but I never cast spell like nuke spells on it. I just let it melee. Right.
You've been examined. You've been examined.
Installed in her second child.
Getting a G-tube, a gastrostomy tube to feed the child, is the most common procedure in medical child abuse. And that's because it's probably one of the easiest disorders to fake to a physician. So you present with a feeding issue with your child. Well, we're not watching the child eat in our clinic.
And just as with the Spears case, began to feed her daughter salt, and then doctors believed the child had cystic fibrosis. She even had an intravenous central line put in on that daughter, which is essentially an IV that goes up to or into the heart, and it's believed that she began removing bits of her daughter's blood in order to make her appear anemic. During one procedure called an iron dextrin infusion, which is something they do with dangerously anemic people to try to put iron back into their system, the daughter nearly died because, again, they're trying to flood iron into a system that, for one, doesn't need it and is also lacking on blood, and if it wasn't for the doctors quit working, she would have died of metal poisoning right there. See, Hope was also a chemist, and because of her fake PhD, which I have no idea how no one certified at any point during this, she had a position at a pharmaceutical company working with pathogens. The way she was found out is because people at work got suspicious that she was ordering pathogens that weren't being used in the lab. She was eventually caught for this after it had gone on for 10 years, and she was arrested for child abuse and misusing justice and lying to hospitals and a whole bunch of other minor charges. She still keeps up the compulsive lying thing to the degree that in one of the interviews I watched with her, whenever she walked up to the interviewer, she had a piece of paper that said she was deaf or hard of hearing, and like in the beginning of the interview was doing sign language and had like a speech impediment, but as the interview went on, she just quit doing that.
Incoming towel.
Factitious disorder, or Munchausen, is when someone exaggerates, feigns, or some people would call it malingering an illness or creating an illness that doesn't exist.
So at the very least, Hope was a compulsive liar. Which begs the question, is Munchausen syndrome by proxy just some form of elaborate compulsive lying? And I won't spend as much time disproving it as I did the thrill kill argument, but in short, no. See, there are people who are compulsive liars who don't do things like destroy the livelihoods of family members and then poison their children for a decade. So while that is definitely an aspect in MVP, because it requires some level of dishonesty, there's something more to it than that. There is something else to the level of depravity that these people will reach to. And also, in case I haven't made it clear enough, because I'm kind of just playing devil's advocate on every side of the aisle at once, I am not trying to state in this video that it definitively is a mental disorder or isn't or whatever. I'm just more so trying to show the points of it, and while there are proponents on both ends. And the most definitive point that I'm trying to get to you in this video is that it is an interesting point of contention within medicine and legal systems that I think deserves to be looked into. And also, in case it's not clear enough, I am a YouTuber who makes videos about stuff that I think is cool and neat, and not a doctor or a psychologist at all. So, to just clear everything up here, do not take the things I say in this video and then use them as a justification to label people or talk about like what someone may or may not have, because that would be not good. Again, just taking something that I think is interesting and worth talking about and showing that to you guys. So while I'm on the high horse of being a guy with a camera and YouTube channel who thinks I can classify mental disorders, let's talk about Jack Barron.
Yeah, I got a party. Very quick, too.
Incoming towel. Incoming towel. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
Ooh, I get to hear the Cufa music. I love the Cufa music. Cufa music's dope. Yeah! Ooh, Metalworks too. Yeah. I like Metalworks, I just don't like MMO elevators. Don't Conrad my MMO elevators so hard. It's all, like, collapsed now. Don't comrade my MMO elevator. Don't MMO elevator my comrade. Please. Don't comrade my MMO elevator. Don't MMO elevator my comrade, please. Look at this bullshit. Fucking dumb. Get out of my way. I don't like it. I don't like MMO elevators. Nobody does. I don't know. I don't even think Square Enix likes this elevator. Nobody likes this elevator. I don't know. Am I wearing all the gear I need? Yeah. How's my inventory here? Ooh, not too good. But that's okay. I can fix that. I mean, most of that. I don't know. I can even just throw it away. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's the wrong boots. Must get Signet. Oh, I love this song. Yeah. It's so good. It's so good. Ooh, I'm high enough where I shouldn't get any more aggro anymore. It's so good. It's such a good feeling. Yeah. I must buy a link shell. People are starting to really look at me. I must have a link shell. I must make a fake one. I would love to be in a link shell, but I'm starting to be very conscious of how really rude it is to broadcast everybody's shiz to the internet. So I don't sit on link shells anymore, or guilds, and that's fine. I miss the social interaction from time to time because I do like a lot of my Final Fantasy players that I meet. I think they're very interesting people. Some of them piss me off, I will say. Some of the people my own age piss me off. I must admit, more so than I think any other generation. The people of my own age piss me off the most, I would say. But them being my age, it's much easier for me to look past it. You know. Have you ever ran one? Oh yeah, link shells. Oh yeah. I've ran like 3. Oh yeah. I've ran like 4 guilds and like 3 link shells. I've ran a corporation in Eve. Oh yeah. Last time I ran a link shell was in the Abyssia era, right after, like, I don't know, what you would call, like, the ZNM era, Dave. And I ran, I de facto co-ran a link shell called, What the Flux. I was a very dedicated officer. I was not the GM of that link shell, but I was running it. My friend who created the link shell, she left. She had like a mental breakdown and left Final Fantasy. So, you know, which is a common thing with link shell leadership. People have mental breakdowns and leave. It's too much pressure, you know. has happened to a bunch of my friends. If you're executive leadership, if you've done it before, I ran a guild in World of Warcraft for like 4 years, where I really was the guild master and the raid leader and the big shit king cheese over 500 fucking people, and like I was in the world competitive running for best in the world and all that. There was a time when I was like that, but I don't like it. I don't do it. I'm okay without a link pearl. I don't want to be in one. I don't want to be in a guild. I am headed in the opposite direction of all those commitments and everything. I am absolutely a crazy person, and if I had to boil down my biggest issue with pretty much modern living is all the commitments that it requires. Link Shell requires commitment, friendship, sociality commitments, and while I do like my commitments that I've made to my people and the people that I love and my best friend and all this, I love my commitments, I don't want more of them. I want less of them. I've done them my entire life, and I've always been there. I've always stood there with my friends and always been there with them in their darkest times and their darkest times of needs and stuff. And so my selfish time now is to back out of everybody's life and not make any commitments to anybody at all. No girlfriend, no guilds, no link shells, no corporations, I mean, I'm in them and I talk in them, but I don't like broadcasting their shit to the internet. For some reason on EVE it feels okay because it's like a 700-man corp, you know? So their shit feels public, right? There's so many people in that channel and so many other corporations too that are just on alts and shit like that my EVE corporation I don't mind leaving, right? Why do I have a giant on me? Fucking dumb. I better not die. What? I don't know, man. What? No, I'm not gonna die. Fucking, I'm not gonna die. So yeah, that's it. So it's kind of weird. It's like those things are like they're far beyond. Like you saw the clan I was in recently. I even like co-ran a clan, you know. And so, you know, I even that was disastrous. It's all basically, it's all like water under the bridge now for me. I don't wish to do social hierarchy anymore, if that makes sense. I'm already got enough of that in the streamer community. I don't wish to do it in link shells and try to be the king shit boss or any of that stuff anymore. I used to have to let the world know that I was the best one there. And then eventually, I had a crew of like 500 people who would tell it to people's faces. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, it was like 500 people, like 500 of my friends would sit there and tell you that I was better than you. I absolutely had several moments like that. At the peaks of my WoW career, I didn't have to sit there and tell some other fucking guild leader who I was. My friends could do it for me. You know what I'm saying? And I went to the king shit, top cheese, whatever the fuck. And I didn't find it to be very edifying. I found it to be too much responsibility. It comes with girl problems for some reason. I don't know why, and it definitely, like, you know, and that sounds sexist, but it's true. It always comes with girl problems, no matter what, when you're at the top, and like I don't know why. And then on top of it, like, you know, and none of us really do. And it's in the power, you end up abusing it almost generally. Like I definitely used to tell them, I'm looking to G kick your fucking ass, straight up. I'm looking to G kick your fucking ass. Don't give me an excuse. You know what I'm saying? So those elements of my personality, you can hear it, Dave. I'm trying to work that shit out of my system now, entirely. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm done with that shit entirely. You can tell the kind of person it turns me into, and I don't have any desire to ever go back there again unless life forces me to. I will never voluntarily do it again. And that's every social hierarchy that I've ever been in. From high school on down to, like, these link shells. It's all like that. It's all like that. Thank God I have money. I think all the time now, every day, thank God I have money. Both in real life and in the game. Thank God I have some money. I don't have any money in real life, and I really don't. I don't know where my money's going to come from the next month, like the next month. I don't know how I'm going to pay the bills next month. I really don't. But I'm not on the streets. And the same is true of Final Fantasy. Like, thank God I have enough money. You know what I'm saying? What am I sitting on? Oh, right now? Oh, in the game, I sent 35k today to buy Million Corn, so I believe it's like 60k, something like that. I have to buy Stone God 2, which is 60k. Got the crystal, got the crystal. Yeah. I mean, that's not that much money. It's not. But it's, you know, but I mean, like, I made it yesterday. I made the 60k yesterday, Dave. You know, I made it in one day. That's where the brag is here. You know, thank God I have money, because the costs are just mounting. Like, for instance, I bought a black silk neckerchief. That was 28k or something. 20k. I forget what it was. Let's talk about amendment mantle, Dave. You're gonna need an amendment. You need an amendment mantle, I think. Or I don't know. Maybe dark's different. I don't know. But amendment, kind of need that. Yeah. Looks like this. Amendment mantle. Yeah. We're talking about the same thing here. You're going to need that. Before this, Dave, you might consider just saving the big money for the big item, which is this pole grip, double attack plus 2%, excuse me. Double attack plus 2%, all jobs. Doesn't matter whether you have warrior sub or not. You still get 2% double attack. The pole grip, Dave, it's like a trinket or like a ring or a necklace that does something really, really special, like a torque. That grip, if you can, it's from Double Dragonian. It's a 30 Kindred Seal Nightmare Monster. Pole grip, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Pole grip, I don't know. Pole grip should be out. Double Dragonian should be out. Just people don't have Kindred Seals for that kind of KSNM, I wouldn't think, because they're going to be after worm turns and all that, or whatever it's called, the worm, no worm unturned, or whatever it is, that the KSNM 99. That's the one that people will be doing for speed belt. So no one will want to run Double Dragonian, but I don't know why Double Dragonian wouldn't be in the game right now. I think it probably is. I just don't think people run it, because there's a way better one, you know. Why do 3 Kindred Seal Nightmare Monster runs? I mean, pole grip's worth it, but the problem is there's no pole grips for sale because nobody's running Double Dragonian, I can tell you right now. Eventually, you get a whole crew of like an LS that's slaughtered out worm turns over and over and over again, or whatever, Enter the Worm or whatever it is. Forget the last 99 KSNM with the speed belt, but Yeah. And eventually they have it all on farm. They have all that loot, and then they start running to KSNMs and pulling out pole grips and selling them for 1 to 2 million. And when it gets to that point, that pole grip is so worth having for any melee. It's so good for any heavy melee like a DD, or sorry, any like a dark or a warrior. It's so good. Pole grip's like, I would say, kind of like a different version of. Wait, how did I miss this party? Oops. The fuck? How did I pass that party? I thought they were south of me. Oops. Yeah. Oops. There. Oops. I passed you.
Incoming emote.
Am I sync? No. Well, that's good. I didn't bring my ring though, but that's fine. I don't care. Should have brought my ring, but oh well. So wait, is this not a burn party? Oh shit, it's not a burn party. I mean, it's 2 black mages, but oh cool. Tashi MC Wasping Ice. KK. Ice, huh? Yeah, it works for me. That's what I kind of figured it would be. I am currently 41. So I don't have Blizzard 2. Ice is the weapon skill, so yeah, what is that? That's Blizzard. I'm gonna need Blizzard on my bar. Blizzard's on my bar. Blizzard on my bar. Blizz 2. But I don't get Blizz 2 yet, so I will have to say Blizz 1 until we ding. Blizz 1. Blizz 1. Blizzaga Blizz 1, right? Blizzaga Blizz? Yeah, Blizzaga Blizz, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta start casting fucking Asper on this thing. I don't know. I'm just gonna sit for a minute until they get. Hey, right on. Yeah, LB5, huh? Sweet. Soon you'll have Matt. 800 people have killed Matt. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, so now we're gonna go what? I'll go fire 2. Oh, that's fun. I would say, friend. But shit. I like the colored towers. I forgot about that. The cool colored towers, yeah. Why isn't there music? No music in this zone at all. It sounds like dead fucking silence. Did I turn it down? Is that what it is? Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Your skill has increased.
Yeah, works with you. Yeah. I'm off. I'm off today. Oh well. Fucking annoying. They're fine. I Mr. Shane, goddammit. Oh well. I'm not perfect, I'm learning. I never said I was an amazing black mage. It's the first time I've ever taken a black mage at 75. Still gotta get used to it. Well, that's not true. I took a black mage to 99, but I didn't play it.
Your skill has increased. Incoming emote. Your inventory is full.
My inventory is full. Oh. Oh, what a waste of money. Oh well. What do I care? Oh, I'm not wearing my clothes. What the fuck? Oh no. She was like, ah. We will put a paralyze on you. We will put a paralyze on you. I curse you, Beetle. I curse you forever, Beetle. I curse you to the constraints of death. Wahahaha! I curse you, Beetle. That's right. You have elemental seal paralyzed. Wah 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 wah. Yes. Woo!
Your skill has increased. This song is getting repetitive. Let's just shut it off now.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
I'm gonna go pee since I'm I'll be right back. What can I do?
Incoming tau.
So, Dave, to get to Labyrinth of Enzozo, it is on the eastern end of Bubu Rimu Peninsula. There is a beach on the most farther. I'm sorry. Well, if you go 3 o'clock on the map, you're gonna hit it. It's due east. I'll pull it right now. Hold on, just a second. Buburimu looks like this. Gotta go down the beach. See it? Labyrinth of Onzozo. So you just come in at the outpost, run east down the road, come to the beach, go down behind the water, and you're ready. You'll see it right there.
Incoming tau.
Yep. Lots of goblin aggro in there, Dave. Have a plan for invis if you don't have one. Everything in there is side aggro. It's a death trap. Stay out unless you want to do AF or something like that. It's a nice, fairly straightforward place, Dave. It's not scary in terms of its navigation. Fairly straightforward, but it's still a really scary place.
Your inventory is full.
And you run out of it. Of course. Why wouldn't you? Whatever. Fucking annoying.
Monofont early. Oh well, it's okay. God damn it.
Your skill has increased.
Fuck. Put on the wrong bar. Oops. So annoying. Wrong bar. I'm learning, you know.
Damn it. Like, honestly, I don't know. Whatever. I'll stay off it. Just saving, I guess. Okay. Uh-oh. Hello? Oh. Okay, Jerry, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get a free for like an hour. Will you tell her? But I mean, I'll come up there and like as soon as I can, but it might be as late as like an hour though. I'm terribly sorry. All right, but I'll come up when I can. All right. I love burning beetles.
Your inventory is full.
Oh, my inventory. Stupid inventory. Come on. Shut up. I've been saying that for so long.
Your skill has increased.
Stupid mob. Oops. Shit. Oh, we're... Oh, that's right. Damn it. I sucked on this one. I'm not perfect. Oh, fuck me, come on. Oh. Damn shonkers. Fucking beetles. Fucking annoying. God damn it, man. What the fuck? Kill it. Fucking annoying. So annoying. This white mage is like, wait. Yep. She's like, yeah. Yep.
Jack Barron murdered
I don't know what happened here.
his wife, and then at the funeral seemed to be garnering and loving the attention from everyone, as well as cashing her life insurance policy, before doing the same thing with his 2 other children. He seemed to be so comfortable with the deaths of those in his immediate family that at the second child's funeral, he wore a t-shirt and just drank beer and like casually talked to his friends. And it is a point of debate if he was doing it because he liked the attention, or if he hated his family, or if he liked the life insurance policy. And again, while this is a combination of attention, control, and wealth and is garnered through doing bad things to members of your family, I don't think this is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Again, everyone touts it as such. If you search guys with MBP, he's one of the first stories that'll pop up. However, again, if we take what is potentially a very diverse or specific disorder that can be attributed to some people, and just say anyone that murders someone to get a life insurance policy counts as it, then it's a meaningless term. And again, my purpose with all of this isn't to say, yes, it is a mental disorder, because that would imply some level of alleviation or predisposition to the things they're doing, and in every one of these cases, I feel that the individual in question was absolutely capable of moral decisions, or at least if they weren't, it's not related to the MBP. But where I feel it is more important is with the condemnation of those same behaviors. In other words, maybe if we don't look at it as a mental illness, and we look at it in the way that British courts describe it as a description of behavior, then perhaps it should be used to condemn those who match the description. And if we're using that definition, that it is not necessarily a mental illness, but instead just a pattern of behavior, then I believe that one of the best examples of why someone with MBP should be condemned and actions against them could be justified is that of the most infamous Munchausen by proxy case probably ever now, which is the case of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Dee Dee Blanchard gave birth to Gypsy Rose Blanchard in 1991. At only 3 months old, Dee Dee took Gypsy to the emergency room, saying that she was suffering from sleep apnea, although there was no evidence of this. At a young age, Dee Dee began to tell people that Gypsy had chromosomal disorders, muscular dystrophy, and a series of other conditions that caused her to be very sickly and require a walker.
291, huh?
At 8 years old, Gypsy was on the back of a motorcycle being driven by her grandfather, to which the bike gently tilted over and Gypsy scraped her knee. From this, Dee Dee said that Gypsy's legs were destroyed and that she now had to sit in a wheelchair. And from there, Dee Dee began showing off Gypsy everywhere. They went to Special Olympic events, they went to pageants for disabled children, and sometime between kindergarten and the 2nd grade, Dee Dee pulled Gypsy from school in order to homeschool her. Every single minor thing that was potentially not even wrong with Gypsy caused Dee Dee to immediately rush her to the emergency room, to the degree that if Gypsy coughed, that's a trip to the ER right away. Dee Dee also began saying that Gypsy was suffering from eye and ear problems, which she also didn't have, and Dee Dee was able to put Gypsy on various medications
You are being
for things
talked
such as
about.
seizures. Dee Dee and Gypsy were victims of Hurricane Katrina, and because of it, they lost their homes as well as all information about their previous lives. Because of this, Dee Dee was able to change their names and fabricate an entire medical history. As a matter of fact, her name wasn't even Dee Dee Blanchard. That's a fake alias she gave herself in order to get in and out of hospitals. Her real name was Claudine Pitry. And from there, they became a massive news story. See, to everyone else who was watching, Gypsy was a child with various medical problems who lost her home in Hurricane Katrina. And because of this, they had a house built by Habitat for Humanity. They had several stays in the Ronald McDonald House. They went to several Miranda Lambert concerts and got to meet Miranda Lambert because of Make-A-Wish. And the Make-A-Wish Foundation also sent them to Disney several times. During this entire time, Gypsy's father kept wanting to come meet Gypsy, and Dee Dee just told him not to come around and stay away, normally by lying and having to reschedule and other complications. But at the same time, Dee Dee was telling everyone else, that Gypsy's father was an abusive alcoholic who they were in hiding from. Whenever Dee Dee was eventually confronted by the police about changing her alias, her story was that they were hiding from Gypsy's abusive father, so they changed their name in order to protect themselves. She would also do things like shave Gypsy's head, as well as even lie to her about her own age. Like on Gypsy's 18th birthday, her father called to wish her a happy birthday, and Dee Dee said, "Don't tell her that she's 18, she thinks she's 14. And everywhere they went in public, Dee Dee would attach a feeding tube and oxygen tank to Gypsy's wheelchair. Keep in mind, through all of this, she didn't need any of it and was perfectly capable of walking, and Dee Dee simply managed to make Gypsy play along through physical and verbal abuse. Gypsy would later say that anytime they were in public and she would say something that implied she wasn't that sick, her mom would squeeze her hand or kick her under the table, and then whenever they got home would physically beat her with a coat hanger or yell at her saying that she was being a terrible daughter. There were various minor surgeries too that Gypsy didn't need she was given, such as a bar placed in her mouth because the seizure medication she was taking caused her to lose her teeth. Her salivary glands were removed because her mother said that she was over salivating, which, according to Gypsy later, every time they'd go to the doctor, Dee Dee would rub like this tar in her mouth that would make her salivate more, so her salivary glands were removed. She even had tubes implanted into her ears for drainage, which again she didn't have. The first and only real backlash Dee Dee got during any of this was one neurologist who examined Gypsy and then told the mother, "This child is perfectly capable of walking," and the mother got offended and walked out, as well as an anonymous call that was made in 2009 to the police department saying that Dee Dee was not her real name, and also she is just making the child pretend to be sick and she's not actually sick. To this day, no one knows who that call was, but whenever the police went to Dee Dee and confronted her, the police said that, yeah, this looks like a sick kid, and then Dee Dee gave the whole story that they were running from an abusive husband, and the police just didn't look into it anymore. Things began to culminate as Gypsy got older. As a matter of fact, one of the only things that Gypsy had any say in was her internet activity. One year she went to a convention and hooked up with a boy that she had met online. Dee Dee found out about this and threatened to report the boy to the police if he ever said anything to Gypsy again, because according to Dee Dee, Gypsy was a minor at the time, even though she really wasn't. After they got home from this event, Gypsy said that her mother smashed the computer with a hammer and then, for several weeks, handcuffed Gypsy to her bed. After this, Gypsy began to plot how to get away from her mother, and every night after her mother went to sleep, would talk to people on the internet. It was during this time she met a man by the name of Nicholas, and they began, I can't believe I'm using this word, e-dating. And after one meetup where they actually met each other in person, in June of 2015, they decided that Nicholas would murder Gypsy's mother. To which one night, Nicholas broke into the house, stabbed Dee Dee to death, and Nicholas and Gypsy then escaped. During this escape was also the first time that Gypsy had been in public without her wheelchair since she was 8 years old. Eventually, the two of them were caught, Nicholas getting the brunt of the punishment as he was the one who actually carried out the murder, with Gypsy being sentenced to 10 years in jail. While speaking about her mother in an interview she did with BuzzFeed in 2018, Gypsy said she would have been the perfect mom for someone who was actually sick. So again, speaking overall about MBP, if it does exist, then Dee Dee Blanchard is the textbook case. She managed to control every aspect of Gypsy's life. She benefited from it financially, and she garnered all the attention she wanted during this time. Not only that, but she didn't kill her daughter and seemed to continuously use her as a tool to achieve her desires. So if this is the true, undeniable case of MBP, then let's ask ourselves, if MBP serves as a mental illness, does that exonerate Dee Dee from what she did to her daughter? No. There are absolutely cases with mental illnesses where someone does wrong things because they're either incapable of stopping themselves or controlling themselves from those urges, or they're just incapable of justifying or determining what is right or wrong. However, even if you view Munchausen by proxy as being a mental illness, Dee Dee was capable of knowing that what she was doing was wrong. Hence the series of hoops she jumped through in order to lie about family members, and lie to the police, and lie to doctors, etc. She was not incapable of discernment. As a matter of fact, she was really good at discernment because she knew exactly what traits to hide and what traits to exhibit, like care and love for her daughter. So if we go off of this as the ideal case of MVP, then we can agree with the courts and say that it is not a justification for behavior, but perhaps a motive for one. So if Dee Dee essentially knew better, and it wasn't something that overcame her, and she followed her own selfish desires in spite of knowing what was wrong, then in that case, MVP absolutely serves as a way to condemn certain actions. If it's a way to describe a particular pattern of behavior in a person, then it can certainly be decided as a motive for legal action. As a matter of fact, in American judicial systems, this is kind of the take that's currently being used. The name it's given in American legal systems is fabricated or induced illness by caregivers. That's not as cool as Munchausen syndrome by proxy, but it's the same idea. Because it's not used to describe a syndrome or a mental illness, instead it's describing a behavior, an induced illness by a caregiver.
I've seen a number of these. They don't give the child the proper medicine, and they keep going to the doctor and telling the doctor, you're not trying hard enough, you don't understand my child, here are all the symptoms they're having, and the doctor's puzzled. And of course, most doctors and most professionals and most people don't even consider the fact that they're feigning this illness.
So if we look at that, fabricated illness by caregiver, which is abbreviated to FIC, and since MBP and FIC are the same thing, at least in a legal aspect, or as we decided from this point of conversation that it is not a mental illness, and since Dee Dee Blanchard exhibited FIC, the big question is, does that justify the actions of Gypsy?
Yes.
In a perfect world, people who were bad would be punished for being bad, and people who were good would be punished for being good. However, the world isn't perfect, so there is a series of legal ramifications and set rules in place that are put up by establishments of man, yada yada. And because of the very nature of that, of the idea that we are taking a humanity that is different compositions of gray and making them get in single file lines of black and white legality, there's always going to be overflow in one camp or the other. So that being said, Gypsy Rose did nothing wrong. Like, legitimately, this is no different than someone who's in an abusive relationship for years and constantly being beat and tormented. And Gypsy had been putting up with years of physical and mental abuse and surgery she didn't need, forced to sit in a wheelchair. And again, I know she did the murder and it wasn't technically in immediate defense of her life, but it was absolutely in defense of her life. Like, if you were in your house and someone comes up to you and they point a gun at you and you shoot them first, that's obviously self-defense, right? But if you were in your house and you were like getting water from your refrigerator and there's a guy on top of the fridge and he's pouring like poison into the water filter of the fridge, like, are you just supposed to be like, oh man, I guess I'm dead now? Like, I don't care if it's not a physical immediate attack. And yeah, I know the logical solution is Gypsy should have just stood up and went and told someone, but that's kind of ignoring all of the aspects of, you know, Stockholm Syndrome and physical and verbal abuse itself. Gypsy was absolutely in fear for life, and I think it's ridiculous that the legal solution for everything is that she would just sit there until she died. Also, to give you an idea of how hated Dee Dee was, whenever Dee Dee died, she was cremated, and her ashes were sent to her father and stepmother,
you want to kill your
and
own
they
children?
flushed them down the toilet.
that?
Her own father
her own
flushed her
father
ashes
flushed her
down the
ashes
toilet.
down
That's
the
how
toilet.
despicable of a person this was. So, you know, not only did Gypsy save herself, but she also did a net positive by, you know, speeding up the whole life thing for someone who was clearly not appreciative of theirs. So while in the poster child case of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, I do not think that it justifies the actions of Dee Dee, the one committing the case, but I feel it absolutely justifies the actions of the proxy itself. itself, that being gypsy. If we view it as a mental illness, or at least not a mental illness to the degree that it disables someone's ability to determine right or wrong, then in specific cases like this, where it's essentially a very slow murder carried out over the course of years or even decades, then I think it's perfectly reasonable for the proxy to decide that it wants to stop being a proxy. But at the end of the day, I am a guy who is telling you about this on the internet because I think it's interesting, and the truth of the matter is I don't know. And a lot of people who are experts in this field don't know as well. It is still being debated in medical circles if Munchausen syndrome by proxy can be viewed in the way Munchausen syndrome is, in that it is an explanation for certain behaviors and possibly a justification for some. And while most have put away that idea, it is still debated if it should even be allowed to occur in any legal space, as the very existence of it implies guilt. And on top of that, should it throw a case? Because if it is something that can cause an individual to carry out these heinous acts, well then maybe it's good to have a motive to tie in that can prove if they're guilty or not. These are all big questions, stuff that is still being debated and not a lot of people really talk about. And while it's always interesting, at least to me, to look at cases of this and try to understand human psychology and where everyone's coming from and the arguments around it, I think there is another point of interest here apart from most of my videos, because we're kind of in the conceptual stages for what could be eventual decisions when it comes to cases of child abuse or elder abuse or what have you. 10 years ago, Munchausen syndrome by proxy was a definitive, surefire thing that if someone had it, lock them up straight away. And now it's kind of in the back and forth of if it's even a mental illness or not. And 10 years from now, it could be something completely different. I wanted to bring all of this to you today because it is active developments in the realm of legality and medicine, and I think that that's pretty interesting. Not the, abuse and child murder part of it, the socio-political implications of it. And hey, hopefully you got something out of all of this, as I certainly did researching it and telling you about it, and I had a great time, and hopefully you had at least an okay one, and thank you for watching. I also want to say off the bat, there's a fantastic video by the Internet Investigator called Munchausen by Internet, which is about someone who convinces other people online and is convinced online that she herself has several physical disabilities. And I really wanted to find a way to mention that video in here, but the only time I really mentioned Munchausen syndrome was in relation to Munchausen syndrome by proxy. So it didn't really fit, there wasn't a place to bring it up. But right here I want to say it's a great video, I'll link it below, it's really cool. She does a great job with a lot of her stuff. So yeah, I just think that it's a good video, so you should check it out if you're interested in this one. Because Munchausen syndrome, like I said, is a much more clearly defined thing. People fake their own illnesses in order to receive attention or what have you, sometimes just for the essence of being near hospitals or in caregiving positions. But it's whenever it's done to someone else, because now there's an act of violence involved. Instead of just someone harming themselves in order to get attention or whatever, it is someone hurting someone else for attention, and that throws all the cards off the table, because now we're talking about acts of violence and potentially murder in some cases, and blah blah blah. And I've talked about this long enough, I'll shut up now. But thank you for watching. If you stuck around this long to my insane rant, this one was actually interesting. I started this out just like, oh, I'll just talk about a bunch of cases of Munchausen by proxy because I think it's interesting. And then I come across all these court records and stuff about how, like, right now it's contested if it's even a thing or not. And the video kind of morphed into, well, how about I talk about the nature of it itself, and I'll use these cases I was researching as evidence, or as, not evidence, essentially examples from either side of the aisle about, Munchausen syndrome by proxy itself. And I'm a little nervous right now, I'll admit, before editing this or anything, because I did a lot of rambling, and I went a lot of different directions. I've been recording for 2.5 hours now. No idea what this will cut down to, because, for one, there were several rambles that I'm probably going to have to cut, and there was also several just periods of silence where I would be mid-sentence and be like, where do I want to turn this point to? So in other words, right now, I have no idea how this is going to turn out. It could be the worst video I've ever made. I'm a little worried. But I guess you guys know more
I've got to
than
go
I
grab
do
dinner,
right
and
now,
I won't be
so
gone long.
Let me know how
Go in like
it
5
went,
minutes
I
here. I'll
guess.
be right back. I won't be long.
Man, that's bizarre. Me right now doesn't know you in the future, even though for you it's the present. Anyway, enough of that esoteric stuff. My brain is fried. Thank you all for watching. If you stuck around this long, thank you so much to all of my patrons. I guess you're still the patrons to me, even though you're technically former patrons, because the Patreon's gone now. But your names are here, so thank you, my patrons, my top-tier patrons, for establishing all of this and allowing this to continue to the degree it has, and it really does mean a lot, so thank you for that. Thank you so much to my subscriber. I think, my subscribers, my one subscriber, my subscribers, I think we just hit 1.1 million. So since the 1 million, since, you know, that plaque got sent and all that stuff, it's now been another 100,000 people, which I'm still amazed that 2 people watch this channel, and my mom's one of them, much less 1.1 million, like my word. Wow. And I just did that whole random rant about the legitimacy of a court proceeding, illness, medico, whatever. Anyway, I'm going, if anyone runs this channel into the ground, I'm going to do it myself, like a man. But thank you all so much for watching. I'm trying to think if there's any announcements. A lot of cool stuff coming down the pipeline. Subscribe to Wendigang, the second channel. It's linked as always if you're interested in that. Because I'm going to be doing some cool stuff over there, you'll see. But if you're interested in second channel stuff, go over there because it's going to be more than just gaming content. I think that should about do it. I've got some cool projects down the pipeline, but not ready to talk about them yet, but exciting stuff happening. But for now, I believe that should do it. So, thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Just 1 minute. I will get going. Welcome! New stream! Yeah! Woohoo! How y'all doing this lovely Sunday? Very nice. Not late 1 second. Sponsored stream by Biomutant. Very exciting. It's available pre-order May 25th. They reached out to me because they thought I'd like the game, which is really cool. I'm actually really excited about this. So if you like what you see, check it out. Support Epic Games. Support Epic Channel. Jack told me about this game. It's been in development a while. He said he saw it at PAX a couple of years ago. I don't know. So he said it looked cool. Hold up, I forgot to charge my. But without further ado,
What did you put
let's
me
go.
on? Biomutant.
They said
new game live a year ago. Why would I watch Biomutant?
By proxy is an extension of another mental illness known as Munchausen syndrome. Munchausen syndrome can most easily be described as faking your own illness in order to deceive others. And already we have our first hang-up with identifying this syndrome. Say you were to lie about being sick so you could get out of work or potentially win a lawsuit. That's not Munchausen syndrome, that's just making a lie.
Damn it, what did you... Okay.
Time for another totally non-controversial, totally safe for YouTube iceberg. Hello everybody and welcome back to Wendigoon. Today we are covering the religion and cult iceberg. Now I need to get a few things out of the way before we get started. This iceberg does contain definitive cults, however that doesn't mean everything on this iceberg is a cult per se. The first ones that we're going to be looking at are just sort of fringe religious groups that don't really have that much of a following. And whenever I talk about them, I in no way want to get across the point that they are a cult just because they're on this list. As a matter of fact, even as we go further down on this list, some of the ones that we're going to run into are kind of structured weird. So like you'll have sort of safe ideologies next to very not safe ideologies, and I'm not really sure how that works. So just because something's on here, and even if it's on the same tier as a very dangerous or bad thing, that doesn't mean that it itself is bad. It just means, if anything, that it's just not as well known. Also, and I want to make this very clear, I am not a theologist by any means. Some of these I've never heard of and educated myself in the past couple days over. Religions are very intensive and long-standing with their history and the reason practitioners do the things they do and what their belief is. So in no way take me as like the final authority on these things, as I'm getting my information through text, whereas in the real life these ideologies may be much more one way in emotions or the other, or their practices could be much more spiritual or physical than I make them out to be, or yada yada yada. What I'm saying is, if you're interested in any of these, I encourage you to do your own research, as I am in no way the final authority on what these religions mean. Like I said before, this video is for educational purposes and for entertainment, so I'm not saying anything on here to be offensive to anyone or to tell you or educate you on what your own religion or what someone else's might be. This is entirely a sort of gloss over basic concepts of these ideologies, and I hold full respect to all involved, at least until we get to the bottom tiers, where I don't hold any respect for them, but we'll get to that. Speaking of bottom tiers, this is your viewer discretion. I will be more specific as we get closer. But right now, saying there are going to be very intense themes in the bottom tiers as we go from sort of like rare religions down to specific events in which people were hurt in very extreme ways in some cases. So this is your warning now. There will be a warning then. But viewer discretion advised. If you're not okay with heavy topics, you may want to set this one out, or at least set it out whenever we get to the bottom. There will be timestamps for each tier in the description. So there's your disclaimers. We've got a lot to cover, so let's get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. So I'm going to do something that I've never done, and I'm going to skip the first two tiers of this iceberg. The reason for it is they're just religions that are rather well known. Like tier 1 had things like Catholicism and Buddhism, and tier 2 had like Mormonism and Surfism, and those are common religions that we're all familiar with. The purpose of this is to kind of look at things that you may not be familiar with, or at least I wasn't familiar with before. So like I said, we're going to skip the first two, and move into the first niche ideologies with Tier 3. So starting with Tier 3 is Scientology. Scientology is something that you're definitely familiar with if you've been on the internet for a while, and is a religion that was founded by L. Ron Hubbard. The basic faith belief system of Scientology is that we as humans are actually Satans that was created by an alien known as Zehrun, who put us on Earth several million years ago and will one day come back to take us away from it. Zehrun herself exists as a member of the Galactic Confederacy, and the actual canon for Scientology is known as the Space Opera. What most people are interested in is the church's interactions with the world around them. Like, for example, the number of celebrities that are a member of the church, as well as super secret shady undergoings that happen within the church, leading several people to believe that it's all a front for some greater New World Order, Illuminati conspiracy thing. Stack on top of that, stories of abuse have happened in the church, as well as cover-ups that have happened with people who have passed away by odd circumstances. One of the most famous interactions is Tom Cruise, who publicly shamed people for using medicine, and psychiatrists saying that the church's teaching should be all you need. And yeah, stuff like that. It just gets kind of weird. Nation of Islam was founded by Wallace Muhammad in Chicago. I also want to say this now because it applies to this one. If at any point I say that something has, say, core Christian values or core Church of Latter-day Saint values, it in no way means that this group is representative of the whole of that ideology. To give you an example that you may be more familiar with, the KKK, for example, had beliefs that came off of the Hebrew, Christian, Judaic prophecy, but they are in no way representative of Christianity.
Your skill has increased.
As a whole. The same applies to this. So if at any point I say that this has ideas of Islam or Judaism or whatever, it's just saying that they share some of the values with those people, not that they are what all of those people are. Making sure. The reason I specify that now is because the Nation of Islam is a very fringe group that believes in full black supremacy. They believe that African Americans are the true chosen people of God, and that white people specifically were created thousands of years ago as an experiment by an evil scientist. No, I'm not kidding. So by that logic, white people are fake and have no souls. And according to their belief, one day God will come back and take exclusively the African Americans to heaven and leave all of the soulless people to die, I guess. They're also super conservative in their belief system, saying that people should dress appropriately and wear very straight-edged attire, and have since opened up the nation to different races as long as you're not white. Christian Science was
As long as you're not white.
Book Science of Health by Mary Eddy. The basic concept is that sickness isn't real and is instead an illusion, and through prayer alone, you can get rid of all sickness. This belief
We deserve that one.
kind of died down in recent years, with modern proponents saying that, well, I guess medicine helps, but only if you also pray about it, and has worked its way into other natural sciences as well. LaVeyan Satanism was founded by Anton LaVey. The core principles of the religion come from Friedrich Nietzsche and Ayn Rand. Basically ideas that nothing really matters and humans should live communally. The thing about LaVeyan Satanism that not a lot of people get is, while it does share the name, it is not a direct worship of Satan himself. Instead, it's more so of a worship of humanity itself. The religion is very materialist, and they don't have any belief in worshiping a higher god or power, instead just existing, and if it feels good, do it. As well as pertaining some aspects of magic beliefs, they are very similar to the beliefs of the Antichrist, even if inadvertently so. See, a lot of people have the idea that the Antichrist in biblical prophecy is just an evil figure that acts like the devil, but in actuality, it is a forerunner for the devil that instead turns people to look at themselves instead of God. So in that fashion, LaVeyan Satanism kind of falls in line with that as a way of getting people to focus on the inward man rather than the outward body or outward spirit. I don't know, that's just an interesting parallel that I found while researching this, that while not directly worshiping Satan, it is technically, through cause and effect, getting across the point of Satan. So, tomato, tomato. Amish Old Order is what a lot of people think of whenever they think of Amish in general. However, if you thought regular Amish were strict in only wearing certain materials, Old Order Amish aren't allowed to wear things like button zippers or bright colors. Not only that, but men are not allowed to cut their beards, as women are not allowed to cut their hair. And they maintain more traditional ideas, such as a very hardcore belief in Christian pacifism, as in fighting is a last resort.
Which
and
is
they
good.
don't maintain church bodies, instead choosing to worship at members' houses from time to time. as in the whole idea that God is not a place, instead a body of people. Falun Gong is a Buddhist-Taoist mix.
God is in the home.
In China. Despite
God
being
has always
a
been in the home.
peaceful religion,
Anytime that you go looking for God
as well.
anywhere but at the home and the heart, you have problems, my friend. You have been hoodwinked by humans.
Well as examining the inner self, the Chinese government did not take kindly to a fast-growing religion that they did not have control of. So therefore, in 1999, they locked.
God is home and heart on the lips of all children. God is home. That's what it actually is. God is home. You know, that's what it actually is. I mean, I don't know. It's love. It's love and home. I mean, and it starts in your home. To say that God's in some church or not in church, or to say that God's in a home or not in a home, is sacrilegious. God is in the church. God is in the home. Both. I was late. Damn it.
Oakley locked down the religion and made it illegal. With no exaggeration, China literally killed thousands of Falun Gong members in jail, with rumors even persisting that their bodies were used for the underground Chinese organ trade. It's an example of extreme religious prejudice within a country's government. Hoodoo is the roots of the very popular, or at least famous, voodoo. The roots of hoodoo are very interesting, as they came from African countries into the American South and mixed with the indigenous culture at the time, and created this sort of blend between two different kinds of native beliefs. Even some of the beliefs in gods and spirits can be seen as a sort of combination between African Islam and American Christianity. While there is a core belief system, what hoodoo is most known for is its practicality and magic, and how performances of rituals and spells can lead to physically obtainable things in the real world. Messianic Jews are essentially Jewish traditions that believe in the Messiah or Jesus. Or in other words, it is the religion of Judaism, but they also incorporate the New Testament. It's an interesting example of sort of a middle ground that's met between two supposedly entirely different religions. ISKCON stands for the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. ISKCON holds several traditional Indian beliefs such as Vishnu and Krishna. However, they are much more physical with their interpretation of it, partaking of their worship primarily through versions of singing and dance. Because of this, festivals are a very important part of the ISKCON tradition. However, despite this, they are very reserved in other ideas, such as they do not partake of any premarital kissing, gambling, or intoxication. Also, in the disturbing movie iceberg, everyone was confused by kiss. For some reason, it's the word kiss, pronounced like Mike Tyson, so kiss, and I use it to not get demonetized whenever I'm talking about naughty stuff. And like it or not, if I'm doing this full time, I want to be monetized. You'll be familiar with Gnosticism if you watch the conspiracy theory iceberg. However, for those that don't, Gnosticism is essentially Christianity with a polytheistic idea of lesser gods. What that means is, yes, Christ and the Godhead exist, however,
Agnostic.
there are these smaller gods that are in charge of doing certain things on Earth. And the reason that bad things happen on Earth is because Earth was made by an evil god. Besides that, a lot of it's sort of more like magic spiritual sense than standard Christianity. Like, for example, instead of sin and redemption, they more so follow the ideas of illusion and enlightenment, saying that things are not necessarily wrong, they're just not understood. Opus Dei, from all of my research, just seems to be a sort of laid-back version of Catholicism. Like, for example, they don't partake in big church gatherings or mass, and while they believe in the teachings of Catholicism, they more so believe that every person themselves is a layman or worker for God, and the organization itself is much smaller, with the entire thing having about 2,000 priests. Kabbalah is often described as Jewish mysticism. Put shortly, it's about understanding the barrier between God and man. In other words, there is this sort of fabric that exists around us that separates us from the higher realm of being, so a lot of this ideology is a way of sort of meditating or introspection in order to rise to the next plane of thought. Neo-shamanism is a new iteration of Native American beliefs. It's sort of an amalgamation of several different Native tribes now in the modern sense through being able to be connected, have sort of established an overall pantheistic canon of their religion. In other words, using the knowledge gained by other tribes, neo-shamans kind of put together this entire idea of how the world works, how the spirit works, how healing works, and things like that. Sratu Hinduism is Hinduism, however there is a very heavy reliance in rituals over beliefs. Or basically, doing specific acts is more important than simply believing or saying something. As you can imagine, rituals are a big deal in the religion, as well as oral traditions which are passed down instead of written or transcribed as is standard with most religions. That is it with Tier 3. We are now on to starting with Hardline, a letter that YouTube won't let me say because it's dumb for some reason. Anna, blank, Annan rose to popularity in recent years after the American 2016 election. The basic belief is that all of the world's elites are conspiring in a sort of secret society in order to maintain control of the world from behind the veil. This cabal of the elite is responsible, according to Annan's theory, of everything from human abductions to the results of world elections. It's very reliant on the idea of secret societies being proliferated across the world. 5% Nation was started by a man named Clarence Smith, who left the Nation of Islam. Clarence Smith felt very led by Malcolm X, who was an at the time big member in the Nation of Islam, to go and start his own group, which he called 5% Nation, or Nations of Gods and Earths. 5% Nation was basically Nation of Islam, only even more so. Clarence renamed himself Allah the Father, and the word 5% Nation comes from the idea that 85% of the world is ignorant, 10% of it is evil, and only 5% know the truth and are good enough to change it. Speaking of being Nation of Islam only more so, rather than just thinking that white people were created as an experiment, according to 5% Nation, white people are literally demons that have risen up from hell as destroying God's people. And it's basically a fringe offshoot of an already fringe offshoot.
I mean, it's true, but he shouldn't say it. I'm kidding. That's a Simpsons joke. It's a Simpsons joke. Relax. I'm not calling white people demons. I didn't say that.
Sorry. Peyote religion is the name often attributed to the Native American church.
Damn white devils. Just kidding. I'm kidding. It's parody. It's making fun of extremism. It's a joke. It's a joke.
The Great Spirit, which according to members is synonymous with Jesus Christ. The reason they're called the Peyote religion is because they believe that peyote can be used as a gateway to speak to the Great Spirit, or to at least escape this realm of existence for a limited time. Because of this, in the majority of their practices and worship services, peyote is used. Cargo cults was really interesting, and I had never heard of before researching this. Post-World War II, there were specific groups of people, specifically in Melanesia, who were gifted gifts by more technologically advanced societies such as the United States and Great Britain. Upon coming back to deliver these people more gifts, it was found that they were imitating the acts of the soldiers that were there whenever they were brought the first round of goods. So, in other words, whenever the ships would show back up, they would be holding sticks like rifles and walking around in troop formation, thinking that by mimicking the people that brought them gifts, they could bring them back. It's a very interesting sort of like glass bubble of how a society would react if not given any information about how things like that carry out or how technology advances. It's a really cool rabbit hole to go down if you're interested. Church of Subgenius kind of exists as a parody of religion. Their prophet, J.R. Bob Dobbs, was a door-to-door salesman, and it's religion of door-to-door salesman. And according to them, all other religions in the world are a part of a greater conspiracy in order to keep smart-thinking people down. But at the same time, they believe in a lot of popular gods. Their main god is but they also believe in, like, Odin and other deities, I guess. What's interesting is, while this kind of feels like a Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster thing, it seems as if some people actually believe in the religion nowadays. That or I just took the bait. Either way, good on you. Chaos magic is a modern name given to results-based magic, or in other words, rather than getting sort of ideas or self-enlightenment or something like that out of the magic, you get a very physical, attainable goal. This is what a lot of people think in their head whenever they think of magic itself. While there are beliefs, they're kind of secondary to the point, and chaos magic users will actually manipulate their belief system in order to get whatever result they want. Society for Ethical Culture is the godless religion. They believe that morality exists apart from faith, and therefore people do not need to be faithful or believe in a god in order to be good people. They have churches and services, but rather than talking about a specific god or worship, they instead talk about how to better yourself and how to be a better person. They're big on concepts such as motivation and philanthropy, and believe that the individual should always strive to be the best they can, regardless of whatever higher order tells them to or not. Mandaism is hard to put a pin on, but the chief idea is that sort of like a Gnostic Abrahamic faith, sort of. In the Quran it mentions people way back who could have been a sort of Mandaist, although it's not confirmed. And their main distinction from Abrahamic ideas such as Christianity and Islam is that they are very spiritual with their ideas, such as they believe that after death you go to the worlds of light, which is what we see whenever we look at stars, as well as believing in energy of areas such as Old World, which is where they make the majority of their stay. However, it's hard to kind of figure out a ton about them as they're very secretive and there's not a lot of members, so make of that what you will. Romuva can best be described as Lithuanians before Christianity, or in other words, it was Lithuanians with a much more polytheist sort of pagan idea of what God is. A lot of their beliefs come from Baltic folklore, and there is a big emphasis on nature and ancestry. So rather than so much worshiping a one god deity, it is more so ideas of worshiping what is around you and the people who came before you. Chinese underground church is essentially Western Christianity in communist China. See, religions that do not directly answer to the Chinese government are illegal, and while they may allow it to exist to some capacity, if a church gets to any degree to actually call itself a church, they'll immediately shut it down. Because of this, underground churches, or house churches as they're called, meet in the houses of certain members. This is as a way to avoid persecution, and as far as fringe religions go, they have to be if they want to stay operating. We are now on to Tier 5, which is getting into a bit more of the sort of out there ideas. We'll see what I mean. The first of Tier 5, the Igbo Jews, which is essentially Judaism incorporated into the Igbo people of Nigeria, follow to every degree traditional Judaism. However, the difference is they believe that they themselves are the chosen people of God. Or in other words, they think themselves to be the true Israelites, except the people of Israel, which is the reason they practice Judaism so intently. And then on the other side of the spectrum, we have Christian identity, which is the idea that only whites, such as Anglo-Saxons and Germanics, are the descendants of Abraham and therefore God's chosen people. However, this isn't really a religion as much as it is an idea that exists in some religious groups. And some of the other ideas they get into are also weird, like serpent seed doctrine, which I talked about that in the iceberg. You can look that one up for yourself. And as with most of the things on here, it is generally shunned by the majority of people who practice the religion as well. Rayleighism is the idea that humans are not existing as the product of some deity, but were instead invented by an alien known as Elohim. Because of that, oddly enough, it's an atheistic religion, believing that there is no God and we are simply the results of a sort of science experiment. According to them, Elohim sent down 40 prophets in order to foretell whenever he would come back to take his experiments with him, and among these 40 prophets were Buddha and Jesus. General consensus is that they are strong proponents of science and also believe in the ancient aliens theory, or the idea that aliens came down and started humanity as we know it, and they hope to find immortality through the use of cloning. So, from all the information I can find, conservative Islam. However, much like the Brotherhood one I mentioned earlier, there was not enough information for me to find anything substantial to say about it, and rather than looking like an idiot, I'm just going to move on. Shinriko, also known as Aleph, is a controversial group to say the least. They incorporate elements from Shiva to general Christianity to yoga and even Nostradamus, with one of their main proponents being that of a doomsday prophecy. Or more specifically, that
oh yes, Shinriko, yeah.
That will bring an end to the known world. Because of this, certain extremists of the group were responsible for the Tokyo sarin attacks of 1995.
The sarin attacks.
People. However, even though that happened, and we're going to see examples later on in the list of groups that it can't really be argued that the whole group wasn't in agreement of the bad thing that happened, I will say for this one that it seems the majority of people of the group disagreed with the attacks, and I don't want to continue
Your skill has increased.
off of the actions of Q. So, just making that clear. Santa Muerta is pretty much a female personification of death. Quite literally, a skeleton that is dressed up in female's clothes and believed to be a sort of harbinger of death that is to be worshipped. It's another example of Mexican and Spanish culture having a very rooted belief in ideas of death, all the way from the Day of the Dead celebration to things that the Spanish Inquisition saw whenever they first came over. It's a modern concept of worshiping death in a very upbeat and charismatic mood as what one might expect. Latter rain is a movement that has happened in some Pentecostal churches after World War II. It essentially reincorporated the idea that in the modern sense, the spirit can interact directly with humanity as a means of performing physical actions. Or, in other words, one can become Holy Spirit filled and do things such as healing or speak in tongues. It was a response to the evangelical revival which had just occurred, and was one of the first parts of something known as the charismatic movement, or as historians call it, the age in which religion became popular with the idea of words and catches in order to get new converts in. Shugendo is an interesting combination of folk religion and Buddhism. A lot of their belief resides in the supernatural, and even the idea that if one gets close enough to ideas of Buddhism, that they can obtain these sort of supernatural powers. What's really cool about the religion is they exist in the majority, at least, in mountain ranges across Japan. So their temples are hidden in the backs of these giant mountain ranges. So you can just be going over a completely green area, and then there's a giant temple in front of you. It's a pretty neat idea. Dalit Buddhism is an Indian reinterpretation of Buddhism. It goes directly against the idea of the Indian caste system and promotes the ideas of equality amongst people. It also exists as more of a physical religion than most, or in other words, ideas aren't so much about spiritualism and praying as much as action.
Dalit is not bad.
Set of vacant Tivis.
Set of vacant.
Who believe that the Holy See position, or in other words, the Pope, has been left empty for several years. Different groups have different ideas of how long it's been gone, some dating back to the 20s, others recently into the 80s. But the general consensus is that the Catholic Church as it is now is not saying what the Catholic Church should, and therefore the leader is a sort of false prophet, and they don't believe in the Pope. We'll see more specific examples of this later on in the list. Nuwavianism was started by Dwight York in 1991 and exists as a kind of UFO religion. Dwight York managed to grow the religion to such a degree that in Putnam County, Georgia, he built a complex known as Tamaray, which was inspired off the Egyptian pyramids. Most of their ideas revolved around the idea that aliens have been interacting with human society for a long time, and that we need to prepare for their return. However, we'll never know how that went, because the group was disbanded in 2004 whenever Dwight was sentenced to 135 years in prison for finance fraud and touching kids. So, yeah. The Cult of Angels, or Yazdanism as it's called, is essentially a form of Creationism.
Why do they all touch kids?
Or,
it's
in other words,
disgusting.
how the Kurdish people existed before Islam came into the region. They believe in Zoroastrianism and the Anunnaki, which are a specific version of the ancient aliens concept, and their belief system is interesting, as they have a sort of pantheon in which they accept several different ideas of the Abrahamic faith, and in practice they incorporate both the Bible and the Quran. We are now on to Tier 6, and here we go. The Moorish Science Temple is an offshoot of Islam that believes that African Americans are the direct descendants of the Moabites. Yep, the organization was started by Noble Ali, who said he met with an Egyptian priest who said that he was blessed and an incarnation of a prophet that was made in order to lead his people. The group itself is very mixed, with Ali himself saying that he has found a version of the land that has been lost to everyone else, and they won't really let anyone else read it, and it's the book for their religion. So, yeah. What was interesting in researching this, there was one article I was reading, I forget from where it was talking about this group, and it's like, Noble Ali made this in order to give the African Americans of the community something to do. I'm like, are you sure about that? I don't think so. I think he wanted to be God. Fundamentalist polygamous desert. Fundamentalist, polygamous desert compound Mormons are the extreme conservative branch of Mormonism that is shunned by the entirety of Mormonism. Mormonism itself was founded by Joseph Smith. However, from the original teachings, the religion has come a long way. That is not, however, the case with the specific group of Mormons that we're talking about. These specific, very conservative groups of Mormons believe in things such as polygamy, continuous revelations, or in other words, at any point someone can have a word from God and therefore add on to the canon of Scripture, and United Order Commune, which is just a way of saying people should exist within a commune. There are very few of these, no more than a total of 10,000, and all of these people have been excommunicated from the actual Church of Latter-day Saints for the practice of polygamy. So, yeah. Ringing Cedars Anastasianism started in Russia in 1997. It comes from a book called The Ringing Cedars of Russia, in which the author said he met a person in the woods known as Anastasia, who was a deity who then told him how the world truly operates. The religion itself believes in a very holistic belief in what God and the world is, and that they all exist as sort of an intertwined being. And the actual word itself, Ringing Cedars, comes from the idea that there are subtle vibrations that exist everywhere, and that is the interconnected layer that holds all humans together. Also, this religion normally lives together in these sort of commune settlements, primarily around the taiga area of the Siberian wilderness. Appalachian snake churches came off the holiness movement at the turn of the century. The majority of practitioners come from the Pentecost faith, and the whole thing exists itself as another part of the charismatic movement I talked about earlier. The guy who started it, George Hensley, drove from place to place, encouraging more and more people to do snake handling. The core belief of it comes from the disciples in the New Testament, whenever Jesus tells them that they don't have to fear snakes, they can pick them up and they won't be hurt, and the story of whenever several people are bit by dangerous snakes.
Your skill has increased.
Malta with Paul, and Paul says that they'll all be healed. So
Good party. It was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. It was great. It was good.
And said that if
so. What? So are we posting these or not? Post it. What are we doing here? Now you're looking at prison powder. Like what? You're all laggy because there's a billion people here. It sucks. $90. I mean, I don't know. Sure. I mean, it's 100G. Do I say no to the 100G? No, I don't. I mean, I'm like, I don't know. Sure. I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, sure. What? Fine by me. Yeah. Last night I made 10K. Today I made 100. It's all right. As in 100 gil, not 100K. So that was fun. Got a lot done there. Gotta buy stun. Gotta buy stun right now before like it sells out or something. God damn it. Black match. Stun. Oh yes, stun. Oh, stun. It's gonna be so good. So good. Oh. $15K. Oh well. I mean, whatever. Let them sell their stun scrolls. Whatever. Yeah, nah. Stunning. Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, right now. We go in on. Do we go in on? We're going in on. We going on. We going on. What? I'm not gonna say anything to be too loud. Kid Bigot. The fucking kid's name is Kid Bigot. Jesus Christ, man. Are you serious? And he's in Juneau, of course. Kid Bigot. What? I'm just gonna leave it alone. What do I know?
Anyone
Ooh,
is
snake charmers.
killed by a venomous snake, then they just weren't faithful enough. To which in 1955, George was bitten and killed by a venomous snake. Snake handling is very dangerous. A lot of people die doing it. So much so to the point there's been legislation in many states and in Kentucky where they specifically
Please leave the
said
snakes
snakes
alone,
cannot
you
be used
stupid
for
humans.
religious purposes. Moonies, also known as the Unification Movement, comes from its founder, Sun Moon. They're most known as being the group of people that has the mass weddings, but they also have some other
Mass
interesting
weddings?
traditions, such as they're one of the only new religions to have a completely original text, as well as a specific flag
Original
that is draped
text?
over members of the church's casket at funerals. According to their core belief, Jesus could not complete his mission on Earth because he was killed before he had children. Because of this, Sun Moon, the religion's founder, is the reincarnation of
Sun
Jesus
Moon.
and the new Messiah. And they basically just operate as a normal religion outside of that. So
Alright.
just the belief that they have a current living Messiah. Ravita's path, also known as Ravidicia, is a sort of spiritualistic belief that originated in India. They hold
remember hearing
respect
about this.
for the religion's gurus and hold a belief that the human soul is a part of God itself. The religion was closely identified with Sikhism until in 2009 a group of Sikhs killed a guru of Ravidas. I can't pronounce it. And now they're not so closely related with Sikhs anymore, as you could imagine. Michael Teachings is a sort of belief system that originated from a Ouija board game played in the 1970s. In San Francisco, a group of friends were playing with a Ouija board in which someone who identified themselves as Michael began talking to them. On subsequent sessions, Michael continued to talk to them, to which they began to write down his teachings, and then published all of them into a book that started its own belief system. And if you're curious what the teachings are, basically, be agape, love everybody, and psychology is important. And that's what I got out of it. Anti-Israel Zionist, I'll be honest, I didn't understand. I thought that it was saying that Zion, as in the land of Israel, is important, and the people that are living there aren't. But then I saw something else that said it wasn't important, and to be honest, again, I'm just not sure about this one, so I will leave this to you all. Right, here we are, Tier 7, and we are getting into the good stuff. Greek Orthodox Old Calendar is one of the pettiest departures I've ever seen, and I normally wouldn't say that about an entire religion, but from everything I've read, like, come on, guys. So from everything I read, Greek Orthodox Old Calendar is the exact same as Greek Orthodox, only they disagree on the calendar. So you could be asking yourself, how much does that old calendar matter? They did
A lot.
in the 1500s want to make the transition from the Julian calendar to the revised Julian calendar. What's the difference? Well, according to the revised Julian calendar,
because neither thing is real.
If is divisible by 100, it is not a leap year.
Simple answer.
Unless, of course, when divided by 900, it comes out.
I know it's
to
nasty and
what
reductive and.
make? Well, from now until
But I think a church named after a calendar dispute is petty and stupid.
Because it would basically line people up with the Gregorian calendar. However, Greek Orthodox Old Calendar.
You guys are worshiping the wrong calendar god.
It is an entirely separate.
The wrong calendar god. What the fuck? And like, and they go, oh no, he's worshiping a calendar god.
Cool. The ghost dance is a concept that was incorporated into several Western Native American traditions. Ghost dance is believed to sort of been an offshoot of round dancing, only done in a more sacred spiritual manner as a way of contacting either the dead or the spirits. This would be done by the Native Americans to receive everything from guidance to battle preparedness to even the halt of westward expansion. This was started by a native named Jack Wilson, who worked as a sort of prophet going from tribe to tribe, teaching people the ghost dance. The ghost dance itself was very malleable, with some groups taking certain parts of it and adapting it into their culture, and others taking just the ideas, and it kind of worked.
I should have warped this faster.
A part of several different cultures.
I'm learning.
It was until it made its way to the Lakota tribe. See, Jack
feeling like the Bastock Mines crystal might be better for me.
In which the natives were massacred by the white settlers. Because of this, several tribes that Jack traveled to afterwards did not want to incorporate it, thinking that it may be some sort of bad omen. For example, the Navajo never took part in it. And because of this, the dance just kind of faded out, and it's not really practiced in any real regards now. However, the traces of it can be taken back to the roots of several different native ideologies. Branch Davidians were began by a man named David Koresh in Waco, Texas. David Koresh believed himself to be the forerunner of Christ, and that he was set up as a way to foretell of the coming doomsday. In order to be ready for it, David Koresh assembled his people into one commune that existed in Waco, Texas, with the basic idea of giving up worldly pleasures in hope for spiritual enlightenment. Of course, that didn't stop him from playing music and drinking and being the only one in the commune who was allowed to have children, but again, that's neither here nor there. To those around the commune, they said that Koresh and the Branch Davidians were very American and just seemed like your average old group of people. However, the people were propelled to a state of infamy when in 1993 the ATF attempted to raid the compound in the hope of finding illegal weapons. However, during the raid, the ATF killed 76 people, the majority of them being women and children. And
of course,
that was the end of the Branch Davidians.
Thanks, ATF!
There's no law so trivial that the government won't kill you for it.
I mean...
The problem that happens with the Branch Davidians is a lot of people sort of justify it because, don't get me wrong, David Koresh was a horrible person. It is a known fact that he was abusing at least 2 children within the compound. However, if you're trying to keep children from being abused, maybe the solution isn't to kill all of them. Just a thought. Moving on.
Yeah, just a thought.
MHFM stands for the Most Holy Family Monastery. This is an example of the set of vacantists, the things that don't believe in the Pope, that I mentioned earlier in Fillmore, New York. What's interesting is the ways they sort of circumnavigate the Catholic Church. Like, for example,
those cops went swirling like sharks, and then they bit, and the blood flew, and they burned 70 children right in front of us.
They don't believe in the Pope. They don't want to do it through
That's the American government that I'm used to. Yeah.
Moderator to technically, like, sanctify it. And in 2020, they got so fed up with the Catholic Church that they said it is heresy to attend a Pope-ordained Catholic service. Also,
yeah, they're like, this guy is not our president.
I kept finding information that they
not our president.
So,
not my president.
I guess. One Law Hebrew version
not my Pope.
Essentially evangelical Christianity with the Torah from Judaism. What that means is
Human's just so funny.
A lot of the Old Testament ideas that were prevalent.
Let me tell you how much I love them.
Such as the Sabbath and the Ten Commandments. And they even believe, off of the ideas before, that this is the natural conclusion before the return of Christ. They believe that the first step of the modern Western American church
is God.
Was that of holiness,
God,
and then charismaticness, and now Judaism. Meaning that if they continue to act this way, it will speed up
God and Judaism, mainly.
Independent Scientology, also known as the Free Zone, has all of the beliefs of Scientology with none of the organization.
Oh no.
They go off of the saying the work is free,
no.
Keep it so, implying that the Church of Scientology is so caught up with money and politics that it's not existing as a religion anymore. So this is a group of people that kind of do away with the concept that the entire idea of Scientology was made up just to be made up, because they don't want anything to do with the organization. They just believe in the ideas of Xenu and the space opera. In research for this, the Church of Scientology called them squirrels to their face. It's so wild and funny. Like, it was an interview asking them about what they think of, like, the Free Zone Scientologist, and the church leader's like, oh, you mean the squirrels? Rajneesh, also known as Osho, began a new religion commune in Oregon. The core beliefs of the religion were kind of weird. Like, it's sort of the idea that everyone can get there in their own kind of way, and some ideas of Christianity, some of Islam, yada yada. However, it seems to me like the core reason of this religion existing was so that Rajneesh could have power. And this is kind of supported by the salmonella attacks that occurred in the nearby town of Antelope, Oregon, in which Rajneesh's followers
the Bhagwan.
Salmonella as a means of somehow winning the election in Rajneesh's favor, which didn't work, and Rajneesh got deported, and a bunch of people got arrested. Other core ideas of the religion were like family's bad, because the idea is that you focus on your spiritual self rather than children. So parents who joined this religion would leave their kids behind in order to follow Rajneesh around. And also free love and stuff like that was encouraged, just don't get married. The Freedomites are essentially a group of true communal anarchists existing in Saskatchewan, Canada. They're against everything from land ownership to public schools and using animals for work, and are most famously known for protesting nude, in the belief that the human body is a perfect creation and clothes are imperfect, so therefore being naked is the perfect existence. And other than that, they just exist on communes and try their best to live autonomously. The Sword
Sounds
family,
good.
started by Father
Sounds good to me.
is often equated
Sounds
as
a lot better than
one
this
of the
other
first
nutty
examples
shit.
of the organic hippie idea. The family, as it's called, were very
community religion where you just
Aquarius, which is
you worship each other and you believe in God or whatever
What's
your
way
thing
more
is.
interesting than that is the weird idea.
What is going on there? Do
For
you see it?
example, the band he started, Yahuwah 13, was recorded and played in a restaurant he owned,
Yahuwah
and was used as a
13.
means of spreading his message. He started this organization that eventually grew to 150 members out of a 3-bedroom house in LA. Also, more weird details about him. He possibly murdered Jean Ingram's husband so that he could sleep with her. And speaking of sleeping with, or should I say kissing with, he had 14 wives to which he had children by nearly all of them. And he died in a hang gliding accident because, having never hang glided before, he assumed he could do it, in which he could not. He may have been like a really bad dude in real life, I don't know. These stories were just too funny to not laugh at. Reactive Satanism is probably what you think of whenever you think of the word Satanism. Also referred to as adolescent Satanism, it is the idea of taking true accounts of the Satanism from Christianity and simply inverting the values. For example, believing that Satan is Lucifer, the king of evil and the prince of darkness, and that he should be praised for it. The core beliefs of the people is that evil is good, and we should perpetuate as much horribleness in the world as we can as a means of circumventing the sort of status quo. While a lot of this can be seen as sort of edgy behavior, it doesn't change the fact that they are perpetuating bad things to happen to people, or at the very least bad advice, and is the definitive and literal Satan worship. We are now on to Tier 8, and we are officially at the point that I do not feel bad calling these people out anymore. Starting with the Bergholz Barbers. This is in reference to a specific sect of the Amish tradition that was started by Sam Mullet in Bergholz, Ohio. If you thought old order Amish were strict, Sam Mullet started a new society because he did not think they were strict enough. While I couldn't find specific details on actions or practices that he did throughout his teachings, it was
I know what he did. He sat in a chair all day and did nothing. Because anything else is sin. I know what he did.
He set himself up as the chief
He
bishop
sat in a chair
only
and did nothing all day for days on end like any monk. That's what they all do. I'm sorry, am I going a little too far here? I feel like I probably am. But I mean, as any good monk, they sit around like me and they do nothing all day long and they pretend that they're better than they are. Like me. We have a lot in common. And these guys, yeah, they're gonna be really nuts because at that point they can't even go outside to slay the cow to make the steak to feed the kids for dinner after they erected a barn, English, and all that stuff. They gotta have energy to go slaughter the cows, but they can't even do that because slaughtering the cows is probably like basically sinful. It's all sinful. Looking at your wife is sinful. It's all sinful basically at that point.
only one would show up when you're supposed to have 3 in traditional Amish belief, which led future bishops to think that maybe he's not actually supposed to be a bishop. Whatever the case, Mullen excommunicated a deacon, to which 9 members of the commune then decided to leave, to which he then excommunicated each one of them. Keep in mind a couple things. For one, there was only like 40 people in the entire commune at the time, and excommunication's a big deal, because in the Amish belief, if you're excommunicated by one group, you cannot rejoin to any group. So that wasn't just Mullet saying you can't come back here, that's him saying you can't be Amish anywhere, which is a big deal. This was such a point of contention that after several failed investigations, eventually 300 bishops from different Amish communities came together and made the ruling that the Mullet excommunications were null and void because he was too hard on them for the excommunication. Mullet did not like this one bit, and shortly after, the beard attacks began. As mentioned earlier, beards are a big deal in the Amish tradition, so people from Mullet's group ran around breaking into people's houses and violently cutting their beards off, which is how they got the name of the Burkholz Barbers. Eventually they were arrested along with Mullet himself and charged with hate crimes, and each served jail sentences. Some of the traditions were weird too, like it was very apparent that they did not identify as Christian, even though they supposedly held the Christian beliefs of Jesus and whatnot. They made sure Sunday was not a big deal, and there was no Sabbath for some reason. They stuck to the Old Testament, which again makes the Sabbath thing more confusing. And then, oddly enough, kissing is totally fine. Not totally fine, it's not like it was encouraged, but whereas in other groups it was a shameful thing, they just didn't care. Which, why be so strict about the other stuff, but whatever. Children of God, which is now rebranded as the Family International, was a sort of apocalyptic cult. They had ideas of salvation through self and through each other, with an overarching idea that the world around them, or the system, was always coming to get them. Children of God is rather well known for the controversies they ran into, and rightfully so, as one of the group's main ideologies was that of like free love at all times, with whoever you want, at any point, feel free. There's a documentary of them on Netflix, in which in the documentary you can see at random times all over the place. This didn't just extend to people within the community, this extended to their idea of God. So much so that one of their chief strategies in order to get new converts was something called flirty fishing, in which the women were encouraged to go out and be street hookers, and then after doing the stuff, use the opportunity to tell them about God. I hate it here. To give you an idea, the Bible tracts that they would hand out would get held up at custom agencies because it was pornography. The group was eventually shut down and several arrested, or at least the original group was, over pedophilia charges, as this whole idea of free love didn't exactly care about age of consent laws. And the founder, David Berg, eventually died, although the now rebranded Family International is in this weird hypocritical stage where they both support his teachings and then deny he did anything wrong, while also accepting that pedophilia is wrong, and then denying that he did it, which he did, and it's so dumb, it's weird. A lot of the stuff that I'm not mentioning here is really gross. As I mentioned earlier, there's a documentary on Netflix, which if you're interested is worth your time, called The Children of God. But, yeah, really gross people. Moving on. The People's Temple, also known as the People's Temple of the Disciples of Christ, is the infamous Jim Jones cult. The core beliefs of the idea was this combination of Christianity and communism. However, that really didn't matter because the real core belief was whatever Jim Jones said. Jim Jones was charismatic, and he sort of had this reel-in tactic in which he would get people interested in his society and then eventually entrap them there. While the group was located in San Francisco, they had several instances of people trying to get away by whatever means, or else knowing they would be hunted down by members of the society. Eventually, facing public scrutiny, Jim Jones, along with several of his followers, moved to Guyana in South America and started their own town, which was named very humbly Jonestown. By 1978, there were over 900 people in the commune. That was until Representative Leo Ryan investigated with the journalist team on accounts of child abuse occurring there. While investigating, a few members of the commune came up to the representative and said they wanted to leave with him, to which the representative allowed them. While trying to leave from a nearby airstrip, members of Jonestown came over with guns and killed the representative, 3 journalists, and one of the Jonestown members. Later that evening, realizing that he wasn't going to get to play God anymore, except for this one last time, he had the entire commune drink cyanide-laced Kool-Aid, killing a
Oh,
total
you
of
fucking
918
asshole.
people.
918
Jim Jones himself being
people.
one of them. It's a
Fuck
very
you,
frustrating
Jim
case
Jones.
because it's always just felt to me like because
If you
he
can't
realized
have it,
he
nobody
lost,
can
he wanted
have
everyone
it.
else to lose too. And it's also an example of what one person with the right words and enough manipulation can get away with. Nicaean heresies was kind of hard to find something on. I believe this is in reference to the Nicene Creed. It's basically an idea that comes from the roots of Orthodox Christianity and puts away ideas such as Arianism, which is the idea that Christ exists in between that of being a god and man, Apollinarianism, which is the idea that Christ had no soul, Neosterianism, which is the idea that Christ had two souls, one from human and one from God, and Eutychianism, which is the idea that Christ was God and therefore couldn't be a sacrifice for man. And it's basically just 4 rules saying that we do not believe these things, therefore Christ can be what it says he is in the Bible. So I'm guessing that this would be believing in those 4 things, or one of those 4 things.
No idea.
Which would essentially be with, like, Christianity without Christ. I don't know, make your own inference. Siberian unbelievers are Eastern Orthodox Christians maintaining the beliefs of the Russian Church. Or in other words, they still hold fast to the ideas of ancient Greek translations and old world customs rather than new ideas
BRB
of
bio.
what Christianity is supposed to be. Also, every example I could find
gonna
exists
switch
in the middle of
over.
nowhere. Like traveling hundreds of miles through the Siberian wilderness, you would find a small church, and you could probably bet to yourself that it's a Siberian Old Believer, which is why they have the name Siberian Old Believers. NIXVM was a company that was used as a front for a Kith cult. On the surface, it was a multi-level marketing scheme. However, beneath the surface, there's a group known as the trafficking existing in higher level elitist circles. The Soldiers of Heaven are an Islamic doomsday cult existing in Iran. They hold the belief that their God will return if enough damage is caused on Earth. Therefore, they want to cause a lot of damage on Earth. There are very, very few of them, less than 1,000, and the majority of them exist as farmers without really the means to do so. However, it's a belief of several Iranian officials that this group or ideology could be dangerous if given the means to carry out their ideas. Lucien Pulvermarker was one of those sedeventias, the ones who don't like the Pope, who in 1998 was declared by other sedevacanists to be Pope Pius VIII. Essentially, they all agreed that this guy knows what he's talking about, and they don't like the real Pope, so this guy's Pope now. To which he then made all of them bishops, and then they made each other bishops, and it's the equivalent of a bunch of bros, like, all shaking hands and giving high fives to each other, and I really liked it. Especially all these pictures of him just, like, standing in his backyard as the Pope. I love it. It's cute. Easter lightning is an Eastern Asian belief that is pretty much the same as Christianity, except they believe that Jesus currently exists on earth in the form of a Chinese woman. This comes from in the book of Revelations when it says, as lightning goes across the eastern sky, so will the return of our Lord, which is why the group is called Eastern Lightning. It began in 1995 when a woman who has never been officially identified, but it is pretty well understood, goes by the name of Yang Zibing, I'm sorry, I'm butchering these, who said that she experienced voices from God telling her she was meant for great things. When a year later, a man who was an at the time leader of the church named Zhao Weishan said that she was not only receiving messages from Jesus, but that she was Jesus. And they just kind of operate besides that with knowing Jesus is the woman in the congregation. The group has got a lot of bad publicity, and I can't really verify if it's the group intentions to do these things or if it's just radicals. For example, in 2002 there were kidnappings. of people of other nearby religions that supposedly members of Eastern Lightning did. Furthermore, before the 2012 December 21st End of the World event, there were several riots that started up in China that was once again blamed on the church. And in 2014, a man walked into a cafe, and after people didn't want to hear his gospel message, he killed a woman behind the counter, and he later identified as a member of Eastern Lightning. So are these a bunch of zealots who feel extra pumped to do crazy things because they think their God's on earth with them, or is it just a bad rap? I don't know, but I know that Western Christians in the area, or more specifically underground church members, say that the Eastern Lightning is a terrorist organization. So make of that what you will. We are now on to Tier 9, the final tier, which is very specific instances of crazy cult activities. Oh boy. The first of which being Juhaman al-Atayabi, I promise I'm trying with these, who in 1979 seized the Grand Mosque in Saudi Arabia. See, he believed that the Saudi government was weak. His father and grandfather fought in wars for them, and he didn't like the idea that Saudi was now making deals with Western society. So, him and 500 of his followers stormed the mosque and for 2 weeks held off any entry into it. The standoff was eventually ended after French GIGN commandos came in order to direct the Saudis of how to attack, to which Atayabi and several of his men were captured and then beheaded for their crimes. But it's still a pretty big deal historically because he got enough people together in order to take the Grand Mosque. Things I can't talk about, like why was there a temple? Why was there a pyramid? Why did he drive to this person's island right before? Why? Alright, so I'm going to get, like Odyssey, it's this off, I'll talk about whenever I do it, but I'm going to make videos on there that I can't talk about on YouTube, because I really want to talk about this, but this gets a video zapped immediately. I've seen it happen, and we'll get there. The Manson family is in reference to the cult that was started by Charles Manson. The group was, on the surface, your standard hippie-level stuff. They liked taking parts in drugs and living on communes. However, it's whenever you got into the beliefs of the cult that you started to see the cracks. For example, members of the commune thought that the leader, Charles Manson, was a reincarnation of Jesus himself. Manson himself preached on a coming apocalyptic race war that was going to begin, and how they needed to begin a race war in order to confirm that they'll be safe. This was an event that Manson referred to as Helter Skelter in reference to the Beatles song. This led to, in 1969, the Sharon Tate murders, as they're called, in which he had several of his followers go out and kill 9 people over the course of several weeks, the most famous of which being whenever they broke into Sharon Tate's house, killed her along with 3 friends, and staged it in order to look like African Americans did it, in such a way to start a race war, to which they said that they would eventually win and come out on top. And all the research I've done about Manson over the years, it seems to me that he's a Jim Jones type. He was a type of person who liked to be in control, he liked to have others do his bidding, and he wasn't afraid to hurt other people to get it done. The LeBaron family probably exists on the farthest possible extreme of Mormonism that you could reach. For one, they were kicked out of the church for polygamy, but the son of the leader, Alma LeBaron, said that he had dreams where he talked to the prophets and that he himself was meant to be the replacement for Joseph Smith. Eventually they started a compound of a few hundred members in Chihuahua, Mexico. They have had several odd altercations with the locals, such as one in which one of the sons was kidnapped and held for ransom. The family didn't pay ransom in order to not encourage ransoming kidnappings, so they let the son go. The son then went on this whole political thing as to say that ransoming is bad, to which the cartel then got 2 more members of the commune and then killed them because the son was talking bad about kidnappings. There was also an odd altercation that took place regarding a well on their property in which they apparently shot at the neighbors for getting too close to their well. And then on the Sonora Highway, which you may remember from a couple of years ago in 2019, 3 women and 6 children from the compound were killed by the cartel, although it is believed in that case that the cartel mistaked them for a rival gang. Alright, so this one's weird. Remember Nation of Islam that I talked about at the beginning, and how essentially like white people bad, and then the Church of Scientology, which even though they don't have any race rules are primarily white? Well, apparently there is an ally between the Nation of Islam and the Church of Scientology. According to the Nation of Islam, because they've been asked, I thought white people were awful, why go with a primarily white religion? They have said it's because they have recognized the greater world around us, in other words, the idea of space and the space opera and the aliens that created us and whatever. And they have gone so much so with this that 700 members of the Nation of Islam have been inducted as part of the Church of Scientology. This is all to return them to a mother wheel, which is essentially a giant UFO, which will come down and take them away whenever it decides to come take them away. Also, the belief of the Nation of Islam has always been that white people will be left behind whenever that happens, although in recent years they've changed their tune after siding, or at least sort of siding with the Church of Scientology and said, maybe a few. Lev Tahor is a very niche group of Judaism that only has about 200 members. Most of their beliefs are very conservative compared to normal Judaism, such as very long prayers, arranged marriages at teenage years, and the females are to be covered from head to toe from the ages of 3 on. They're also anti-Zionist, which means they don't really believe in the sanctity of Israel itself, and exists sort of nomadically, such as their compound began in Canada and exists currently in Mexico. In Canada, however, they were ran out of the country after several investigations of child abuse, because that whole teenage marriage thing isn't always teenager to teenager, sometimes teenager to not teenager, as well as kidnapping children, which, maybe, I don't know. They then moved the compound to Mexico, in which the leader of the church, Shalomo Helbrons, drowned while conducting one of his rituals that he was underwater for. I don't know, it was weird. And the religion's pretty much broken up now, as they've all been arrested by the combined might of the FBI and Interpol, so yeah, that's that. Workers' Institute of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong Thought is basically just a communist thing. I don't know what else to call it. It had 8 members, including the leader. The leader was a guy named Aravidian Balakrishnan, who was kicked out of the Leninist Marxist group in London. And after his group, which had 14 people in it at the time, was searched for trafficking drugs, he decided to move the group underground with 7 people that were still in it. Those 7 people being all women who he took as his wives and then made do chores and essentially treated them like slaves. So I guess real convenient for him. Oh look, I'm the only guy in a commune of 8 and I need 7 kids. He eventually got arrested for abuse and trafficking and other things. So it's just really lame to think about. Just one guy who's like, he has a cult and there's 7 people in it. Like imagine you start a religion and you can't even make a football team out of it. So Anthill Kids kind of got me down a rabbit hole reading it. And I've got to say, from all the research I've done, this has got to be one of the most disturbing cult reads I have ever gone on. And there's a ton of information and there's so much to get into that I just decided I'm going to do a separate video on it, probably shortly after this one goes up. To not totally leave you hanging on what it is, essentially a man by the name of Rox Teralt started a commune in Ontario, Canada, in which he slowly brought in people over the years, but he slowly became more and more abusive, to the point by the end of it there was murders, there was crazy goings on with what he was doing to some of the members, which eventually led to one of the members escaping, telling the police, to which he was then arrested, tried, put in jail for life, and then his cellmate killed him because of how bad he was. So yeah, I'm going to do a whole video about it because the specifics are really gruesome and there's too much to get into on a video that's already too long. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. The reason I hesitate to call him the most evil cult leader I've ever heard of is because of the next one on this list, Marcus Wesson. Marcus Wesson has got to be one of the most frustratingly evil people I've ever read about. I want to emphasize with this one is probably the most graphic. Well, I'm not going to show any images or say anything too overt. It is a rather intense theme, so again, viewer discretion advised. Okay. Put it bluntly, after he returned from Vietnam, he began living with a woman, which he had a son with. However, the woman had a daughter by another man, to which, whenever that daughter turned 8, he began abusing the child. And then he married that child, who he then had 10 children with, And then out of all of the girl children, he also began abusing them when they turned 8. Yeah, no jokes, this one's just depressing. He had all of the girls homeschooled, and he was the only one allowed to interact with the daughters. The mother was not allowed to have contact with her own girls. And he read them a Bible that he wrote himself, in which he said Jesus was a vampire and that he himself was God. He also told them about Armageddon, and told his daughters that they were meant to be his future wives. The girls were also ordered that they were not allowed to talk to their brothers or their mother. As aforementioned, the abuse kept up to a point until which extended family figured out what was going on and got the local police involved. The police then showed up to Marcus's house, in which a standoff began. He walked inside with his gun. The police did not hear gunshots, however, after getting inside, Marcus had killed all 9 people that were in the house. A few of the kids got away, but Marcus managed to kill his wife and all of the children that were in the house at the time. If it makes you feel even a little bit better, he's currently awaiting the death penalty, even though it's been 11 years. And while it's easy to look at these situations and blame other people around, I want to emphasize that the mother at the time, who was also killed by Marcus, was 16, and considering the amount of abuse that she went through, I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that she was responsible, or at least in any magnitude that you could shame her over. I think predominantly and alone, Marcus is one of the most evil people I've ever read about, and all the blame squarely falls on him. What I mean by there's such a frustratingly evilness to it is similar to Jim Jones. It's like whenever they can't play God anymore, they just literally end everyone else's lives around them. Only with Marcus, it seems to be much more malicious and just depraved. I'll try to perk everyone back up at the end, but that's enough of that. Let's move on. Heaven's Gate refers to the cult that was started in 1974 by the couple Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nessel. The two believe themselves to be the witnesses of Revelation, or in other words, in the book of Revelations in the Christian Bible, when it says there will be 2 witnesses who foretell the coming of Christ. They managed to catch a staggering following with this ideology, and got to the point that they sort of existed as vagabonds until they made their way out to California. The entire time sort of living this nomadic lifestyle as they went across the country, it is until 1996. In 1996, whenever the comet Hale-Bopp went by, the two believed that behind it was a spaceship that was supposed to take them into the afterlife, and the only way to catch it was if they were dead. They managed to convince 38 other members of the Heaven's Gate cult to commit suicide with them. They did this by eating a concoction of phenobarbital and applesauce, to which they all went and laid on their beds and waited for the end. This actually took place over the course of 3 days, in which one group would do the deed, to which the next group would then clean up, make preparations for them to do it, and so on and so forth. They all wore matching track shoes with matching Nike shoes. One of the reasons for it being one of their group's mottos was "Just Do It," and the Nike logo, you get it. They also all wore armbands that said Heaven's Gate Away Team, and each had $5.75 in their pocket. This is a reference to in the book Huckleberry Finn, whenever a character says all it takes is $5.75 to get a ride to heaven on the nearest comet. What's really weird is even after the Heaven's Gate cult, several of the members who were not a part of it later committed suicide themselves. Some attribute this to a sense of survivor's guilt, while others see it as a lack of purpose. But it's interesting the effect that this one couple had on so many people in such a personal way. Unknown bunkers is in reference to the fact that there are a ton of unknown bunkers that exist across the world, especially the U.S. Not only have random bunkers been found in the bases of abandoned buildings that have satanic or Latin text scribbled on them, but also think about it this way. There's a lot of companies that sell bunker supplies, or entirely made bunkers for groups to stay in. But how many bunkers do you actually know about? Which means they've got to be around here somewhere, and assuming all of them aren't just going to doomsday preppers, then what are some of them for? Which could possibly lead into the final theory of the entire iceberg, actual Illuminati. So a lot of people throw around the name Illuminati a lot as a joke, right? But what are they really? Well, it's believed the original foundations of the Illuminati come from the original foundations of the Freemasons. The Freemasons trace their origin all the way back to the original temple built in Israel under King Solomon. with the idea that they will always exist as a sort of unseen hand behind the scenes of world powers. Well, the Illuminati was officially made in 1776. However, due to several sort of traditional Christian beliefs at the time, they were made illegal almost everywhere, especially in France, which is where they originated. Their belief was very anti-God, with the idea that we ourselves should be the own deciders of our fate and shouldn't look to a higher power, something we don't truly understand, and instead people need people to rule over them. So even if they don't know we're doing it, we'll do that for them. The plan among members was that after they were outlawed, they would slip into hiding in a sort of secret society and simply continue to act from behind the scenes, with several believing that they are directly responsible for the French Revolution. Here's what's so interesting about them. We have no way of knowing the capacity to which they exist. If it's true and they are interconnected with the Freemasons, then that means everyone who's a high-ranking Freemason could possibly be implicit with it. Or, if they died out and they didn't successfully join together, then there's nothing to worry about. However, the problem is, if they don't exist, or
You know, it's funny, of all the things on this list, this is the only one that I believe in. Sad but true. The only one I believe in here at all, because I've seen the direct evidence of this. I've seen the direct evidence of this many times. Don't need to go to church to believe that God might show up or any of that leap of faith stuff. I know that this exists.
There's no way for any of us to be able to tell the difference. The disappearance of them from the earth could mean they're really bad or really good at what they're doing. The real Illuminati, and the reason that it's proliferated so much in conspiracy theories, is because it's the very literal equivalent of watching a shark fin dive under the water. Did it go away, or is it still swimming where it's always been? And that is it for the religion and cult iceberg. I want to emphasize, especially with some of the bottom stuff, and how some of these were very kind of anti-human or anti-righteous in their presentation. This is a video to specifically discuss the worst of the worst as it's publicly known. If you want to see what humanity has done with beliefs and ideas and inspiration, just look around you. There are an infinite number of positive outcomes that kind of got me down a rabbit hole. Hello everybody, welcome back to Wendigoon, and today we are talking about the Ant Hill Kids cult. Now I want to get this disclaimer out of the way. One of the reasons that I wanted to do this video separately from the religion and cult iceberg is that there is a lot of heavy material in this. I'm not going to show any pictures of it, I'm not going to be unnecessarily crude, but I am going to say exactly what happened to these people, and I'm not going to pull any punches. I want to bring light to this not only to emphasize the horrors that these people went through, but also as a sort of cautionary tale for the atrocities that some people are capable of. I also want to mention there's this cool podcast called Cults, who I listened to in preparation for this, and not only this story, but several other stories. They go much more in-depth with the psychology and the background of it, whereas I'm mostly going to be talking about the events of what happened. They talk about everything surrounding it as well. Their link will be in the description if you're interested in that. Also, as you could imagine, this is the perfect video to get demonetized, so I am very proud to lead you into and to announce our first sponsor. Fame, money, women, or guys if you're into that. What do all of these things have in common? That's right, hairy men. I mean, look at this guy. Do you think he could have been like the 4th president of the United States without that sick mane? Or this guy. I don't even know who he is, but he looks cool. I'm sure he did something. You know why I know he looks cool? The hair. And I know what you may be asking, but Wendigoon, all of my hair is falling out. How can I be as amazing and powerful as these old people? But don't worry, friend. I'm proud to introduce our first sponsor and the help to all of your problems. Keeps. Is your hair thinning and that bald spot becoming more of a reverse bowl cut? Well then Keeps is just the product you need. Keeps isn't just some gas station pill that's supposed to restore all your hair overnight, but ends up just giving you a nosebleed. And unlike most prescription hair loss supplements where you have to go into a doctor's office and have a very awkward conversation in order to get what you need, Keeps lets you talk to doctors directly from your own house who will get you started on the treatment that works for you. Like look at this guy. Got rid of that old yee haircut, and now look at him, absolute Chad. Or this one, you think he was bringing home them females, or males not judging, from the club every night before Keeps? Nope, but afterwards, he is one smooth operator. A lot of people ask me what I attribute my success to. With all of you wonderful viewers watching, how I'm able to grow so quickly at such a blessed rate. And some people think it's the dedication, the topic, the personality, the charisma. Nope, the hair. No, it's like literally just the hair. If I ever cut this, you all would quit watching in a heartbeat. No one cares about giants. Hair, power, wealth, world domination. Can Keeps bring you all of these things? No, but it will give you the hair. And right now, using the link below in the description at keeps.com/Wendigoon, you can get 50% off your first order. Once again, 50% off, keeps.com/Wendigoon. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Keeps, for being my first sponsor. It really does mean the world. And we are back to the video. Can you believe that? I've got a sponsor now. Like, thank you all for just putting me this far, and it really does mean the most. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and get into it. But as always, thank you for watching. To understand the Anthill Kids, you have to understand their root problem and their leader, Roque Thoreau. Roque was born May 16th of 1947 to a family in Quebec, Canada. Everyone around him said that he was incredibly smart from a young age, but for some reason dropped out in the 7th grade. In hindsight, a lot of people tend to believe it may simply be because either a lack of home care or a problem with authority, or a combination of the two. Regardless of the reason, as Roque grew up, he became very obsessed with the Old Testament and specifically prophecies of doomsday. Shortly thereafter, he became a devout Seventh-day Adventist, and I want to make this note, as I mentioned in the iceberg, just because this crazy wacko cult person identified as part of this religion, that is not indicative of the religion itself. As a matter of fact, there are several values of Seventh-day Adventists, such as no drinking, that he turned on its head when he decided that social drinking was acceptable. Also, he was kicked out of the church he attended for trying to assume too much power, which is a very treacherous foreshadowing of what was to come later. Around the 1970s, he started doing this thing, which he would have been in his mid-20s around the time. He would approach common people at bars or restaurants or even in church and begin to talk to them about his faith and his belief. Everyone around Roque said he was an incredibly charismatic man. Not only that, but he was known to tell little subtle lies, such as about his past, to give himself a sadder backstory, or miraculous things God has done for him in his life, in order to seem more approachable and interesting to average people. And this is something else I kind of want to point out throughout this story, is the way that cult leaders operate. See, a lot of people have this sort of idea in their heads, and I think a lot of it's due to Hollywood, that whenever a cult starts, it's automatically lesser-minded people talking to someone who's a really good public speaker. But in like 90% of cases, that's not what happens. Normally, the manipulation takes a really long time, or at least a lot of reason to give into it. So imagine there's someone you know who you've become really good friends with, and after years of talking and getting to know that person, they begin to want to help you to understand why they have it so great. On its own, this is nothing wrong. It can be God, it can be a relationship or something similar, but the difference with cult leaders is that one way or the other, it usually comes back on themselves. So if you're about to lose your job or unhappy with your situation in life, and then one of your year-long friends tells you that he's starting a commune in the mountains where you don't have to worry about any of it, it may sound like a good idea. And that's exactly what he did. Roque invited people into his commune in the region known as Sainte-Marie, Quebec, in which he told people they could live a life free of sin and worry. However, the first sign of something being amiss would come whenever Roque said that in February of 1979, God would return. Not only that, but that he would destroy the earth and they had to find a place to hold up. So, in 1978, the entire commune took a hike through the mountains to a region known as St. Hugo's, or Hogues, I'm sorry, I'm not French, to which the group at the time consisted of himself, 4 men, 9 women, and 4 kids. Once they got to the mountaintop, Roque laid back and made everyone else get to work building a commune consisting of cabins, common housing, and things similar. And from watching all of them work and him doing nothing, Roque decided to call the group the Anthill Kids, as he attributed them all to little children working in an anthill for himself, the queen. This is also the first step to his real in-game manipulation, as what he was doing was getting all of the members consistently tired and at his beck and call. So in other words, people got to the point where it was a daily occurrence to just do whatever Roque says, and don't really question it because you don't have the energy to. But then eventually, February of 1979 came, and God didn't. When members of the cult asked, why hasn't God come if you said he is, Roke said that God's time is not our time, and even got into an argument over the differences between the Israeli and the Roman calendar, saying that it was a miscalculation on his part for not understanding God, but that God was still coming soon. He used this as an excuse to say that he just needed more prep time, and not only that, but that he needed more followers for whenever God does arrive. Using this as an excuse, he then married the 9 women in the cult, to which he fathered 20 children with. However, an event quickly came that ruined their little mountaintop love shack utopia. Roke also proclaimed time and time again that he was a healer, or that God spoke through him as a means of taking ailments away from people. This mostly just resulted in him doing some weird surgeries, such as bloodletting or random exploratory surgeries and things of the like. However, and we're starting on the intense stuff now, this changed one day when 2-year-old Samuel Gilgar had trouble going to the bathroom, or more specifically urinating. Roke, proclaiming that he knew exactly what he was doing, proceeded to take a scalpel and cut open Samuel's, to which Samuel, as you can imagine a 2-year-old would not stop crying. As punishment for this, Roke then ordered a man by the name of Guy Veer to punish Samuel. Now, all of this information I'm talking about has been described by members of the cult who have survived, and what their tellings of it have been in recent years. So there isn't exactly a single diagnosis we can pinpoint. However, it was general consensus that this man, Guy Veer, was very mentally handicapped. Furthermore, family members of Guy, before he left for the cult, have added on saying that yes, he was mentally deficient. And while we may not know specifically, given the time that all of this occurred, it was generally understood that Guy had trouble understanding things and was not the person who one would ask to discipline a child. And during his punishment of the child for crying, Guy Veer killed the 2-year-old Samuel. In an attempt to hide the body, Roke ordered that they burn the body of 2-year-old Samuel, which it didn't really work, so they then buried it near the commune. As punishment for this, Roke then castrated Guy Veer. Guy Veer then died of his injuries, to which he told the entire cult to tell the police that he was killed by a horse. See, at the time, these people are still interacting with the town around them, so whenever Guy goes missing, that would be suspicious. So the cult then goes to the local police department, says the guy was killed, was being trampled by horses, which did make sense to the police at least because there were horses on the property, and that Samuel was killed, to which they tried to cremate the body. Obviously, the police were hesitant of this, especially since everyone else in the cult seemed very quiet, except for their leader, Roke. However, as psychiatrists would go on to state later, Roke was able to charm the pants off of everyone he talked to. So much so that one psychiatrist who interviewed him at this time said that Roke is a completely safe man, and in a later case said that Roke was capable of housing the children that were under his care. Furthermore, after all of this came out, after all of what I'm about to talk about was said and done, this same psychiatrist believed Roke so much that they still professed that he was a good person and was not responsible for his actions. It really goes to show what attributes a master manipulator can have. So while the police wanted to charge him with something, Roke was able to talk them out of a real investigation, and the charges were dropped. However, during this time in which they were awaiting trial or awaiting to see what charges they could press, Roke, as well as several of his followers, were in jail. During this time, which was just shy of a year, the followers that were not in jail set up a house just outside of the jail so that they could come and speak to Roke and the other members every day. As soon as Roke got out of jail, he convinced all of the members to leave, to which they did, to an area known as Burnt River, Ontario in 1984. At the time, there were 40 members, which is counting his 20 children. Also, different signs of the cult began to shine through at this time. For example, all of them, except for Roke of course, had to wear matching tunics as a way to show their unity or whatever. It was really just another way to further dehumanize the group of people. See, this stair-step effect kept happening. Whenever they first joined the cult, Roke told them that they were not allowed to talk to their friends or family, as that will maintain a worldly connection to which they cannot separate themselves to God. Now the signs such as the tunics are getting more evident. However, if you're a member of the cult, it seems like a natural progression. While at Burnt River, Ontario, the cult made their money by selling local goods and foods to the people of Burnt River. This included things like maple syrup, preserves, and smoked fish, all sold under the moniker of the Anthill Kids. It was at this point that Roque really doubled down on the authoritarian thing, to which he began drinking violently and set up rules such as members could not have sex with each other and even not communicate to each other without Roque's permission. This meant that all communication and all form of open thought had to be funneled through him. It even got to the point where he started hosting things which he called gladiator tournaments, in which members of the cult had to get into a dirt ring and fight each other until he called forfeit, which left people with several broken bones and noses. Before we get into the really hard stuff that he did, I kind of want to bring up a concept that I think is important to understand why things like this can happen. For those that don't know, there is something called the frog in the water concept. If you've never seen it before, which I wouldn't blame you, whenever you go to cook a frog, you don't have to kill it, you don't shoot it or stab it or anything like that you would a traditional meat animal. What you do is you take a pot of water and drop a frog into it. The frog will get comfortable in the water and sit there, and all you have to do is periodically make the fire a little bit hotter. As long as you don't jump up too much at once, the frog will continue to sit there in the hot bath. You can do this again and again and eventually get it to the point that the frog boils to death without jumping out because you were slow enough and it didn't realize there was a change. Whereas if you take a frog and try to throw it in a pot of boiling water all at once, it'll immediately jump out. And this same concept is exactly what happens to a lot of people in these situations. See, it starts out as, I want a separation from this life. I want to do something better for me or God or my friends or whatever. So this guy's going to help me do that. Good, I should go with him. Oh, he wants me to not be attached to worldly pleasures? Well, that makes sense. I'll get rid of all of my stuff and my connections. Oh, he's wrong about his predictions of God coming back? Well, like he said, God's time's different than our time. I guess that makes sense. Oh, he led an event in which a mentally handicapped man killed a child and then he killed the mentally handicapped man? Well, that makes sense because he's a healer and then the child didn't understand that, so the child needed to be taught. So then the mentally ill man tried to teach the child, to which the mentally ill man then needed to be taught, and it all makes sense because he knows what he's doing, because he talks to God. And I want to emphasize that because a lot of people just kind of point at these situations and think, wow, how could anyone be so dumb? But in actuality, it's just a frog in the water. And even though it keeps getting hotter, and even though these people who are very logically thinking, if they would have seen this situation from a mile out, would identify that it's wrong, because they've been sitting in it, and because the water's just been getting a little bit hotter bit by bit, it's harder to recognize that they're boiling to death. So speaking of, we're going to get into some of the more extreme things that happened after this. As you can imagine, various members of the cult decided that they wanted to leave. At this point, it wasn't irregular for Roque to beat his subjects, at first with a belt, but then a hammer, and then the blunt side of an axe. And yeah, if someone decided that they wanted to leave, the standard procedure was to tie them to the ceiling, pluck all of their hairs out of their body before Roque would defecate on them. In one instance, he had a member prove their worth to the cult by breaking their own legs with a sledgehammer. And he also did things to people such as making them sit on lit stoves, shoot each other in the shoulder, and even cut off the toes of other members to prove their own loyalty. Also, there was an imaginable amount of sexual abuse mixed in with this as well. This also didn't just stop at the adults, as the children had their own realm of hell to go through, as whenever a child was acting up, it was not uncommon for them to be nailed to a tree and had rocks thrown at them by the other children. Another thing that you've got to realize is that this happened over the course of several years, and something that's often seen in abuse situations of all types is something known as the honeymoon phase. See, like I mentioned, that charisma that Roque had never went away, and I'd imagine that his followers' belief in God didn't go away either. So essentially, this figure who was in their life, who said that he was the mouthpiece for God, who was extremely nice, caring, and charismatic to them 99% of the time, just had his weak moments. Or at least that's how they saw it. As we see it, and as I'm reading here, he would get belligerently drunk and then horrifically abuse members of his own people. But to the people living it, this is just a kind and nice man who has his bad moments. And that's normally how cult leaders trick people into continued subjugation. However, in 1987, one of the women recognized that while she may deserve what's happening to her, or while it may be for the greater good, she doesn't want this to happen to others. So one night during a blizzard, she left her 2-month-old child out in the cold to freeze to death in order to escape the horrors of Roque. someone came across the body of this 2-month-old child, to which the police then investigated and began an actual investigation. See, the issue was, Roque had registered the Anthill Kids as an official church, so it's not like the police could come in there with warrants, guns blazing, and just pull everyone out of the houses because of religious laws in Canada. However, what they could do was investigate the welfare of the children. So, due to the investigation in 1987, all children were removed, leaving the cult as just Roque, 2 men, and 8 women. After the kids left, Roque got much worse. Whereas normally he would do a bad thing, apologize for it, be good for a while, and then do a bad thing again, there was a lot less good and a lot less apologies in the meantime. One of the first things he did after the cult left was castrate a male follower by wrapping a rubber band around his genitals, to which it eventually became infected and fell off. He also began doing things such as burning their genitalia with soldering irons and other completely unimaginable torture methods, and claiming that all this was because either they're not trying hard enough or God told them to. However, the final culmination of this came in September of 1988 with Solange Bolyard. I know I talked about some brutal stuff before, we talked about some really brutal stuff now, so one last time to say it, viewer discretion advised. Solange earlier that day had complained of a sore stomach, to which Roque said that he could help her, to which he laid her on a kitchen table, took off her shirt, punched her in the stomach, and then put a plastic tube in her lower intestine, to which he then induced an enema using oil and molasses. Keep in mind, through this entire thing, he says he knows exactly what he's doing as he's a gifted healer. He then cut open her abdomen, pulled out a piece of her intestine, and with his bare hands broke off a piece and just tucked the rest of it back in before stitching her up. He also had members of the cult take a plastic tube, insert it down her throat, and begin breathing into it as a way to inflate her digestive tract. Somehow, Solange lived through the night, although she died in agony the next day. This did not stop Roque, though, as he then said it was his job to resurrect her. And using a very butchered and horrific version of the Garden of Eden, he decided he was to do so with the seed of man. So, he cut open her abdomen, took out her uterus, drilled a hole into her skull, and then had him, as well as the rest of the men in the cult, commit acts of necrophilia. Obviously, this didn't resurrect her. However, he pulled out one of her ribs and then wore it as a necklace, saying it was as Eve came from the rib of Adam and blah blah blah. Her body was then buried a short distance away from the commune itself. Keep in mind, at this point everyone is experiencing extreme versions of Stockholm Syndrome. That includes one member by the name of Gabriella Lavallee, who had experienced her own abuse when, after complaining about a toothache, she had 8 of her teeth pulled, as well as the aforementioned soldering and having a hypodermic needle broken off and being left in her back. After everything that had happened to her, and after seeing what had happened to Solange, she decided to get out of there. In July of 1989, she attempted to make her escape. However, she was caught by Roque, who then took her inside, pinned her arm to the wall with a hunting knife, and then amputated her arm using a chainsaw. Finally, the nightmare ended on August 16th when Gabriella managed to make an actual escape on her second attempt. She went hitchhiking to a hospital just north of Toronto, in which even then she was apprehensive to report what had happened, saying that her arm had been broken in several places and Roque took care of her by amputating it. Eventually, the truth began to come out, especially when police, who ever since the children were taken away from the cult began to suspect something nefarious was going on, came to Gabriella and began to ask her about what really happened. When finally in August of 1989, Roque was arrested for 3 counts of aggravated assault and 1 count of unlawful bodily harm. He pled guilty to these and received 12 years in prison. However, as soon as Roque was taken away from the Anthill Kids at this point, they all immediately began to turn on him, or at least most did. This led to one of the members showing the authorities the body of Solange Bolyard, to which led to Roque having a second-degree murder sentence stacked on top of his current sentence, which gave him life in jail with the possibility of parole in the year 2000. However, he was never granted parole, as we'll find out shortly. Also, how I mentioned that most of the cult turned their back on him? Well, while in jail, he was still able to father 4 more children with women of the cult who came to visit him during conjugal visits. This really shows the effect, or at least long-term trauma, that this abuser had on his victims. And also, if there's any question in your mind of maybe Rope believed his own hype, as I kind of had going into this, while in jail, he got in trouble for trying to sell his drawings and poems that he had written while in jail on a website called murderauction.com, which prides itself on selling memorabilia of serial killers. So yeah, I don't really think he cared. Finally, all this ended when on February 26th of 2011, the 63-year-old Roque Thoreau was killed by Matthew McDonald while in prison. Matthew had been Roque's cellmate and had gotten really tired of Roque talking about the actions that he committed while a cult leader, to which Matthew took a shiv, stabbed Roque to death in the neck, went to a guard station, dropped the shiv off, and said, I'm quoting, "That piece of shit is down on the range. Here's the knife, I've sliced him up." This added a life sentence onto the life sentence that Matthew was already earning, and as far as I'm concerned, that should have counted as community service hours. The Anthill Kids has to be one of the most disturbing cult stories I've ever read, because at least with other stories such as Jonestown, yes, while the leader was malicious and evil and led it, there were still people underneath him that further pushed his mantra onto others and made it seem like there was more people who believed whatever he was spewing. And even with Jonestown, there were several members who, it was proven after the suicides, were trying to fight back or at least get away. Whereas here, it seems as if Roque maintained total control over them. It shows what happens if one malicious person is given the years and attention needed in order to start a following. And while thankfully the majority of the members of the Anthill Kids survived afterwards, there's no way to cope with the pain and trauma of what they saw. And my thoughts and prayers are still with the members of the cult who are alive today who had to bear these unimaginable horrors. But I want to highlight something in it that I think is important, that a lot of people overstep when they read stories like this. And that's Gabriella. Think about the position Gabriella had to be in. She not only had children with this man, but she was surrounded by his teachings at all times and literally lived for several years beneath his thumb. To which she then decided to break the cycle and escape, and she was horrifically punished for it, but then she tried to escape again. 1 month later, the willpower that she had to have to not only break that cycle of abuse, but after experiencing an extreme punishment for doing so, do the same thing again. And not only that, but her getting out and telling the police could have saved some, if not all, of their lives. The reason this story didn't end like Jonestown with everyone dead is quite possibly because Gabriella tried again. And while yes, it is a horrific and evil tale, and it's interesting, as I always say, to look down the rabbit hole and see how bad it is, I want to also emphasize these pieces of light in the darkness. Because the world will always be an evil place as long as there's people like Roque Thoreau. But it will also always be a good place as long as there's people like Gabriella. And on that hopefully not so downer of an ending, thank you all for watching. This channel to think about just one guy who's like, he has a cult and there's 7 people in it. Like imagine you start a religion and you can't even make a football team out of it. So Anthill Kids kind of got me down a rabbit hole reading it, and I've got to say, from all the research I've done, this has got to be one of the most disturbing cult reads I have ever gone on. And there's a ton of information and there's so much to get into that I just decided I'm going to do a separate video on it, probably shortly after this one goes up. To not totally leave you hanging on what it is, essentially a man by the name of Roque Thoreau started a commune in Ontario, Canada, in which he slowly brought in people over the years, but he slowly became more and more abusive, to the point by the end of it there was murders, there was crazy goings on with what he was doing to some of the members, which eventually led to one of the members escaping, telling the police, to which he was then arrested, tried, put in jail for life, and then his cellmate killed him because of how bad he was. So yeah, I'm going to do a whole video about it because the specifics are really gruesome and there's too much to get into on a video that's already too long. So stay tuned for that if you're interested. The reason I hesitate to call him the most evil cult leader I've ever heard of is because of the next one on this list, Marcus Wesson. Marcus Wesson has got to be one of the most frustratingly evil people I've ever read about. I want to emphasize with this one is probably the most graphic. Well, I'm not going to show any images or say anything too overt. It is a rather intense theme, so again, viewer discretion advised. Okay. Put it bluntly, after he returned from Vietnam, he began living with a woman which he had a son with. However, the woman had a daughter by another man, to which, whenever that daughter turned 8, he began abusing the child. And then he married that child, who he then had 10 children with, and then out of all of the girl children, he also Hello, everybody. Hello everybody, today we are going to be looking into the odd disappearance of Michael Rockefeller. To me, this story is especially interesting because despite happening to one of the most prolific families in American business history, almost no one knows about it. Not only that, but the details of it are so grisly, I was shocked that this doesn't appear more in sort of the realm of creepy YouTube videos. So because of that, I decided to come on here and tell you all about one of the most brutal missing person cases to ever exist. And also, since my Anthill Kids video got demonetized, I am clearly stating now that this video is for educational purposes, and I do not condone or recommend any of the activities, including cannibalism, mentioned in this video. I hate that I have to say that, but I also need money. And also to everyone in the comments of that Anthill Kids video who says I have to be a psychopath to look up and enjoy these things, what about it? Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Michael Rockefeller was the son of New York Governor and later Vice President Nelson Rockefeller. And Michael himself was the great-grandson of John D. Rockefeller, one of the richest people to ever live, who started the Standard Oil Company. Michael himself went to Harvard with the eventual goal of studying politics. However, shortly after college, he realized that his interests lie more in the artistic, specifically that of ancient or tribal art forms. This was spurred on whenever Michael's dad opened up the Museum of Primitive Art. Now, I understand that calling it primitive art is a little bit mean, but it was the 1960s and no one really cared at the time, so sorry. In the Museum of Primitive Art, Michael came across things like Aztec and Mayan sculptures and face masks and became enamored with them. It's then that Michael began to discuss his interest with anthropologists who thought it'd be a good idea to begin bringing Michael on their expeditions. Eventually, Michael chose to journey to the country that was at the time known as Dutch New Guinea and now known as Papua New Guinea. There, he hoped to meet a newfound group of people known as the Asmat people and bring their art back to the United States. Now, I am not a historian, I am not an expert on different cultures, beliefs, and forms of religion, and the research for this has been done over the course of the past couple days, so forgive me if I'm off on some of what I'm about to describe, but I promise it matters later. The Asmat people were at the time newly introduced to people from the industrialized world. Part of their belief system was that life itself exists on the island, and everything that comes from off of the island is a spirit in one form or the other. So whenever the at the time indigenous people of Dutch New Guinea made contact with the Dutch and British sailors who would come to the island, they assumed them to be spirits. Now, from the research I've done, that kind of faded away as they began to interact more and more with the white settlers that came in. But it goes to show how alien their traditions were from the people of the island. Another big deal that got brought up a lot is they had a very eye for an eye form of governance. For example, the Asmat people were composed of several different tribes, so if one tribe attacked another and killed two, it was then customary for the tribe that was attacked to go and kill two of theirs. To them, whenever something like murder happened, it offset the spiritual balance, so the spiritual balance needed to be reset in order to make everything right. I promise that's going to matter in a minute. So whenever Michael first got to the island of Dutch New Guinea, he first visited a village known as for someone who doesn't know how to pronounce foreign words, I sure do put a lot of them in the scripts. Ochtenep. Okay, Ochtenep, we're going with that. After arriving at the village, the people told Michael that they could take pictures of them, but he could not take any of the artwork he found back home. It's there that with a full expedition crew, Michael took several pictures with him, and everything seemed to be going fine. And from all the writings, Michael seemed totally understanding of the fact they wouldn't let him have their art to bring back home, as they were still weary of outsiders, and he seemed respectful of their customs. In several of the diary entries that he wrote while he was over there, he talked about how fascinated he was with the people and how much he enjoyed being there rather than back home. So after a short return home, Michael gathered himself, got another anthropologist, and returned back to the island in 1961. It was then on the night of November 19th of 1961 that a strong wind came in and caused the currents of the waters around the island to become very thrashy, and it capsized the boat that they were in. Michael, the anthropologist, as well as two other guides, had to get onto the hull of the boat that was now flipped upside down and hang out the storm. The issue was the boat they were on was so small it didn't have a radio or any other communication functions, so no one knew what had happened to them. After about 24 hours, Michael figured that they could set out there in the water forever, so he tied 2 empty gas cans to his waist to act as buoys so that he could swim to shore. Keep in mind, shore was about 12 miles away. The last official words Michael ever spoke to someone was when he turned to the anthropologist, said, "I think I can make it," and jumped into the water, to which Michael was never seen again. Tragically, about another 12 hours later, a boat managed to spot them and rescue arrived, to which whenever they went to shore to look for Michael, he was nowhere to be found. This sparked a massive manhunt because, you know, he's a Rockefeller, and for 2 weeks, a series of boats, airplanes, helicopters, and everything else you could think of combed through every part of the jungle as a means to find him. The issue also was that this is the middle of the jungle, and it's not like everything was necessarily mapped out, so what it pretty much came down to was a bunch of Dutch soldiers just running through the tree line and screaming Michael really loud, so it's totally efficient. Also, on top of the entire military that the Rockefellers enlisted in order to help them find their son, the family offered a $250,000 reward for anyone who could find him. However, due to it being in the middle of a mostly uncharted jungle, and the fact that there was 12 miles of ocean in between them that was full of sharks and crocodiles, the chances were pretty slim. As a matter of fact, after 9 days, the minister of Dutch to the island of Dutch New Guinea said, "There is no way we're ever going to find him." And after 2 weeks, search parties cleared the area, and Michael was officially declared dead, with the cause of death being drowning. Now, officially, that's as far as the story goes. As far as any correct records, Michael made the shot for shore and then drowned on the way there. However, that wasn't good enough for the family and those around him who wanted to figure out more, and that's where things get interesting. Well, interesting for us 50 years later reading about it. For Michael, it was the opposite of that. Most of the information that I have is thanks to a man by the name of Carl Hoffman, who in 2014 went back over everything related to this case in order to write a book and better examine the full story behind Michael Rockefeller. Between the personal expeditions he made, the stories of Dutch missionaries on the island, as well as a private investigator hired by the Rockefeller family, it puts together a fairly certain picture of what happened. And what's even more damning is the fact that it turns out the Dutch government had classified files about what happened to Michael, but wouldn't let anyone else read them, including the Rockefeller family. Now, I have to explain some of the politics that went into the island that explains why the Dutch government was building a secret file about Michael Rockefeller. By 1962, when all of this big search party was going on, Indonesia had taken half of the island of Dutch New Guinea. The reason being, the people of Dutch New Guinea were seen by the UN and the First World Powers as, frankly, savages. And of course, I'm not condoning that. I'm not saying that's what they were. But in the 50s and 60s, the idea of the UN wasn't, let's see how many people we can help. It was an idea of, let's see how many people we can control, which it kind of still is, but that's besides the point. So when it came to these underdeveloped countries that had a population of people who weren't caught up with the modern times, they kind of delegated control of them other to more established powers. So as Papua New Guinea began to be settled, they said that the Dutch can handle it. But then Indonesia was moving in and sort of rapidly expanding on the island, so the Dutch were panicking that they would eventually lose control of the entire thing. So in the middle of that big turmoil that the Dutch are worried about, the son of one of the most wealthy families in America disappears on the island near a group of known cannibals, so they panicked. It's even believed by many that the Dutch forces on the ground in the jungle conducting the search party were told that if they find any evidence that Michael met a tragic fate, to cover it up. Hence the reason the Dutch minister after 9 days was like, well, never find him, gotta go home, bye, so sorry. Also, the cannibalism thing wasn't an approximation. Whenever the first settlers got to the island, it was an openly known fact that they would just eat people all the time, to the point it constantly became an argument for the Dutch, who said that no, they don't eat people anymore because we made it illegal, which they knew was BS. The people on the island knew it was BS. I'm sure the UN knew it was BS, but that didn't stop them from saying it. We're now going to get into the big reports of what exactly happened to Michael, but the reason it took until 2014 for this to come out was mostly due to cover-ups because of world politics, like most cool stories. One testimony comes from an investigator who was hired by the Rockefeller family to go to the island and see what he could find. While on the island, the investigator traded a boat engine for 3 human skulls who the local told him are the skulls of 3 white men who were killed by the indigenous people of the island. And whenever the investigator inquired, well, who are the skulls? They're like, oh, Michael Rockefeller. You know, that big famous guy there was the big search for a couple years ago? Yeah, that's him. So why that can't be proven with like 100% certainty, the investigator came back to the United States and supposedly gave the skulls to the Rockefeller family. And while there's no evidence that he gave them, there is evidence that the family gave him $250,000, which is what you'll remember the reward money if anyone found their son. So following the paper trail, it seems like they at least thought the skulls were evidence enough. Also, I couldn't find any like official reports of this, but there is one offhanded story the investigator told that while interviewing people on the island, he went to an old man, and keep in mind this is an indigenous tribe in the middle of the jungle, and asked if he knew Michael Rockefeller, and the man said no. And then the investigator goes, aren't you wearing glasses? And the old man goes, yes. And the investigator says, where'd you get them? And the old man goes, I don't know, I found them. And then sure enough, matching on pictures, it seems those glasses were Michael's glasses. So the guy I mentioned earlier, Carl Hoffman, who compiled all of this, decided to go directly to the island and ask people for himself. They arrived at the village that I couldn't pronounce earlier, and immediately as soon as they got there, Carl's interpreter overheard someone say, don't tell the white man about the one we killed. So the interpreter taps Carl on the shoulder. He's like, I think we want to go talk to those guys. So they go over there and they ask, who do you mean? And the guy goes, oh, well, since you asked, how we killed Michael Rockefeller. Which had to be satisfying for Carl. Imagine like you've studied this thing for years, so then you finally go there, and like 2 steps into the village, someone's like, hey, we did it. Just so you know. And upon talking to the guy, he said it was common knowledge. Everyone in the village knows that 50 years ago, this village killed Michael Rockefeller. But there's a bit more to the story than just Michael landing on the island and a bunch of cannibals tearing him apart. Over 3 years before Michael made his expedition in 1957, there was a large war going on between 2 separate villages on the island over something or other, and it was killing a bunch of the indigenous population. That whole thing I talked about earlier with the Dutch worried that they were going to lose control of the island was still going on, so the Dutch dispatched a military force to the island to make everyone stop. So the soldiers marched into the woods with guns and were like, hey, cut that out. And then I guess after getting there, they're like, oh wait, we can't speak their language. So the native people just assumed it was a fight, and they started chanting and like grabbing spears and running at them, so the Dutch just shot them. Keep in mind, this is a group of people who already think, or at least some of them think, that the white men they're seeing are spirits, and they've also never seen guns before. So it goes from like, oh, we gotta fight the spirits, and then they shoot these really loud cannons at you, and now 5 people are dead. And then the Dutch soldiers left and said what happened. And I guess that caused the natives to quit fighting as much because now there's a bigger concern. So the Dutch government was like, good job, team. Another one for the books. That happened on the specific strip of land where Michael's boat had overturned. And after talking to the people of the village, as well as confirming his story with 2 Dutch missionaries to the island who had lived there for 9 years and very well understood the language, they were pretty much able to put together the story of what happened to Michael. On the early hours of November 19th, a group of warriors from the village were walking along the bank looking for food whenever they saw something crawling up on shore. Initially, they thought it was a crocodile, but upon running up to it, they saw that it was, in fact, Michael Rockefeller. Choked up and tired, but still alive, which, might I say, swimming 12 miles through a storm to shore, the dude was a Chad. Initially, the men were scared by him crawling up on shore because, again, the idea at the time was still that these are spirits or these supernatural people of some sort. But then they started talking to each other and figured out that they could kill him as revenge of what the Dutch did to their people 3 years earlier. And while it's not confirmed, a bunch of stories go with the idea that these were quite literally the sons of the warriors who were killed. So after talking themselves into it, they then speared Michael to death on the banks of Dutch New Guinea before taking his body back to the village. And then once there, and I'm reminding you for the last time, content warning, they popped open his skull, ate his brain, stripped all of the flesh off of him before cooking and eating it, used his bones to make the heads of spears and daggers, and then drained his blood and used it for a sort of ritual in which they dance around and flick it on each other. But you can say what you want about the cannibal tribe, but wasteful they were not. Now, a few days after this is when the search began. So this group of people went from seeing one white guy after several years to then seeing helicopters and airplanes and boats and militaries and tanks and other things that they had never seen before, and thought it was the spirits punishing them for killing Michael. Which, in a really, roundabout sort of cosmic way, yeah. This would explain that despite all the search parties and news coverage, they were never able to find a trace of him. Not only that, but a couple weeks after everyone left, a cholera outbreak hit the island, which they continued to say was the spirits punishing them for killing Michael. Which, if the cholera was brought over by the Dutch in the search parties, then again, in a cosmic sort of way, yeah. And in all of Carl's research, everyone on the island has said that's what they had heard and been told forever had happened, but no one came forward saying they did it, which, I mean, yeah, if, you're afraid of the white spirits killing you, and then a white spirit's like, did you do it? I promise I won't hurt you. You're still not going to tell him. And then to top it all off, as Carl had finished his research and was beginning to leave the island, he overheard a native telling several children a story in which he was visualizing spears and stabbing and all of that, and then he quickly got out his recorder or film camera, which at the time it was like a whole ordeal to get one out. So he managed to record the end of the whole story that this man was telling, and in it you can hear him saying, whatever you do, do not tell the white spirits of the white spirit we killed. They'll kill us, they'll come back, they'll send sickness to us, yada yada yada. Again, just another cherry on top of the huge cake that says he was probably eaten by the islanders. But that can never be officially written down because it's all hearsay and stories. However, given how much that fits the fact they never found evidence, and all of the compiling information of people there that it happened, probably. However, it would be amiss if I did not tell you about my favorite theory from the entire thing. In 2008, a documentary director known as Fraser Heston was doing work about the case of Michael Rockefeller. While trying to find footage of the island to basically use as B-roll in the documentary, he came across in a warehouse in England tons and tons of unused film from 1969 whenever a research crew went to the island and just began filming the natives. After combing through about 10 hours of footage, Fraser came across this image, in which 8 years after Michael disappeared onto the island, you can see a shockingly white man in the middle of the indigenous tribe with the spear, wearing the face paint, performing part of their ritual, which led many to believe that perhaps Michael, who was brought in by the tribe and not eaten, decided to become part of the people that he loved so much, rather returning to the life that he saw as less back home. Everyone thought that this was Michael so much that this image is still referred to as Big Michael. And even though it was just caught for a quick second on a blurry side shot of a film from 1969, this still frame has given many people the hope that maybe Michael made it. And maybe he left the life of sophistication to become a part of the people that he was so enamored with. That or they ate him and then cooked his bones, which either way he technically became a part of them. Either way, that is the story of Michael Rockefeller. And I hope you enjoyed, and thank you so much for watching. What do I think? I think he was almost definitely eaten by the cannibals, because there's those stories, and a bunch of people on the island had said the story was passed down, and it's like all that evidence saying this, and then the one screen cap saying that it wasn't. But man, I really hope so. that would be so much sweeter if everyone on the island was just covering for him and saying that they ate him when instead he's just living there and has been living there, which would be really nice, but, you know, probably not. It would also be kind of a jerk move to his family to just be like, oh, I got ate, sorry mom. But yeah, I think it's a really interesting story. I think it's cool, well not cool, I think it's interesting that despite happening to one of the most famous families in American history, happening to the great-grandson of the John Rockefeller, you never hear about it. Like, until I came across this, like, one brief second of it in research, I'd never heard this story, and it's such a wild story to not hear about. So I wanted to bring it to you all. I hope that you enjoyed. If you stuck around this long, thank you so much. We're continuing to grow. You guys are fantastic. I'm getting ads. I'm doing the YouTube thing, and it's really cool, and it's all thanks to you guys. So sincerely, thank you so much for watching. Thank you to my subscribers. We're around like 415,000, and the number's huge, and I can't comprehend it. But thank you so much for it. Thank you to my patrons. Thank you to my top-tier patrons, as you can see here. I can't do it without you guys. You all keep me going. I swear you do, and it means the most. So thank you all so much for that. So I hope you all enjoyed. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the 6 unsolved deaths of the Qamar Daban incident. In August of 1993, 7 Kazakhstan hikers took a trip to the Qamar Daban Ridge in southern Siberia. After departing for their trip on August the 2nd, the hiking crew would never be seen again. That is, save for one member who managed to get away that day. However, her account is both troubling and raises more questions than it does answers. So we're going to take a look at the story, the accounts of the survivor, as well as other people who were on the mountain that day, as well as take a look at what evidence there is in order to try to make some theories. Now, before I get into it, I want to mention that 2 of my friends who do great work in this creepy horror side of the internet that I'm in, Nick Crowley and Cadaver, have both done fantastic videos about this incident as well, and their video links will be in the description. So if this story interests you, I encourage you to check them out, as they both really nailed the presentation of it. So if you're interested, stick around after the ad, as we're going to break down what might have really happened that day in the Siberian wilderness. So how about, before I make your life worse by filling your head with more depressing knowledge, let's talk about something not depressing. Like galaxy lamps. Galaxy lamps is the compact projector that allows you to turn any room into a light show. For one, the device itself, which you can see here, is very compact, and it even comes with this handy 3-stand function on the bottom, so you can point it at any wall or up at your ceiling. And with the integrated Galaxy Lamps app, you are able to set up rotations for the colors, unlimited color varieties, timers and schedules for when the lights come on and off, and whatever else you like. You can also set up the lamp with Amazon Alexa or Google Assistant in order to control it vocally, or there's a button on the side which you can just press in order to cycle through the 6 different color pattern settings. I'm a huge fan of the Galaxy Lamp because it's the perfect device to set the mood for any situation. Anything from creepy horror movie lighting to a relaxing nature setting, or anything in between, the Galaxy Lamp has you covered. And thanks to Galaxy Lamps, the first 100 people who go to the link in the description at galaxylamps.co/Wendigoon will be able to get their Galaxy Lamp for 15% off. That is right, the first 100 people who go to the link below at galaxylamps.co/Wendigoon will be able to get their order for 15% off. What's not to love? Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Galaxy Lamps for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all enjoy. Check them out in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. This hiking group in question was led by the experienced Lyudmila Korovina. She was an experienced survivalist who spent most of her free time in the mountains and was known for training people in wilderness survival. At the time of the incident, her daughter, who was only 16 years old, was leading her own groups up the same mountain as well. On this hiking trip, she was...
What's up, Dave? I'm just fishing. How you doing, buddy?
joined by 6 of her students, those students being Timur, Alexander, Dennis, Victoria, Tatiana, and Valentina. Lyudmila was very meticulous when it came to the planning of these trips, doing things like getting the group together in order to do preliminary training months in advance. And even
Incoming
doing
tau.
things like plotting out the specific caloric intake that they would all.
I'm sorry, Dave. I hope you find some respite from the insomnia problem. I wrestled against that one for so many years before I finally beat it. For me, it was medication, and I feel lucky. And I still don't sleep, not really. I still don't sleep.
Need for their days in the wilderness. Now, the Kamardaban Pass is a fairly popular hiking spot in southern Siberia. As a matter of fact, the same day that this hiking group went out to make their voyage on August the 2nd of 1993, there were 3 other similar groups on the mountain that same day. Despite it being August, the trails of the Kamardaban region are so elevated that it's not uncommon for the temperature to get around 30 even in the summer months. However, for experienced hikers who packed warm jackets, this wasn't an issue. The goal was for the group to set out into the woods on August the 2nd, spend about a week before making their way back to civilization around August 9th. As mentioned, Ludmila's daughter was leading her own hiking groups, and on this day she was one of the other 3 groups who was on the mountain as well. Ludmila and her daughter had set up a plan that throughout the journey they would cross several intersection points so that they could meet with each other, make sure everyone's okay before continuing their journey. Everything seemed to be fine on the first 2 days of this journey until on August the 4th when a heavy rainstorm hit. The other groups who were on the mountain said that the rain and wind was intense, even blowing down trees and causing tents to be picked up off the ground. The next day, on August the 5th, Ludmila's daughter waited at the next meetup point that her mother's group was supposed to come to. However, Ludmila never came, and her daughter just assumed it's because they were slowed down by the rainstorm. Her daughter, not yet knowing of the tragedy that happened on the morning of August the 5th. Ludmila's group didn't make any of the other rendezvous meets they were supposed to after that, but again, her daughter just assumed it was because of the rainstorm. That was until August the 9th when a group of kayakers were making their way down a river in the region, came across a girl who was standing on shore and screaming for them to help. Whenever the kayakers stopped to see if she was okay, she immediately ran to them and began hugging them and crying. This girl, who was later identified as Valentina Udovchenko, said that her entire group had been killed and she was the sole survivor. This group of kayakers took Valentina with them, and the next day on August the 10th, she managed to make it to a police station and tell them what had happened. However, bizarrely, the search didn't begin until 2 weeks later. And then 2 days after that, on August the 26th, the bodies of the 6 others were found. The bodies were all found in a clearing above a nearby tree line. They were all grouped within a few hundred feet of each other, and considering that they had been left outside for nearly a month at this point, were in various stages of decomposition. After the bodies were brought back, they were all diagnosed as hypothermia being the cause of death, save for Ludmila, who was diagnosed as having a heart attack. We'll poke holes in this and look at further details in a minute, but I'm just getting the main narrative out of the way first. Suspiciously, despite the cause of death being ruled as 6 cases of hypothermia and 1 of cardiac arrest, they also found signs of pulmonary bruising, pulmonary edema, as well as protein deficiency. The diagnosis of hypothermia as well as the protein deficiency led several people in the local media to say that Ludmila had been arrogant and brought these kids into the woods and ended up killing them. The primary narrative of people at the time was that she was too hard on the people that she was hiking with, and considering that some of these kids were as young as 15, she essentially pushed them too hard in the midst of a rainstorm, and that's what caused them to die. Valentina rejected this, however, she would not give her account of the situation for 25 years. Valentina told her story to the police, and then a year later finally told her parents, to which telling them the story caused her to have a mental breakdown. She moved far away from the region, but even then was harassed by members of the media as well as investigators for decades to come. Finally, in 2017, after 25 years, Valentina told her side of the story to a reporter. According to Valentina, everything was
There you go.
Oh, anytime, Dave. Anything you need.
Was going well up until the rainstorm previously mentioned on August the 4th. That night, the group was unable to start a campfire. However, they managed to set up 2 tents and go to sleep, despite being rather cold. The next morning, they did manage to start a campfire and had breakfast before they set off on their hike. At this time, they had already made it to the highest point they were going to travel and was beginning their descent. It wasn't long after packing up camp and beginning their descent down the mountain that they heard Alexander scream at the back of the group. Whenever the group turned around, Valentina said that Alexander was bleeding from the mouth and eyes. As he continued to scream, he began to froth at the mouth before he fell on the ground and started convulsing. This caused everyone to panic except for Ludmilla, who ran to him and tried to help. Ludmilla ran to Alexander and told the rest of the group to go wait in the tree line to make sure they're safe. However, as soon as the rest began to move, they heard Ludmilla scream, to which they turned around and the same thing was happening to her. The blood from the eyes and mouth, as well as the frothing and convulsions began. The group immediately ran to help the two, with Tatiana arriving there first.
This particular one is the bizarre mystery of the Kamar Daban deaths. 1.3 million hits. 11 months ago would have been, March of last year. March 2022. Somewhere around there. March 4th, 2022. I can link this video too. Here we go. Sorry, you talking about this video? Maybe that helps. You know, Dave, I don't like hyping people, but I like this kid. Of all the people on the internet, Dave, of all the people on the YouTube and all this, right? All these personalities and faces and talking fucking heads and all this. This kid is the one that I think is closest to me. And it's really weird. But his temperaments, his body type, the way he is, his eyes, his empathy, his intellect, his hipster superiority, and all that stupid shit. The records in the background, the movie posters, the weird, like, I didn't like a lot of the stuff that he likes, but we do have, I would say, sort of hipster intellectual backgrounds like that. And I can see this kid being very, I mean, he's already very famous. He gonna be famous. He gonna be a household name in probably 5 years. People will know who he is, because he's on his way up, you know. Oh yeah, no problem, buddy.
However, it wasn't until the same thing began happening to Tatiana, with the added mention that she was scratching her throat as well. Valentina ran to Tatiana to try to drag her away because the group began to realize maybe there's something in that specific spot, to which, as she was, Tatiana bit Valentina, causing her to let go. It was then, according to Valentina, that Tatiana crawled over to a rock and began bashing her head on it until she quit moving. The 4 that were left began to panic. Valentina froze in place while Dennis went to hide behind a rock. The 2 others, Victoria and Tamir, began to run down the hill towards the tree line when all of a sudden they were both overcome at the same time. The same symptoms as Tatiana occurred to them, from the bleeding from the face and the scratching of the throat. However, they also began to strip their clothes off. Dennis ran to Valentina, managed to shake her out of it, and said that they need to get out of there. And as they were running, Dennis began coughing and spitting up blood as well, to which Valentina panicked and just kept running. She made her way deep into the woods, to which she set up a small tent and slept for the night, expecting the same thing that killed the rest of the group to kill her as well. However, when she woke up hours later, she realized that she did have a chance to survive, and if she was going to do that, that meant she had to get food. So she made her way back up to the hill from where the group came from and scavenged the food off of the bodies. Whenever she went back to the bodies, they were all lying in the same place that she had last seen them, and she was able to take things she needed from their supply bags without being overcome by whatever took them. She knew that power lines ran along the ridge in the region, so for the next few days she followed the power lines until she managed to make her way to the river, to which she was spotted by the kayakers 4 days later. This is a very different story than everyone dying of hypothermia. However, this account does match with the details of the group being in an open area a few hundred feet apart from each other, but the bizarre symptoms of their death doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So now that we have all the official records of the story as well as Valentina's account, let's look at some of the evidence that's here to see if that can help us figure out what happened. The first thing I want to do is poke holes in the hypothermia theory. Yes, they were in a region that is cold even in the summers. However, this was a very experienced group of hikers who had done hikes similar to this and much worse than this many times in the past. And while the rain was unexpected and does make the trip more difficult, there were several other groups in the region who didn't have a problem. Regional guide at the time, Valery Tartanikov, in regards to the situation, said that it should have been totally impossible for them to freeze to death in the middle of August, especially since they were able to build a fire that morning. And whenever researchers found the bodies, they went a little ways up the hillside and found the spot where the fire was built. So yeah, it was cold the night before from the rain, but there is actual evidence as well as Valentina's account that they were able to warm up around the fire the next morning. And several investigators in the case have noted that they weren't properly prepared for a cold rainstorm. And while that may be true, everyone in the region was underpacked because no one expected a rainstorm. And again, they all made it out okay. And to really put the nail in the whole hypothermia theory, the deputy head of search and rescue at the time in that area, Leonid Ismailov, said that upon investigating the bodies, they all had sealed plastic bags that contained cold weather gear. So however cold they got, they didn't think it was cold enough to break open a plastic bag that had warm clothes and a sleeping bag in it. So the official account is that they all froze to death, but didn't think it was worth unpacking their sleeping bag or going through the trouble of changing clothes. Not to mention that Valentina survived the freezing cold and then another 4 days by herself in the same climate, as well as, again, everyone else who was on the mountain at that time. Here's the other thing. Hypothermia is a notoriously hard to determine cause of death during an autopsy. And while there are symptoms that point towards hypothermia, like frost erythema or Wisniewski spots, these are only seen in some very extreme cases of hypothermia. So that doesn't mean that just because a body does not have these signs, that it wasn't killed by hypothermia. So on this very hard to diagnose cause of death, what was the medical examiner's official reasoning for calling it hypothermia? He said that it was, quote, signs of general cooling and no nutrients in the muscles. Yeah. Signs of general cooling can mean literally anything, as in it was cold. And while a lack of nutrients in the muscles can be credited to hypothermia, it can also be credited to things like a lack of protein or just general fatigue. So even if you don't take Valentina's account of what happened into account, through the evidence we are given, I think we can safely throw the hypothermia theory out the window. The other popular theory was the theory that was believed by most at the time, which was that Ludmila's arrogance caused the death of the group. The evidence for this is things like local trail guides said Ludmila would regularly take groups into the mountains and come back early because they couldn't take the intensity of the trip. And whenever they found that campsite I mentioned earlier, which was the last campsite they set up before the group began to die off, they only found one empty can of beans there, which led people to believe that she made one can of beans and made all 7 of them eat out of it, so she was starving them. However, Valentina heavily resents this theory, and as a matter of fact, this theory is one of the main reasons that she took so long to tell her side of the story, afraid that the outlandish nature of it would cause people to think that she was just covering for Ludmila. However, as Valentina points out, these people were friends for a long time and had gone on several trips together. She says that Ludmila was so specific about the group being well fed that she had plotted out how each of them would intake 2,400 calories each day on their journey. However, I keep saying this, but it keeps being the hole in all of the media's main theories. No matter how hard she was on them or how much of a bad idea it was to be on the mountain at this time, a lot of other people were on the mountain at this time, including Valentina, and they were all fine. The other point of evidence people point to say that Ludmila caused their deaths is that detail I mentioned earlier, that they each had a protein deficiency in their system at the time of death. But according to Valentina, as well as other hikers who knew Ludmilla, she was known to go up into the mountains and forage for things like golden root, which is a plant that can be eaten. So they were taking in calories and eating, it just wasn't necessarily protein, which would explain the protein deficiency. And whenever the hikers' bodies were found, they all had golden root in their backpacks, which further disproves that theory. Also, as a final weird note in all of this, so whenever the bodies were found, the mention that Valentina had that two of them began stripping off their clothes, that was seen as one of them was just wearing an undershirt and one of the guys had just taken his shirt off completely. However, perhaps more bizarrely, 3 of the bodies had taken their shoes off. Now, if you're going with the hypothermia theory, there are some weird cases of people freezing to death in the wilderness, and in their final moments they began taking their clothes off. But that's normally in cases where someone's been freezing over the course of a couple weeks, and in their final moments have like this final adrenaline rush that overcomes them. And if you're going off the theory that Ludmilla got them all so weak to the point of death, except for Valentina for some reason, who was able to run for 4 more days by herself. The idea of these people being too weak to walk, but then they suddenly just throw off their shoes and then die, is kind of weird. Plus, and this is probably the most obvious thing you're thinking of at this point in the story, all the bodies were found in a few hundred feet of each other going towards the tree line. So the chances, if it was hypothermia or starvation or whatever, of all of them getting really ill and collapsing in like the same short span of time, again except for Valentina, who lived for another 4 days, doesn't make any sense. Also, keep in mind all these theories are assuming that Valentina made up her entire story to either cover for Ludmilla or just to troll, I guess. So now that we've gotten rid of the normie theories, let's talk about the cool, weird internet theories, to which there's only one I would really put any weight to. The first of which was mentioned by members of the search and rescue crew, is altitude sickness. Altitude sickness is whenever someone gets to like low pressure environments in very high altitude, and it can cause heart issues and breathing problems. However, altitude sickness that would kill you is only in really extreme climates and altitude changes, and the bodies were found at 2,300 feet above sea level, which for one isn't that high up, and also this was on their way back down. So if they were going to experience altitude sickness and all die at once within a few hundred feet of each other, they would have done it way further up the mountain. And even the search and rescue crew who found the bodies said that this is a pretty far reach. Another theory is the idea of food poisoning. As mentioned, Ludmilla was known for foraging for food on the journey itself and would do things like eat mushrooms, so one of the theories is that she fed the group bad mushrooms. However, she was very experienced with foraging and probably wouldn't have made the mistake of eating a super dangerous plant. In the research I did into golden root, it is possible for some strains of golden root to be bad and cause you to become ill. However, like worst case scenario, if you were to eat pounds of bad golden root, is you would probably throw up and get a headache, and that's like it. So if it was food poisoning, it would have to be something that was a one-off, standalone event, like that specific can of beans being contaminated, and again, Valentina not touching it, so circumstantial at best. Another theory is ozone poisoning, the idea that it rained a lot and caused parts of the ozone to come down and poison just them and no one else. One of my favorite theories that I don't think has any weight to it is the idea of infrasound. See, this case is so weird that people in the region have said, well, maybe, you know, it was a big windstorm, the wind had the perfect speed passing through the mountains that it made an infrasound that caused their brains to like explode or something. There is the theory that the military murdered the entire group, and Valentina was, I'm not kidding, forced to sign an NDA saying that she didn't see anything, and she made up the whole eyes and mouth bleeding story. So the idea is that the military wipes out an entire group of hikers and the leader, and then sees the one girl who survived and is like, hey, sign this legal contract. And of course the theory that they were murdered by the Yeti, which for some reason seems more plausible than the military one, because if it was me, I would feel more obligated to sign an NDA from a Yeti than I would the government. The final theory, which is the only one I give any amount of credence to, is the nerve gas theory. It's no secret that in the past, especially during the Cold War, Russia developed several biochemical weapons. Nerve gas specifically can enter through the mouth or skin in some cases, and whenever it's taken into the body, can cause symptoms like blood from the eyes and mouth, as well as frothing and convulsions. This would also explain details of Valentina's story, like people scratching at their throats as they were dying, as they would have been able to literally feel the lining of their lungs and throat peeling off and coming up as blood. I again want to mention Cadaver's video on this topic because he had a very plausible route for which this could have happened, in which he found evidence that a chemical weapon known as Novichok, which is a type of nerve gas, was in development and testing up until 1993. And it's not a secret that many of Russia's weapon testing was conducted in the Siberian mountains. And while, yeah, it would have been way too high-vis for the government to just be like, oh, let's test out this nerve gas on these 7 random hikers, we know that they were developing Novichok in 93 and quite possibly in the region, so what's to say there wasn't a kind of gas leak? Nerve gas can take 4 to 5 months to fully evaporate, and Novichok specifically, as mentioned by Cadaver, is incredibly lethal and can even be absorbed through the skin. So it would only take very trace amounts of it in order to kill someone. Furthermore, gases like nerve gas are particularly heavy in the environment and tend to lay low near the ground. And weaponized gas forms like this are very pliable to rainwater. In other words, if you have a contaminated area and then it rains, that will cause the contaminant to flow out into surrounding regions. So here's the most plausible theory, and I know this requires a lot of circumstantial evidence and coincidental things to happen, but considering how odd this case is, it's the best we got. The Russians were testing Novichok or some other nerve gas at a very high elevation months before the group ever came to the region. After the tests were completed, the military left the nerve gas up there to dissipate because there's really nothing else you can do with it, and everything was fine until on August the 4th when a heavy wind and rainstorm came. And if you'll remember, things like nerve gas are very heavy in the atmosphere, which means they would have rolled over the sides of the mountains and traced their way down the mountain itself. From there, the group would have had to have only breathed in or even touched little pockets of the gas itself in order to take in a fatal dose. This would explain, according to Valentina's account, why Alexander's scream had the symptoms. When someone ran to him, which would have been the same pocket of gas, the same thing happened, and then to a third person as well. Potentially at that point, the gas was working its way down the hillside and was just enough to hit the other 3, leaving Valentina very lucky as she managed to get by the pockets of gas itself. This would also explain why several hours later, whenever she returned to the same bodies that had been affected, she was totally fine, because at that point, the gas pockets had moved on. Remember the pulmonary edema and pulmonary bruising that I mentioned earlier? Well, pulmonary bruising, or bruising on the inside of your alveoli themselves, most often comes from people who inhale contaminants. Furthermore, the pulmonary edema, or liquid in the lungs, is a common symptom seen with people who are exposed to nerve gas. However, by the time the bodies were found, they were so decomposed that if there was blood on the skin or a nerve agent in the lungs, it would have been gone at that point. Also, remember that detail I mentioned at the beginning, that whenever Valentina came to the police and said that her friends had died on the mountain and gave the private account of what happened, how it took them 2 weeks to get up there? Well, several have theorized that perhaps the police were aware of military weapon testing on top of the mountain itself, and they were simply waiting to make sure that all of the gas was expelled from the area. You could even take this a step further if you wanted to, and say that perhaps the reason a very circumstantial case of hypothermia was ruled as hypothermia is because the medical examiner knew not to intervene with government weapon testing, but I'll leave all the crazy conspiracy stuff to you guys for now. And while I understand that this story requires a lot of different moving parts and a lot of different specific details to work in specific ways, like the gas affected just this group and none of the other groups on the mountain, considering how bizarre the scenario itself is, I really do think it's the best we got. Either way, I feel that the Kamar Daban incident will always be remembered as one of the most bizarre and unsettling, unexplained mysteries to come out of the world's wilderness. And while horrific and terrible, I believe the details of it, as well as the theories around it, are going to continue to be theorized about, such as I'm doing right now, for many years.
Hey everyone, welcome back to some more Let's Play Underrail. A heads up before we go any further that I've increased the volume of the game. It was a little too quiet after I my videos. I believe my voice is still coming out okay, and I'll double check this just to make sure after we get done talking with Tanner. Off screen, hold on. In the last episode, we went through the GMS compound, and we eliminated the thugs and bandits that were down below. We got the key card that Gorski wanted us to find, brought it back to him, opened up the gate, only to discover that area was flooded with burrowers. Gorski sealed the gate, but we were still successful, we got paid for our efforts, and now we're here in Tanner's office. Off screen, I did a tiny bit of selling stuff. I repaired our shock steel sledgehammer and our shock steel combat knife. I picked up a few more blueprints as well. I grabbed combat knife and tactical vest. Alright, let's talk with Tanner and get going. Gabriel, I'm done with Gorski's task. What's next? Actually, there's not much to do around at the station at the moment. Not until the tunnel is clear. However, there's a way you could speed that up, besides helping with the actual digging yourself. The station has an old armadillo mobile drill. It used to serve us well for many years, but it's out of commission now. There's something wrong with its rotor circuit board. Harold tried to fix it a couple of times, but it was no use. He reckons that the only solution is to replace it. So I guess you want me to find the replacement circuit board. Or a merchant that would sell you one, yes. Since the train is out and a lot of tunnels have collapsed, there are not many places you can look for it at the moment. Our best bet would be Junkyard. Ever been there? Yeah, I've been there. Good. Here, I'll give you 250 charons. If you bring me back that circuit board and it's in working condition, you can keep all the money. I won't ask how you got it. But if you can't find it, I want the money back. Deal. I'll be back with that circuit board or with your money. He nods and hands you the money. Good luck. Also, before you head out, you should go to the administration floor and talk to Vera. I think she has some trade documents that she needs delivered to the United Stations Embassy in Junkyard. Okay, everyone. Next quest. Head to the place we've been before. We'll probably walk there again. Gives me an excuse to kill a few more rat hounds on the way. First, we should also check to see what food Arlene is selling. Oh! And we should grab the quest from Jack Quicksilver. Let's do that first. Hey, Brett told me about Newton. Glad to hear all he left there was some blood and not a corpse. I'd like to order something. So, we're going to do a bit of exploring, actually, I think, everyone. Let's first start by buying... Oh, we'll take all three. Some Rat Hound barbecue. Let's talk with Mr. Quicksilver. Yes? What brought you here in the first place, Jack? A lucrative business opportunity, but it slipped past me, unfortunately. What happened with that business opportunity? It's a business secret. If you're interested in doing some work, though... Is there anything else? No, I don't think so. We're good to go. Let's go ahead and get started. People fishing around here. God, I'm so glad they made the fishing rods so large. They used to be a lot more realistic looking earlier. I thought the size was how, the handle was significantly smaller, as were the rods, but it was a pain in the butt to click on it. That's a very nice change. Hello, Catherine. Everyone, I forget the gentleman's name who told me, but I didn't realize this was a shop for the first, 350 hours, 400 hours I played the game. I never even realized this was here. Hey, Catherine. A young, slender, tall redhead stands before you. She addresses you with a rather thick accent. I see you ain't from around here, Slick. I'm Catherine, and I run this little shop. You here looking for some electronics, maybe? Maybe. Would you happen to, by any chance, have an armadillo-class drill motor circuit board? No drill parts, sorry. Your accent's rather funny. Ain't gotten anything of the kind. Good luck finding it, though. That junk's old. I've only ever seen one. Yeah, one armadillo. And that thing was stripped down to the bone. All the way to the bone, Slick. Any hints as to where I should look? Well, you can try the bigger junk merchants at the dock and the Depot B. If that fails, there might be one somewhere in Depot A, but it ain't worth risking your neck. What's so bad about Depot A? Rabid, mutated dogs for starters. That much I know myself. Granted, I've never been too far in, but those who have, and returned in one piece, claim there are also rogue turrets, minefields, and even mutated folks in there. All sorts of freaking dangerous stuff. If you really want to check this out for yourself, you're gonna have to convince the scrappers to let you in. Because the entrance to Depot A is, well, it is from within their base. Alright, Captain, thank you. Before I leave, there was something else I wanted to ask. Shoot. Show me what you have for sale. Okay. And I have nothing that she's interested in buying. She'll buy an energy weapon, but I don't think that means a melee energy weapon. I think she means these types of things. A ranged energy weapon of some sort. Is she selling anything I'm interested in? Nope. How about over here? Oh, okay. She has an electroshock generator and a decent level plasma core. I could afford them, but I don't think I need them. Oh, hold on. At the moment, there is something we could do. We could use these to make an electrical version of a sledgehammer, but then we would need to repair it using electronic repair kits rather than mechanical ones. I'm not so sure I want to do that quite yet, so we'll hold off buying any of this. You, sir, have a name, as you get talked to. You see the elderly, dried-up man eating some raw mushrooms, taking them one by one from his palm until it is completely empty of everything but a thick layer of hardened skin. He stares at you, still chewing through the last mushroom. After swallowing it, he speaks. Hey, stranger. I can see you're not from around here. He pauses, and his stare wanders around. Then he continues. Might you, by any chance, be interested in a little business proposition? What do you have in mind, old-timer? I didn't always live in a tent, you know. I used to live in the residential area to the east. Really, I did. I lived in a comfy house on the east side. Ah, yeah. But one day I couldn't pay protection money to the eels anymore, so they kicked me out. Heartless bastards. However, I'm not going to waste your time with my sob story, no. The important bit is that I know a secret way back into my old home. And I also know that its current occupant has quite a bit of coins lying around. So what would you want in return for this information? The only thing I want is for you to get my lucky knife. It's got to be lying around somewhere in there. The knife won't be much use to you, since it's not a particularly good knife for combat, but it's of sentimental value to me. Do you dig? What do you say? You got a deal? Deal. Now tell me how to get in there. Great. So about getting in, obviously, you try the front door if you think you can hack the lock, but it's also being watched by the eels. The smart thing to do would be to go to the docks and and look for the small shack north of the birds. He nods. The rocks between the shack and the cave wall can actually be dislodged there without breaking a sweat. And you look skinny enough to squeeze through. Not saying you're a squeezer, mind you, just that you're thin enough, that's all. That'll give you access to a tunnel that will lead you straight into the mushroom garden of my old house. I discovered this passage one day and found a stinking rat hound messing up my shrooms. Never got around to sealing it off. Speaking of that, there still might be rat hounds in there, so tread carefully. Alright, I'm off.
Be right back, Bio.
First, though, we're gonna go and visit Lieutenant Garrett. It's time to meet the Protectorate. Halt, citizen. This is a restricted area. What is this place? This is an Underrail Protectorate outpost. It also houses the United Stations Embassy. What are the United Stations? It's a confederacy of stations some ways to the north of here. It's the future of the Underrail. We hope to integrate all the station states and other communities into it. Someday even this place might be part of it. And the Protectorate? We are the most powerful military organization in Underrail, and our primary objective is preservation of humanity as a whole and protection of the civilized world. Our jurisdiction extends to the whole of the United Stations, all Biocorp facilities and outposts, regardless of their location, and all vital Underrail infrastructure. Can I see the ambassador? Do you have business with the ambassador? Is he expecting you? Yes, he's expecting me. And you are Gabriel of Southgate Station. He nods. We were expecting you. You may enter the embassy. He unlocks a gate behind him. No time like the present. Halt! Before you meet the ambassador, you must unready your weapon, grenades, and any other dangerous devices, and put them in your backpack. If you reach for any of these during your stay on the embassy grounds, you will be neutralized. When you enter the courtyard behind me, take the first double door to the right. The ambassador is expecting you. Do not interfere with any operations inside the base. We are no match for the Protectorate, at least at this moment. But we're still walking in with our guns, our left and right fists, but those will not do significant damage to anyone in here. Actually, everyone, I'm not sure what we should be... Well, we'll talk about this as we leave the Protectorate. Do not cause any trouble. The young deputy politely addresses you. Go right in. The ambassador is ready to meet you. What can you tell me about him? Only the very best. Ambassador Athanas is one hard-working, intelligent man who is sincerely devoted to promoting and realizing the idea of unification here in South Underrail. It is a slow and time-consuming process, but the United Stations are gaining more and more support, thankfully. Now, the door to the ambassador's office may always be open, but that doesn't mean he's not a busy man, especially now. Please keep that in mind when going to his office. Thank you. Thank you. I will. Okay. Move along, please. You enter the office to see a short, thin man already standing behind his desk to greet you. Neatly dressed, neatly shaved, smooth-faced, and scar-free, and in possession of straight white teeth. This man is a northerner. He greets you with a polite voice. Welcome to the United Stations Embassy, Mr. Gabriel. We've been expecting you. Vera sent me to here with these trading documents for you, Ambassador. Very good, very good. Usually I would allow this sort of information to be wired, but we have reason to believe that the network going through Junkyard might have been compromised. You never know who might be listening, and what they can do even with harmless trading agreement information. Just so you know, as a representative of Southgate Station, you are free to move around most of the embassy premises. You can also use our elevator to South Railroad Outpost. It's out of order at the moment because of the earthquake, but we're working on fixing it. Who do you suspect hacked the Junkyard network? We're not sure yet, but there's an ongoing investigation. Until further notice, I ask that any sensitive information coming from Southgate Station or our other trading partners in the South be delivered physically. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of this soon, so that the communication can continue as before. I had another question for you, Ambassador. Yes? South Railroad Outpost. That's the base right above us. We use an elevator here in the Embassy to quickly access it. That's how we got to Junkyard in the first place. That's all I can really tell you about it. Take care, Ambassador. Take care, Mr. Gabriel. Feel free to come back anytime if there is something you wish to discuss. Okay, everyone. Goodbye, Protectorate. We will get a choice later on to decide if Gabriel Angelos should join the Protectorate. It might make sense, but he won't be I don't think will be considered a commander, for example. I don't know. Gabriel Angelos himself doesn't strike me as being much of a soldier. He strikes me as being a leader. But it's a choice we have. We could join them. I do not think we will join the free drones with him. But we don't have to join a Protectorate either. We could simply not join a group. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. And I'll go ahead and read them and we'll make a decision based on them. The doctor's suit is covered with dried blood and other foul stains, its smell matching its appearance. As you come near, he slowly turns to you, inspecting your body for wounds with wild eyes, which seem as if they're about to pop out of their sockets. Contrary to his stare, his voice is slow and steady. Feeling pain? I can fix you. What's the deal with all the people outside the embassy? The United Stations are helping the junkyarders in need. They're giving out food and clothes. Food. That certainly bought their affection. Quite cheap, though, but them folks got next to nothing, so it makes sense. You don't like the United Stations? I never said that. I also benefit from their generosity. But what I said is true. Them guys ain't stupid. They ain't. Ha! Can I ask you a few questions about Junkyard? No. Okay, then. Let's talk about something else. Yes. Let's purchase some medical supplies from you, sir. Do you have anything you want to go buy? I have this. So I think it might be useful for us to buy a few medical supplies from him, or plans for how to make things. I definitely would like to learn how to make morphine and adrenaline, but I don't know if I want to spend all that money at the moment to learn it. Oh wow, it's 1,570 value for a morphine shot. It's 2 morphines are the equivalent. Almost, well, 3 morphine will be the equivalent of learning how to make our own. I think at this point we'll take a single morphine shot and the adrenaline shot plans for 70 charons. If you're wounded, Fixer can heal you. Ah, there's Hopper Jim. Hey, Hopper Jim. Gangs are squeezing us dry. Ah, this is new. I don't remember this here before. I like this. They give you an option to jump the fence if you don't want to deal with that nonsense. They don't charge you much. If I recall correctly, it's just, I think it's 5 or 10 charons, maybe 15 tops. It's not very much. It's one-time payment only. But charons, well, you can kill them and take their stuff instead, so why would you do that? You come up to an old fisherman, wearing an old jacket and rubber boots. This simply clothed man watches his rod with great focus and pays no attention to you. Greetings, old man. The man silences you with a swift gesture of his hand, for his prey is about to strike. The float disappears under the surface, and the rod bends downward. The fisherman grasps it tightly, yanking the rod as if he was expecting to pull a sunken fairy out of the depths. Soon enough, a small light bluish eel flies through the air and ends its journey in the man's raw-boned hand. Disappointed, he unhooks the fish with a single motion and gently releases it back into the water, in which it happily disappears. One of the 2 men standing nearby begins laughing, but immediately stops before his and the old fisherman's stares meet, instead shifting his view to his own rather steady float. The old geezer then resets the rod, and his few steps back and forth reveal a limp in his left leg. Then he turns to you. Who the hell are you? Hi there. Can I ask you a few questions? He turns his left side of his head towards you and leans closer, mouth wide open. Didn't catch that. Could you speak up? I said, hi there. Could I ask you a couple of questions? What the hell, son? You didn't even wreck my ears. What questions? About fishing. He takes a look at his motionless float. The water ain't good right now. I suppose I could spare a few moments. Very good. I'm Gabriel, by the way. Geezer Ford. That's what the folks around here call me. But for you, I'm Mr. Ford. Got it, Mr. Ford. Yeah, go ahead now. Ask your questions. So how's the water here? In general, I mean. Well, it might seem stupid to someone looking from afar, like what in hell's goddamn railroad are these slackers doing by that muddy puddle? But listen, there's an underwater tunnel connected to a whole system of caves, which are full of them eels. He looks towards the tent and points to the man standing by the barrel. This guy. See that ugly yo-yo there? His name's Hopper Jim. Quaker at heart. Centipedes, spiders, all kinds of bugs scared the living ooze out of him. But man, can he fish like a spawn of Siphoner. He caught a 50-kilo eel right here. Is this one of those fishing stories? No, it was a 50 kilos. I swear on me wife's grave. Now, it wasn't a regular old blue eel. It was a red behemoth with a yellow stripe on its side. I'd never seen anything like it before. Now that's a catch, and I, being the best fisherman in whole Underrail, South Underrail definitely, ain't gonna let someone like Hopper Jim outdo me. What's your record? It ain't about the weight, if that's what you're thinking. It's about the principle. I've caught bigger fish, 60, 70 kilos, no problem. Hell, I was doing ferry tours before Jim was even filling his diapers. I caught the largest slackjaw Core City's ever seen. I caught more walking fishes than he caught fleas biting into his skin. But he caught a 50-kilo red eel in this pool right here. That means I gotta catch something bigger and better and rub it in his nose. If not a red eel, then something else. That's what it's all about, son. That's what it's all about. What happened to that red eel? What'd you say? I said, what happened to the red eel Hopper Jim caught? He sold it to one of them northerner wimps. Night stations, feller. Way less than that eel. I don't know what you got for it. Pastor wouldn't tell. I think he got 50 or 55 charons. If you pick Hopper Jim's pockets, he has about, I think, roughly that much charons in it. I think it might be hanging on the wall now, as far as I heard. You think you're the best fisherman in Underrail? You. Yeah. He squints at you with one of his eyes, while the other one sharpens up. Something bothering you, son? I'm pretty sure there are better fishermen than you out there, old man. Pretty sure my wrinkly old butt, you little hopper son of a rail. What do you know, huh? 'Cause you sure sound like you think you're some kind of big shot, yeah. Talking to me, Geezer Ford, like that. You don't think you're better than me, huh? Maybe I am. Oh, yeah, maybe I am. Oh, so you do think you're better than me. Alright. Prove it, son. How do you want me to prove it? He turns silent as his mind retreats to envision an appropriate challenge. Eventually, it emerges with one. I bet you couldn't even do the Southern Tour. I could. His vicious eyes begin to burn you. Do you even know what a Southern Tour is? Yeah. He explodes with laughter. Its echo so loud you feel it manages to reach every ear in Junkyard. You ain't nothing if you've never done a Southern Tour, son. A Southern Tour is when you fish for one of each kind of South Underrail. Now, we ain't talking about one-of-a-kind stuff like them red eels and stuff, but more common species. That don't mean it's gonna be easy. Now, I ain't gonna ask you to catch exactly every kind of fish there is. That'd take too long. I ain't gonna wait a year for your sorry excuse of a fisherman such as yourself to fish them all out. I bet you couldn't bring me any of these on this list. If you're good enough to do that, if you're even remotely decent fisherman, then I'm gonna reveal to you one of my fishing tricks. One I've never told anyone. I bet you I can catch them all. Then do it, But if you lose, you gotta go around Junkyard and say, Mr. Ford is the best fisherman in the whole South Underrail, while I blow harder than 2 puffer fishes, mate. Deal. Now you better hurry up unless you want me to die of old age. Go. And this time around, we'll probably actually be able to benefit from that. The reward for catching those fish is he teaches you a feat that makes it so that you always catch fish when fishing. Like, oh, I shouldn't say that. That was the wrong thing to say. When fishing, if a fish bites your hook, you will not fail to reel it in. I think it's a dex-based challenge. Hey, Jack, I hear there's someone at the bar wanting to talk to you. Where did you hear this? How do you know who I am? Just saying, what I heard is all. You want to know more? You gotta go speak with this guy. How about you spill your guts so that I don't have to do it for you? Visibly frightened, he replies, okay, calm down. Look, listen, I can't tell you much because I really don't know. I'm just a messenger, okay? He pays me, tells me what to say and who to say it to. That's it, I swear. Who is he? Did the man who wants to speak to me send you himself? Or is someone else in charge of that? No, it's someone else. I already told you too much. These people have eyes everywhere. Just goodbye. Leave without saying anything. Interesting. So Abram's not doing this quest for himself. I thought he was the leader of whatever group this is. I'm sorry, everyone, but we're going to also pick the Intimidate challenge whenever it shows up. This is my first character who has Intimidate, and I'd like to see how useful it is. What can I get you, Jack? Let me see what's on the menu. Okay, so we probably should pick up a few more Rat Hound barbecues. Oh, he's selling fish now. He's selling a mini head. We could buy that and get some of the quest completed, but I think we'll wait. The man wheezes heavily through the mask, his eyes drowsy. He is resting one of his arms on the counter, while occasionally breaking off pieces of bread from his plate with the other and putting them in various pockets of his overcoat. The air here is corrupt in more ways than one. You are Gabriel of the Southgate Station. Is that correct? That is correct. I'm Abram, and I have a business proposition for you. My sources tell me you have recently visited the embassy of our Union friends. I wish to purchase information that you might have acquired during this visit. This information does not pertain to the purpose of your visit, so this talk will not challenge your loyalty to your own station, if you foster any. Are you interested? Sure. I'm always up for a friendly chat. What do you want to know? He nods slowly. How many men are guarding the entrance to the embassy courtyard once you get past the gate? One, and there was one in an adjacent room. Were you allowed to enter the courtyard? Yes. How many guards did you see there? 2 or 3. Were there any guards in the embassy's office? Yes, at least 1. Did you see or hear any dogs anywhere on the embassy grounds? No, I saw no dogs. Any turrets? Yes, 2 at the entrance. There's one more question. Are you allowed to go back to the embassy? Yes. That is all I needed to know. Kareem will give you your money. There's also a way for you to earn more. If you're interested, come to me again, and we can talk further. I've got something for you, Jack. He reaches under the counter and produces a pouch of Stygian coins. These can buy you a couple of veal sandwiches. Oh, let's see what I can spend this money on. Actually, I think we just bought 2 of these already. Ooh, that could be useful. Fight Siphon are trying to have it let us heal more efficiently. You know what? I'm gonna take that. Oh, 40 charms for that. 40 Charons out of our 250 that we earned. Oh, 1/5 for that one single thing of food, Tim. You better be sure you're happy when you eat that. Like, that's the food you wanted to eat. Alright, let's go do this knife quest. Now, as for Abram's quest, it's going to be significantly more difficult for us to do that quest compared to Garrett. Garrett had picklock. He was able to access the room, access a room that wasn't guarded, get into one of the vents therein, and then he made his way through the vents and released the thing that Abram will give us when we accept that quest. Gabriel has no such skills. It's going to be tough for him to do something similar. This is a restricted area, Jack. Beat it. Now, I'm here to talk with Silas. I'm sure he'll be happy to see me. A lean, tall man stands before you, chewing on something leisurely. On his exposed forearms, you can see various crude tattoos and shallow scars covering his calloused skin. His facial features are sharp as if chiseled into stone. You looking to trade? Get the hell out and take the first door to the right. I'm here about the wormhole. Colton said you're the man to talk to. You look green, boy. What you need the wormhole for? You got a death wish? I'm looking for something specific I can't find on the market. Must be something special if it's worth whisking your hide. The wormhole can get you in and out, but it's going to cost you. How much? I usually ask for money. But I got another deal for you, if you're interested. Let's hear it. I need someone to solve a couple of problems for me. Maybe get his hands dirty in the process. Dig what I mean? It shouldn't take you too long, and you might even earn some charons on the side as well. Sounding good so far? Go on. There's a guy that owes me a hefty amount of coins. And not only that, but he's also late on his protection money. I don't think he's got it, though, but shake him down. Maybe he has something else of value. If not, well, you still gotta send a message. What happens to you when you try to swindle the black eels, right? So, you up for this? Besides this, how many more favors do you need me to do for you before I'll get to the wormhole? Just one more after this. So you in or not? Yeah, I'm in. Excellent. The guy's name is Grover. He lives over in a shack north of the tavern, right next to Len's shop. Get him to pay up 100 charons he owes me, or something of equal value. If he can't pay up, bring me his ugly head. I think last time I was with Garrett, I did not do these quests. I did not realize that you can actually do both the Scrapper and Black Eel quests at the same time. I just don't think you can... Actually, no, I think you can do both of them to completion. Anyway, let's eat some Rat Hound and investigate these rocks. Saw you, Rat Hound Alpha. Let's back up a bit so they can only attack me one at a time. Oh, look at that. Our armor completely negates the Rat Hound's attacks. That's wonderful. If I move up, I might be able to be attacked by multiples. We'll risk it. Nice! Stunned them. We can move back a bit. Oh, that's a shame. Let's shout and pummel. Oh, oh, oh! Good crit. Nice work, sir. This one's not actually intimidated. Oh, wow! We completely absorbed its rend attack, too. for those we missed 291% chances. That's 3 of them. 391% chances in about 6 attacks. So that's more like a 50% hit chance. Okay. We're going to search the remainder of this cave, but then we're going to go back to Fixer and have ourselves healed. I don't really have enough supplies. Well, I do, but as you can tell, unlike Garrett, who avoids getting hit, we just take it. So we're definitely gonna want to make sure that we get healed up and that we conserve some of our hypos early on. On the way back, we'll see Grover, and we'll probably kill him. You can pay his fee if you like, by the way. Like, immediately talk to Silas again and just pay 100 Charons. But early on, that's quite a substantial payment for someone who is, in fact, not keeping up his end of the bargain. Okay, hello, Fixer. Show me where it leaks. Ha! I'm hurting. Can you stitch me back up, Doc? 3 Charons. Or 5, if you want the anesthetic. Here you go, Doc. And don't skimp on the drugs. Lie still for the injection, you big baby. You look away as he administers the injection. His wild eyes stare at you as he waits for the anesthetic to deaden your limbs. Then he begins fixing you. Remember, if you wanted your appendix or liver removed. So I removed both. 5 Charons is 25 Southgate credits. It's off, really? And we just walked over 4 caltrops, so we just might as well go right back to him to get healed, because we're going to end up just about the same amount of life. That's freaking ridiculous. That's the only bad thing there about using caltrops here. So I tend to use caltrops against these gentlemen that we had killed earlier. This is silly. Because I want them reaching me staggered, and I want them all poisoned, and possibly with their health hypos on cooldown. See, how expensive is one of these? Let me see. 7, yeah, it's about the price of a health hypo. How much are these? Nice. Wait, how much is a single bandage? 4! Oh, it's cheaper for us to use a bandage, I suppose, all things considered. Huh, how about that? I never thought to check that. But in my mind, which is incorrect in this instance, I was thinking Fixer asked for 5 credits, and my mind thinks, oh, Southgate Station credits, that's dirt cheap. But it's not so cheap. What about that? Well, I guess it depends on how damaged you are. We definitely should have bought the bandage rather than get healed the second. Why am I obsessing about 5 Charons? Oh, yeah, let's keep going, Tim. Oh, Grover. I forgot. That's why I paused for. Oh, we'll do this now. And the rat hounds should still be dead. Quite a few of them in here, too. A whole family. Now, the gentleman who is in this house, is no pushover, and we could very easily lose fighting him. Okay, good. So, I think we're going to start combat and sprint in. There he is. We're right next to Vilmer. He will go hostile to us the moment that he sees us. Stunned, pummeled, and exposed. Perfect. Ah, just barely couldn't kill him. We could use our last hypo. He's going to heal himself. He'll probably end up using an adrenaline shot. He'll move away and aim shot us, is my belief what he'll do. We want to stay close to him. And he did do those things. Oof, only a 62% chance to hit him. A little bit of a spread on that gun. Sounds like a 7.62 or 9mm to me. Oh. Good way to end it. Good way to end it. Nice, a flashbang. .762 Hawker. It's okay. 30 coins on him. There's the dagger. Kohlmeyer's lucky knife. This is an old but well-made knife. The many scratches on the blade's surface suggest that it's seen a lot of action in its life. It actually does decent damage at this level for us. And more importantly to me, it has that chance to get critically hit by weapon unarmed attacks reduced by 2%. So we're actually going to keep this dagger at the moment. Once we're done with Deep OA, then we'll turn the dagger into Kohlmeyer. There's no penalty for doing so, other than you don't complete the quest, and thus you don't get any experience points. Because, well, for finishing the quest, because you're not finishing it. Nice, bunch of stuff we could use. I lost some money, 267 seeking coins. How much money did we get? We don't see. I think it's over 250 if I recall correctly, just barely. Okay. Oh, I guess we can break down the knife. The old knife, not the knife we just got from him. I'd rather have the money for that weapon. So yeah, so one of the changes, I know I've mentioned it before, that they decrease the amount of scraps you get for items. They increase the weight of the repair kits, and they change it so you need more scraps to make the repair kits. It's all terrible. Well, not terrible, but it's, that's quite a rough balancing act. I don't know if I agree with all those changes. It makes sense, though. Like, I think they should have left the amount it takes to make a repair kit the same, but then just did the change they did to get scrap. Before, you could scrap a dagger that weighs 2 pounds, and you could get like 100 pieces of scrap for it. That was very silly. They did change it so now the amount of scrap that you're maxed to getting is based on the weight of the item that you're scrapping. But this means you get significantly less scrap for anything, which sucks. Hey, Kendrick. Oh, you will buy a crossbow. I guess it counts as a melee weapon. So you'll buy 2 special bolts. We don't need these. Oh, but you don't have anything. Right. Will you take a net for it? No, okay. not gonna give you a knife for free. This also tells me that the merchants have not recycled their inventory yet. We'll check anyway, just in case Len has. Oh, okay, hold on. He's still buying 1 firearm, 1 melee weapon. He has $249 still on him. We'll sell him the Rat Hound. Sell him this stuff. The Rat Hound. The Rat Hound Power Gloves. Start buying MK2 grenades. Is he buying grenades? He's not buying normal grenades. Let's start working on that. Oh, actually no. Let's buy a few repair kits instead. Oh, did I mention that they increased, I think, the cost of repair kits? Very tricky now to be able to make ends meet. Okay, so we should repair our sledgehammer. So, when it comes to the lucky knife, we will really benefit from it by holding it in our hand at the end of every combat round. We'll need to remember to do that. Hello, Grover. The man greets you with a face as expressive as a rock wall. Rock wall? A rock wall. He glances at you, then speaks. I ain't in the mood to chat. I'm here for the Dockmaster's money, Grover, so pony up. His expression remains unchanged. Look, I told Silas already. I just don't have any money right now. I'll pay him back as soon as I can. That's not good enough, Grover. He stares at you. After a few seconds, his expression slowly begins to break. I'll have it real soon, I promise. I promise. Any last words, Grover? At this point, his expression completely shatters. Wait! Don't kill me. I ain't got the coins. But I can help. I can help you get them. More than I owe. I swear. It will be worth your while. I promise. Speak quickly. Teresa. Everyone thinks she's poor, but that's not true. She's got this energy core device with her. She showed me once. It's got to be worth at least a couple hundred charons. That would have to be a high-level power core. Like, we're talking quality 80 or better to be worth a couple hundred. Actually, has to be probably at least quality 100. There's no way it would be worth that much this early in the game. I don't know why she keeps it instead of selling it. She's completely derailed, you know. Like one of them lunatics, yeah. I can lure her into the back alley behind my house. Then you come and snatch it. That, you pay my debts, right? No deal, Grover. I'm not extorting your debt from someone else. Now die like a man. We miss our pummel again. Sorry, Grover. Would have killed you right away, but we're missing way too often. A work coverall and Grover's head. This is the head of Grover of Junkyard. He's even uglier dead. Oh, there's shelves in here. We should search the shelf for some Protectorate propaganda. You know we're going to break down this, Rose. 12 scrap. Yeah, his clothes go to good use. Look at us. Let's go turn this in. And then we'll go talk with the scrappers and see what quests they want us to do. By the way, everyone, I'm recording several of these in advance again. just in case I get any other problems with the computer or what have you. I like to make sure I have a backlog. My plan is to record up to Depot A and finish Depot A before I take a small break and then let my recordings catch up. My uploads catch up. Yeah? About that Grover guy. Did you handle the situation? The poor sap couldn't pay up. Give him Grover's head. So, he really was telling the truth about being broke. Regretful, but you did what had to be done. Good job. I've got some business to attend to now. We'll talk about the other favor later. Alright, but don't take too long. See, that's dumb. Why don't I just get the quest and come back to him later? What was the other thing, Silas? Go talk to Captain Broderick there at the wharf. He was transporting some cargo for us when the earthquake started, and a big wave knocked some of it off the boat. He thinks he knows where it might have washed up, though. He'll ferry you over there to look for it. Alright, I'll do it. Excellent. Talk to Broderick when you're good to go. So now that I know everyone that you can do all the quests for all the people, there's no reason why you shouldn't. It's all worth the money. That's money. Well, some of it is, but it's also worth experience points. And it's also a good test to see if your character can handle, like it's a pre-test before Depot A. It's nowhere near as difficult as Depot A, but if you can't do all these, Depot A is going to be tough. In particular, the scrapper quests, because the scrapper quests will have you deal with mines and robots. Hopefully the merchants here will recycle their inventory once as well. I'd like the excuse to go shopping for some better weapon parts. Oh, maybe we'll get lucky and Gort here will be selling some better metal for us for a future sledgehammer. Dogs. I do that every when I pop up the quest log a lot because I see the number up here and it annoys me to no end. So I just want to get rid of the number. Hey, you're back. Buy something. Would you happen by any chance to have an Armadillo class drill rotator circuit board? Well, you can look around, but I'm pretty sure I don't have none of that stuff. It's not that common of a digger nowadays, Jack, so we don't look for its parts when scavenging the old junkyard. What is the old junkyard? It's Depot A. It's right through the gate over there in the back. He points his thumb over to the shoulder. We keep it under a lock because there's some nasty creatures roaming around in there. You wouldn't want to meet none of them, Jack. I see. So, looking to buy something? Yes. Let's see. So, he's not interested in buying anything that we have. We could sell our MK. I think he'll buy our MK1. He will buy our MK1 grenades, and he sells MK2s. We'll start saving up for them. What else is he selling that I'm interested in? Hand grenade, EMP. We're not taking chemistry till much later. Oh, we could learn how to make EMP. Oh, well, those are mines. No, it would be grenades. Nah, we'll be okay. Alright, so, what else is he selling that I'm interested in? First off, is he selling any handles? He is not. Is he selling any metal? He is. Ooh, a 56 quality tungsten steel plate. We'll take that. A decent level plasma core also. Level 56. Is he selling an electroshock generator? I don't see one, because we could make a thunder hammer early on. No. I don't think we will. That's decent quality, though, for this low level. How about the cloth? Ooh! 68 blast cloth. I don't... Let's trade for this stuff at the moment. And then let's look at my skills. So I'm going to level up. What level am I? 6. I would like to level up 2 more times. So my tailoring should be 55. but we're going to need more than 55 tailoring to actually use that blast cloth. So no. Could maybe use the high density foam padding instead. If I pop open my riot armor, fabric only, that's not going to work. The galvanic vest could work. That's a shame. That blast cloth could go a long way to helping us resist explosive damage, but it's too high level. We'll be okay. We'll take a look at what we can make, the hammer we can create with what we just picked up when we get back to our dumpster. You see a short, jittery man with messy hair and stained goggles, both of which he occasionally adjusts, only to find a second later that he's not happy with the new arrangement. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? I need to get into the old junkyard. No dice. It's Scrapper's only zone, Jack. What are you looking for there, anyway? Some drill parts. We don't usually allow outsiders in there. I guess I might be able to let you slip by. That is, if you're willing to do me a favor first. What kind of favor? I need to retrieve something from an associate of mine. Alright, that sounds simple enough. I'm listening. Let's discuss this somewhere more private. Okay, here's what you gotta do. Go to the slums, past a camping area, into a back alley to the north. There's a gambling house back there. Look for a guy named Elwood and get his key card off him. I have no idea how you do it, though. Avoid fighting him if you can. If you absolutely must kill him for it, make sure no one sees you. If the other scrappers see you attacking him, the whole deal is off, and I'll have nothing to do with you, understand? Alright, I'll do it. That's the spirit. Let me know when you get the key card. This should be a piece of cake. It should be as easy as stunning him, pummeling him, and then killing him. In that order. I guess we'll go do this now. Oh, and before I head to Depot A, everyone, if I'm not level 8, I may decide to go exploring a little bit in some of the areas that we've been in previously. Like, I might try the Iron Heads again, for example. Especially now we have better armor on ourselves. Oh, crap. I have a bunch of... Well, I guess I can just store these. Okay, so... I want to see what type of sledgehammer we can make with this. 44, so first off, we can't make it. It requires one more point of mechanics than we have. It's a level 8 is what I consider it, hammer. That's good enough to see us through Depot A. 9 strength. Oh, that's going to be rough if we take any strength loss. Oh, look at that damage, though. We pick up 4 minimum and 12 more maximum damage on the weapon. Our crit chance gets lowered by 2%, but we get an extra 20% critical damage when we crit. Ignores mechanical damage threshold when attacking organic targets. So it ignores the small number, not the percentage. Damage increased by 10% for every point of strength above 8, so we gain 10% extra damage with it. Yeah, that'll be really nice when we're able to actually create it. Okay, let's go do this quest as well.
Divinity Original Sin 2 continues to deliver moment after moment of, wait, you can do that? So here are even more tips to help you do some real weird and wonderful stuff while you wander through Rivellon. Slipping on ice not only makes you look like a complete fool, but also means you'll miss a valuable turn in combat. A comment that Dorky Darko left on our last tips video points out that you can combine a handful of nails to any pair of boots to permanently add the benefit of grip. So now you can confidently walk over sheets of ice without the fear of falling on your god-woken ass. It's a good idea to have your party members carry a spare shield in their backpacks just in case they need an emergency top-up to their shields. If your abilities are on cooldown or you need a boost in a pinch, you can use 1 action point to equip a shield, 2 action points to use the shield's up ability, and then your last action point to switch back to your main weapon. Now this might cost you a turn, but if it means staying alive or taking some damage away from one of your weaker characters to tank it onto you, then it's a turn well spent. Sneaky Thief Smug McMuffin correctly points out
the combat in Divinity Original Sin 2, and the reason I wanted to do that is because this is a turn-based RPG, so the combat is a little different. So I figured what better way to do that than basically go to the middle of a town and attack everyone in it. So we're just going to click on somebody and get the combat started and basically turn the entire town against us. So, as I mentioned, Divinity Original Sin is a turn-based RPG when it comes to combat, and that essentially means, think Pokemon, actually, that's a great one. They take their turn, and then you take your turn, and then whoever's next takes their turn. The difference here compared to Pokemon being that, you know, there's way more than one, or 2, rather, combatants. So, from here, as you can see, it's my turn right now. So, right off the bat, what determines who goes first? Well, that's actually going to be your wits attribute. I went over some of the stuff in character creation. If you're a little unfamiliar with it, feel free to go look at that. If you are, however, aware of how that works, if you've played tabletop RPGs, initiative is a big thing. And that, like I said, is determined by your wits attribute. Now, when you level up, you can use this. You can use those attribute points to give you more initiative by putting them into wits, which will actually also give you critical chance. And while you're out and about in the world, it will also actually allow you to find hidden treasures. So there is that. Also detect traps. So that's what determines who gets to go first, essentially. Now I will say putting 0 points in wits, just starting the combat usually, you wind up usually second or third. There are some different cases and scenarios in which that plays out differently, but essentially that's the case. Now, down here, towards the bottom of the screen, all these green dots, those are our action points, which again, if you're familiar with tabletop RPGs, shouldn't be too much of a surprise to you. Now, action points are essentially exactly that, points of action, and all the abilities or movement that we use will cost action. Now, as you can see, as I move my cursor, it'll tell me how many action points it would take me to move there. Now, if I were to move past someone who had attack of opportunity, which is essentially someone that's attacking me as I'm trying to walk by them, that would actually show up as a little red sword. None of these guys, for some reason, will attack of opportunity me if I were to run past them, as that red sword circle would show up around them. Now, from here, these buttons down at the bottom, I could actually flee combat if there weren't any enemies around me, which essentially just teleports me to the nearest way shrine. And then if I just wanted to pass my turn altogether, I could just hit delay your turn, or you could just hit, end turn. That would also be fine. So from there, we have our abilities that are pretty much standard in any game, but the reason I show them to you is that top green dot is how many action points it is. So if I wanted to raise a bloated corpse, which is a necromancer skill, it would cost 1 action point. The 3 down here in the corner, that is of course the cooldown timer, so if I were to use that, it would take 3 turns to cool down. That's all pretty standard. I think that's pretty straightforward enough. If I mouse over someone, it gives me the chance to hit. Most basic attacks will cost 2 action points. Basically any melee attack will. And then you get weapon attacks, which is flurry right here. So because I'm dual wielding daggers, or dual wielding anything for that matter, I get flurry. And that actually costs 3, and that's the case with all of them. If I come over here to my other party member, Sabile, She's using all-in because she gets a two-handed weapon, so her weapon ability is all-in. That will also cost 3. So that's just pretty much how that works. Now, again, all that's pretty straightforward. If you click on any ability, it'll give you the range you can actually use it in. If I have high ground, it'll give extra area with little green pluses in it, which essentially means you're getting that extra range because you have high ground, which is a little hard to show you right here in the middle of town, mind you. But what I could try to do is if I were to come over here, it would give me extra range because I have the high ground, and essentially I can see farther. Now that's very important for characters who are using a bow, because obviously that range is going to be good. Plus, being in high ground actually gives you 20% extra damage, which again, for anything long range, wizards, archers, that's pretty important to have. From here, like I said, everything's pretty straightforward as of right now. So, of course, at the top we see our order of attack. It would be myself, which is at the very end here, Morta. Then it would be the next guy, which is Magister Bella, which is probably her. Oh no, it's Magister Carol. But we could find her. And then after that would be Sabile, our companion over here. And then so on and so forth. That's essentially just the order of attack. Now in this case there's so many that it shows all of them and you can't see anything else. But this white bar here is actually the end of turn. Anything past that is actually just the turn starting over. And that lets you know who's next, in which case would probably be me, but I can't guarantee that. It would take into initiative at that point. That is the basics of how jumping into combat works. Now, if I were sneaking or something, that would obviously affect it differently, because if I were to attack someone from sneaking, depending on if that attack breaks sneak or if they saw me to begin with, that would be a totally different thing. But from there, I'm just going to hit this guy and we'll move on a little bit. Now, I'm dual-wielding daggers, which means they get a backstab critical on whoever I happen to hit. Now, because they shouldn't get anything, if I hover over them, that little white circle or triangle behind them is where I would get backstab criticals from. So I'm going to jump over here real fast, and then, as you can see, it goes pretty well. Random civilians have, like, no health, so, you know, you're pretty much decimating them. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention is that a bunch of attacks here have extra effects. Now, if we look at Magister Carol, you can see on her health bar that pops up that there's 2 other bars above that. Now, the white one is physical armor, and the blue one is magic armor. Now, in order to hit her vitality, I have to break through one of those 2 things with the associated type. Now, physical armor is obviously pretty straightforward. Basically, most physical damage attacks, all of your weapon, if you look at an ability, it'll actually tell you what it is resisted by. Necromancers do physical damage, so most of their stuff is actually resisted by physical armor. Whereas if I come over to Sabile here, I believe she has one that's... No, she doesn't actually. But if I were to be using any magic attack, it would say that it's resisted by magic armor as opposed.
It would be very nice to do the quest for Abram, but we need stealth equipment. So there's several things that I would need to successfully do that quest. Number 1, we would need tabby boots, stealth tabby boots, to increase our walking speed. We will need stealth armor to increase our stealth, because we have none. And we probably would want a stealth field as well to further increase our stealth. It's not as difficult as I'm making it sound, but it is not easy to do. We cannot complete it at the moment because we don't have the means to actually. I don't think we have the means to actually.
The last 10 years were some of the very best for RPGs in the history of gaming. From initially niche series like Persona or The Witcher at last getting their proper due in the eyes of the mainstream public, to relative newcomers like Dark Souls shaking the very foundation of the industry to its core, RPGs have hit landmark after landmark over the last decade. With so much groundbreaking stuff coming out seemingly every year then, it's only natural that some slip through the cracks despite having more than enough quality to stand next to their peers. With that in mind then, I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 best hidden gem RPGs of the last 10 years. Number 10, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Hardcore RPGs have always been a hard sell amongst mainstream audiences for, well, obvious reasons. I mean, it's right there in the name. While Dark Souls is easy enough to learn once you sit down and dedicate yourself to it, and is very good at making you want to do that, games like Kingdom Come Deliverance never really managed to thread that needle, leading to it falling by the wayside, at least if you weren't championing it since its crowdfunding days. However, if you like your RPGs to be as realistic as possible, then this is a game you need to track down. Set during the actual Middle Ages of Europe, the game follows a blacksmith as he struggles to complete a sword delivery for the local king. So to start, it's kind of like Fallout New Vegas, but with a lot more theses. This is a game that looks like Skyrim, but plays anything but. Everything in this title is a journey, and nothing is taken for granted. Want to be able to swing your sword and fight enemies? Well, you've got to put in the training. With dedicated systems that make the functions of this world as realistic as possible, you're going to have to throw away a lot of the gaming comforts that you probably didn't even realize you were used to. And if that sounds interesting to you, then you should definitely check out Kingdom Come. Number 9, The Sinking City. The Sinking City shouldn't work. A detective RPG set in the world of H.P. Lovecraft, this is a title as much about solving disturbing crimes as it is shooting eldritch beasties in the face. It's this oddball mix that makes it so charming though, especially if you're fond of the horrific mythology the legendary author created, but don't want to deal with the man's mad racism. Now the reason why you might not have heard about this is that the issue with the game initially was, essentially, that it didn't work. The first release was plagued with bugs to the point where it was virtually unplayable, and as a result received a deserved critical kicking at the time. That was then though, and thanks to patches and a next-gen upgrade, The Sinking City is better than it's ever been. If you want a distinct looking open world teeming with interesting stories, shady cults, and unknowable horrors, then this could be the game for you. Number 8, Realms of Magic. One of the joys of any RPG that gives the player any kind of freedom is showing the main story quest your favourite finger and going off to mess about with literally anything else. And Realms of Magic is one of those RPGs that not only knows this, but keeps score of how badly you are faffing about. Sure, you could go on this fun 2D pixelated adventure filled with bottomless customization options, fun characters, and witty writing. Or you could go and start a farm and completely ignore the encroaching darkness on the horizon. Realms of Magic is a mix of Stardew Valley and the Elder Scrolls, and is one of the deepest RPG experiences released in the past several years. The freedom given to you right at the start can be overwhelming, but as long as you pace yourself, Realms of Magic will suck you in and keep you compelled to keep playing however you like. Number 7, The Age of Decadence. If you love hardcore RPGs, but Kingdom Come's combat system is just a wee bit too jank for you, then Age of Decadence is the RPG you've been looking for. This thing is like the ultimate RPG rule breaker, throwing aside almost every established convention of the genre to give something wholly its own. The world of Age is unique, set in a world where the ancient evil never awakened, so humanity happily took up the job of destroying the world in its stead. It's a unique take on post-apocalypse, with all of the major story beats centering around trying to either keep what's left alive, or just burn it all down and start again. Whatever preconceptions you might have about RPGs, even hardcore ones, Age will probably subvert it. It will anger you, it will frustrate you, and you might not even like it or recommend it when all is said and done, but it will stay with you long after you finish. Number 6, Pathologic 2. Now I don't want to fill this list exclusively with games that will probably break your spirit, but I simply can't talk about hidden gem RPGs without discussing the absurd, punishing weirdness of Pathologic 2. A kinda sequel, kinda remake of the original Pathologic, the game sees you exploring a town that's slowly succumbing to the plague. As a doctor, you are here to help, but thanks to the punishing survival mechanics, you simply can't help everyone, and hell, you don't want to get sick yourself, do ya? While a lot of RPGs boast having morally grey dilemmas, none quite match up to Pathologic, which will have you playing off politicians acting in their own interest, as well as more overtly supernatural outside forces. And even worse, there's only so many hours in the day, and there will be tasks and objectives you can't get around to, which will lead for some incredibly stressful time management where people's lives literally hang in the balance. This is a game that slaps you across the face and then makes you like it, acting as a wider commentary on video games themselves, as well as just generally being a fascinating idiosyncratic experience in its own right. If you've never heard of this series, I'd heartily recommend H-Bomber Guy's deep dive on the original game. It is a great introduction to this weird and wonderful world. Number 5, Haven. Now on to something completely different. A lot of RPGs, especially niche ones, can feel a little bit impersonal. While the stories might be good, the characters within that story might feel more like acquaintances instead of actual adventuring parties. So why not make a game where the character's relationship is the entire point? With that in mind, Haven centers on a pair of newlyweds named K and U, who have escaped their home planet but wound up crashed on a planet seemingly devoid of intelligent life. When they work to repair the ship, your job is to keep both of them and their budding love alive in this harsh environment. The combat mechanics, where you must control both K and U at the same time to defeat enemies, is both a fun and interesting spin on turn-based combat, as well as a good metaphor for their relationship. And that relationship is easily the best part of the game. I mean, it wouldn't even be on this list if it wasn't, as you get to know intimately both members of the couple as they go through the ups and downs of a relationship while surviving in this harsh world. Even better, the latest update added gender-swapped versions of both K and U, allowing you the option to play as either a gay or lesbian couple. Number 4, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. The closest entry on this list to breaking the mainstream, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, the latest in a long line of Dragon Ball Z games that retell the world-famous manga through its most famous arcs, was hyped up like mad when it was coming out. And while it did make something of a splash when it was released, it was nowhere near previous contemporaries like Dragon Ball FighterZ. However, Kakarot does enough new with the concept to make it more than worth checking out. For one thing, it's a proper RPG, with a free-roam world the player can explore at their leisure, instead of a fighting game telling the same story you've seen a million times in an uninterestingly linear fashion. The combat is smooth as butter, while maintaining the weight, speed, and cataclysmic destruction one expects from a Dragon Ball Z punch-up, and if you're in need of a good anime fighting game / RPG and the 2D action of FighterZ just isn't scratching that itch, Kakarot should definitely be at the top of your list. Number 3, Greedfall. If you're lamenting the current state of BioWare and waiting anxiously for Dragon Age 4 to either confirm or sway your deepest fears about what EA has done to this once beloved company, then worry not, because you can get your fix with Greedfall. Relative newcomer Spider has created an epic RPG centered around being a badass fantasy pirate caught up in the politics of their equally badass fantasy world. With charming and complex companions by your side, you must slash, shoot, and magic your way to the truth of this One Piece going through a goth metal phase world. For the first major attempt by a new studio, Greedfall is one of the best RPGs of its year. And while mainstream audiences didn't give it the time of day, their loss can be your gain. I mean, come on, fantasy pirates are inherently cool, this is just science. Number 2, Star Renegades. Tactics RPGs have been a pretty hard sell to Western RPG fans who prefer to do things up close and personal. The best success stories like XCOM and Fire Emblem usually put some kind of twist on it to hook people. And Star Renegades does do something similar, with a spin on the Nemesis system from the Shadow of Mordor games, and an engaging roguelike progression system. Star Renegades' adversary system has enemy officers evolve as the game goes on, moving up in the ranks the longer they go without dying. And as your characters fall, the little robot buddy, JST-1N, or, Justin, goes to the next dimension to share combat data with the next generated batch of heroes. So, even if your party completely wipes, you never truly lose progress. As shown with games like Hades, this kind of roguelike system is easier for mainstream audiences to get behind, since it guarantees some kind of progression through the game. And Star Renegades is as good at balancing that as Hades is, and even better in some areas. Number 1, Kingdoms of Amalur: Reckoning. In terms of Western RPGs that deserved way more than what they got, few are as snubbed as Kingdoms of Amalur: Reckoning. While it did manage to accrue enough of a cult following to get a re-release, neither made sufficient enough of a splash for anything to come of what should have been an amazing series of RPGs. This game, like all great RPGs, starts off with your character already thoroughly dead. Don't worry though, you get better, and in getting better, you'll learn that you have the ability to literally alter the course of fate itself. Events that were otherwise inevitable can now be thwarted, those seemingly destined to die can be saved, etc, etc. Obviously, such a setup kinda chooses your career path for you. So, newly resurrected and familiar with the awesome combat system, you set out to thwart a seemingly impossibly overwhelming enemy. Everything about this game on a technical and gameplay level runs like a Swiss watch, fussed over until it was just right. The only part it seems to stumble in, and why it probably denied the fandom given to, say, the BioWare library, was its character writing, which wasn't exactly earth-shattering. Despite that though, Kingdoms of Amalur is one of the best RPGs released in the past 10 years, and definitely one you should check out. With the re-release, you simply have no excuse. So, that's our list. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. Have you played any of these RPGs, or are there any better ones you would have included on here instead? Let me know, and while you're down there, could you please give us a like, share, subscribe, and head over to whatculture.com for more lists and news like this every single day. Even if you don't though, I've been Josh, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
Let's do something a little bit different today, and talk about some of the most
narrative of Realms of Magic is told through quests, lore books, and journal entries. There is a main quest line in each region and 7 acts to work through. This gives the game a good sense of structure. The character creation system is detailed and adds to the canon of the game's world. There are a good number of races to pick from, who all hail from different regions, and plenty of aesthetic options that can be applied to your character. Realms of Magic differs from other games in the 2D sandbox genre in some interesting ways. It's a sandbox game with crafting, but it has a traditional RPG heart beating at its core. Professions and talents leave you with plenty of options when levelling up your character, and decent gear can be obtained through killing powerful enemies or looting chests. The combat is versatile as there are a number of skills that can be unlocked. A multitude of quality of life features help with the game's playability. You can use a torch while mining, meaning that you don't have to press a key or swap items on the hotbar constantly. You have a tool belt which keeps your tools on one hotbar slot and switches between their respective functions automatically, and a separate hotbar activates for combat when your weapon is readied. All of these features contribute towards making the gameplay smooth and polished. Realms of Magic lacks a minimap, which is a bit of a shame, as it would help when exploring non-protected sandbox areas. Hunger and thirst are factors to consider, but luckily when both bars are depleted, you are only penalised with stat reductions, rather than draining health or immobilisation. The presentation of Realms of Magic is generally strong, but there are a few weak links. Creatures are well designed, textures have a good level of detail, and the UI has an old school wood-based finish to it that looks very nostalgic, but always remains functional. On the other hand, lighting is flat and lacks a dynamic flair, and the animations can be clunky and robotic. The music is excellently crafted, if at times a little bit too grandiose and overblown. The ambient noise is simplistic and sounds as if it comprises a small number of layers, but does a great job at setting the tone of each biome. Overall, Realms of Magic is another solid entry in the long haul of 2D sandbox games that now exists. Its focus on RPG aspects helps give the game its own identity. It's very thoughtfully put together, enjoyable to play, and gives you plenty of varied tasks to complete. For fans of Terraria, Starbound and It Lurks Below, it's well worth the time and money.
video is brought to you by Ridge's Wallet and Key Case. The next update for your wallet and keys is here, and you can get 10% off your order by using offer code SKILLUP. Click the link below to get to it, or stick around to the end of the video to learn more. Alright, let me put it this way. I suspect you're going to see a real spread of scores when it comes to Atomic Heart. I do expect you'll see a few 8s and 9s, maybe even a 10 here or there. I also expect you'll see a few 5 or 6s as well, maybe even lower. That's because Atomic Heart has a bunch of stuff that works really well, but it's also got some fucking bullshit that really wrecks this experience. I'm really mixed on this overall. Like, point blank, if you were to ask me, did I enjoy this? I'm gonna be like, sorta? There were definitely parts of Atomic Heart that I both enjoyed and appreciated. Many of the fundamentals of a good AAA single-player shooter are here. Visuals, technical performance, combat, enemy design, and some really interesting levels and scenarios. But, and it's going to take me the full length of this review to explain this properly, this package just doesn't come together. It has many of the elements of something that should coalesce into something immersive, emotive, memorable, but it never does. It never forms that monolithic identity the way that great single-player shooters do. The way we look back on Deus Ex or Bioshock or Prey or the Metro games, I really do not think that people will look back on Atomic Heart in anywhere near the same way, because there is something missing at the heart of all this, and it takes a while to notice that it's not there, but when you notice, it's hard to think about anything else. In a way, I'm not super surprised about this outcome, since I've always viewed Atomic Heart as a bit of an oddity. All of its pre-release trailers look so good that I was like, what's the catch here? I actually played a preview build of it a few weeks back, and I walked away really impressed, because a preview build is just a slice of a game. And yeah, it's all there. All the things I was looking for were right there in that preview slice. But I'd heard that the game was shooting for 20 hours long, and it's really hard to make a good single-player shooter that works for a full 20 hours. So I was keeping my hype in check, thinking that maybe this could all go south. Sure enough, the cracks in Atomic Heart really start to show with prolonged exposure to it. Its visual style is unique, but visual motifs are adopted and cast aside so quickly that the game is never able to develop a sense of place. Its gameplay and enemy design are good, but its combat scenarios are often exhausting, with bullet sponge enemies endlessly spawning, followed by bullet sponge bosses who never ask you to do anything more than just shoot or hit them a bunch. Its level and puzzle design is elaborate and ambitious, but it's also unwieldy, as many puzzles drag on and levels often feel over-designed. Its open world segments look pretty and they seem full of interesting ideas and systems, but none of them actually work, as no effort has been put into balancing enemy density, stealth options, and incentives. Crucially, the writing in this game is terrible. Holy shit, it is basement level bad. The story is laughably predictable and yet so drawn out. You roll your eyes when your dumbass main character realizes the obvious plot points like 15 hours after you realize them. Every character is so obnoxious and just won't shut up, especially the main character, who tries so hard to exude pissed off, angry man energy that he spends the entire time pissing and moaning and complaining and wisecracking about everything, when a few simple grunts would have done his characterization far better. And don't get me started on the sleazy kiosk lady. We'll talk more about her later, believe me. The writing is so bad that it materially impacted my enjoyment of this experience massively, because it really takes you out of this experience. That really matters, because these types of single-player shooter experiences are ultimately about immersion, I think. This isn't Doom, or Halo, or Destiny, or Borderlands. This is a certain type of shooter where we're stepping into someone's shoes so that we can be immersed in their story and in their world. That is where Atomic Heart really falls down. It's pretty, it's actiony, it's got the sexy robots, but it never manages to immerse you in a story, in characters, or in a world that feel real or believable or cohesive or anything like that. Like the automatons you battle, Atomic Heart just feels kind of robotic and fake, which really is one of the most dire criticisms you can level at a game like this. We'll do performance first, as usual. I tested Atomic Heart on 3 PCs, an RTX 4090 AMD Ryzen 5950X, an RTX 2080 Ti AMD Ryzen 3700X, and the Steam Deck. A few things to shout out first. The game will spend a minute or two installing shaders the very first time you boot it up. You'll only have to do that once, and after that there are basically no loading screens in game, and I never encountered any of the stuttering that is plaguing many modern PC titles. I did encounter an issue with VSync where I wasn't able to toggle it on. That was resulting in significant screen tearing. I had to enable VSync through the NVIDIA control panel, which did fix the issue. DLSS is supported here, including DLSS 3 frame generation. I went with the 2.0 option since the 40 series card was producing more than enough frames on its own and it didn't need the help. There's a fairly expansive graphical options menu that does let you tweak things like motion blur, depth of field, and even set your hard drive type. One important omission though is an FOV slider. The developers have just said nope to one of the most important options in any shooter. I can kind of understand the absence of this on console since FOV does impact performance, but on a PC port, nah man, that's just not cool. It's a big problem because this game's FOV is actually quite narrow, so I do expect at least a few people won't be able to play it due to motion sickness. There's only a very basic audio options menu that lets you control different volumes. There's no toggles for different audio setups like headphones versus 5.1, no binaural audio mix. That's a bit of a bummer because I definitely found some issues with directional audio and audio telegraphs, and some more flexible options here would have been helpful. One important thing I'll point out when playing on a keyboard and mouse is that the game utilizes mouse acceleration, and there's no way to turn it off in the menu. I hate mouse acceleration so much, and as a result, I never felt like I had full control over my weapon during tense gunplay sequences. It always felt as though it was sliding a few centimeters this way or that when I did any quick aiming. Kind of a bummer. I really hope they patch that. So I got a lot of problems with Atomic Heart, but performance ain't one. On the 2080 Ti machine, this runs at 4K with DLSS set to performance. It looks great and it stays locked at near 60 FPS, not a full 60, but close enough, and most importantly, it's very stable. That frame rate really doesn't dip much. I know people are becoming increasingly wary of DLSS like it's a crutch to hide bad optimization. Well, this is Atomic Heart max settings running on a 2080 Ti, and it's still hitting 30 to 40 FPS. That's pretty damn good, and really the best possible evidence I can provide that this is a well-optimized game. On the Steam Deck, cloud saves are already enabled, so you can switch back and forth between desktop and deck with ease. At native resolution, low settings, you can get a pretty locked 30 FPS. So yeah, Atomic Heart is absolutely playable on the Steam Deck, no doubt about it. For this sort of performance on lower-end machines, performance on the 4090 becomes rather academic, but yeah, it runs really well. At 4K resolution, I was averaging 120 FPS, which is where I capped it at. Very few frame drops, ran generally flawlessly. So yeah, 3 PCs tested, all of them sterling performance. A PC port for a new AAA game that's actually good? Quick, someone write this down, it's a red letter day. In terms of bugs and stability, I didn't get a single crash during my playthrough. I did get some minor bugs, namely some UI stuff, some audio glitches, but all of it was very small potatoes. It's definitely a very polished, very well optimized video game, so congrats to the developers for that. That's an even bigger achievement when you stand back and take in the fact that Atomic Heart looks pretty good, at least technically speaking. But when we start to get to the topic of art direction, it gets a lot more complicated. Atomic Heart opens here in a sequence that is the USSR yin to Bioshock's Americana-infused yang. It's not remotely subtle about what it's aiming for here, and it's actually the first of a number of Bioshock references you might spot throughout the game. No two ways about it, this is all pretty spectacular looking. The canal ride gives way to crowded streets, leading to a frankly overwhelming parade sequence, culminating in a trip to the clouds where you can survey from on high the full scope of the USSR's technologically infused megalomania. In this alternative history, post-World War II Russia would invent a brand new chemical substance that fueled a golden age of scientific discovery, enabling all manner of new technology, but most notably automatons, which not only serve Soviet citizens, but the USSR also distributes them freely to other countries as a form of foreign aid. Chekhov quietly polishing his gun in the corner. These opening moments present a visual cohesion that isn't sustained throughout the rest of the game. Partly, that's for good reason. In the opening sections, you're seeing the USSR as it would like to be seen, where later you're journeying into its grotesque underbelly. Form gives way to function in the USSR's secret scientific testing facilities and KGB-style command centers. In these other parts of the game, though, Atomic Heart really struggles to find its visual footing. It throws a lot at the wall to see what sticks. And some of it absolutely does. There's a level set in a theater, for example, that's really well done, and it embraces the setting to produce some striking visuals and sequences. There's some really evocative imagery at times, as the game showcases how far the Soviets are pushing technological and biological frontiers. These sequences are the exception. By and large, Atomic Heart looks and feels visually thrown together and confused. Its visuals pull in so many different visual elements and they don't look like they fit together correctly. Like this example in the open world. There's wooden fences next to advanced laser fences, there's high-tech security cameras suspended on old wooden posts, there's futuristic automatons patrolling next to rundown jalopies, and then all of a sudden there's a rocket-powered wooden house that comes and lands next to you. It's like, what's going on here? This sequence here is one where I need to revive a tree to open a door, and to do that I need to find 4 canisters in 4 different wings of this underground complex, and each wing looks totally different. One wing is a bureaucratic office, another is a big series of pools for mixing chemicals, another is this scientific testing lab thing, and another is this rundown train yard. And this is just one puzzle in one compound, and that is how quickly we are cycling through different visual motifs. And at this point you're probably saying, dude, that's just normal video game stuff, what the fuck are you talking about? And it is, sure, but most games introduce you to a new setting and then they develop that setting as you move deeper into it. There's a consistency that is built and maintained for a period before moving on to the next visual style, and that creates a sense of world building and immersion because these spaces feel sort of real. Atomic Heart doesn't do that. It is so desperate to throw so much art design at you that it never asks, does this art belong here? Or do we need to switch to a different style so quickly? It feels like the developers were so determined to dazzle you at every turn that they forgot that every turn is too often. I'll put it this way, the Aperture Science Center feels like a science center. The Metro Tunnels felt like Metro Tunnels. The Black Mesa Research Facility had these wings that had a distinct feel to each of them. The Tower Space Station in Prey felt like an Art Deco inspired space station. Atomic Heart never achieves that sense of place because the game is cycling through different settings at such a manic pace, none of it feels authentic. It feels like a bunch of dioramas taped together, like a slideshow that is moving on to the next slide too quickly, and the result is a distinct absence of immersion and at times disorientation. But you won't ever get lost though, since there is a marker guiding your every step, and you can also scan the environment to see enemies through walls and highlight any lootable containers. Generally not a fan of either of those things in games. I've spoken a lot about designing levels that you can see with your eyes, but Atomic Heart is so visually noisy that you need this scanning tool, otherwise you just won't be able to see the things that you need to collect or the places you need to go. Same goes for the GPS marker guiding you. The levels here are very large and not intuitive to explore. Their layouts are often needlessly labyrinthine and confusing, so you aren't actually exploring these levels, you're kind of just following the marker. As for what these levels are, yeah, so there's an overworld, which we'll talk about soon, but most of the game is set underground, in these labs, these administrative centers, in these bunkers, in a theater. Even the theater is underground for some reason. You're sent to these locations to do a thing, and then when you get there you typically find that the power's turned off, or some MacGuffins are missing, and you need to kill a bunch of enemies and solve a bunch of puzzles to unlock the final boss encounter, move the story forward, move on to the next zone. Generally speaking, all of this is fine. Sometimes it works really well, like in the theater level, where its setting, solid pacing, and interesting puzzles coalesce to create a very interesting experience. A lot of the time though, it doesn't click together quite so neatly, as some of the puzzles can go on for a really long time, and combat has its own host of issues related to enemy health and spawn rates. I will say though that these underground levels are one of the more successful aspects of the game design, which stands in stark contrast to the open world stuff, which is frankly a bit of a disaster. So I mentioned earlier that Atomic Heart has an overworld structure. It does, but definitely don't think of that overworld as the backbone of the game. There are actually a few different open world areas that you move between by different means, and they host not only the main mission levels, but also optional bunkers that allow you to collect materials and unlock new weapon patterns. When you arrive in the open world, you're briefly introduced to its myriad systems. There are a lot of enemies patrolling, there are cameras watching what's going on. If any of those cameras see you, they'll immediately call reinforcements. If you happen to kill any robots or cameras, then a repair drone is immediately dispatched to repair that robot or camera on the spot. They will do this endlessly, and there is no way to disable this behavior unless you bring down the entire region's security network, which is done by finding the right terminal to switch off a big-ass fan. The security system then lowers to the ground, and you can temporarily disable it, but only temporarily. So what I've described is a bunch of really interesting ideas that completely fall apart because no effort has been put into balancing any of them. This game has a stealth system. It's implied that you are meant to stealth through a lot of these sections. That just doesn't work. You can crouch to reduce your noise, and you're meant to be able to sneak up behind enemies and one-hit KO them with a QTE, but there are just so many fucking enemies patrolling around and so many cameras spying on you that trying to avoid them feels borderline impossible. Trying to kill all of them would just sap you of all of your resources since all the enemies have so much health. Plus, they all get automatically repaired anyway, so there's kind of no point to killing them. If enemy density or enemy health was lower, this might have worked, but they're not, so it doesn't. Then there's the reinforcements, which materialize almost instantly. Annoying flying drones who zap you from the sky, and if you shoot them down, 2 more arrive seconds later. While you're doing that, the repair drone you can't see off screen because the narrow field of view has just repaired that automaton that you had previously pumped 6 slugs into, and now you've got to deal with him all over again. So you might think, well, why don't you just turn off the system? Sure, but that's not easy to do, especially the first time you arrive in a zone and you don't know where that reset button is. So most of your time when you come to a new zone, it's spent under these oppressive conditions with enemies breathing down your neck, threatening to immediately respawn if you dare kill them. So what do? Well, you kind of just run past everything, for real. That is the optimal way to deal with this open world because trying to confront it feels utterly pointless. So you run, or you get in a car with some of the worst driving physics I've experienced since Ghost Recon Wildlands, and you haul ass. Don't bump into any walls with the car, by the way, because if you do, your car will immediately set on fire and explode. Soviet workmanship at its absolute finest.
That is not subject to the emergency protocol.
The other dimension is that the overworld areas all look the same. They're just the green hill zone, dotted with little buildings and weird technology stuff like the laser fences or the high-tech wind turbine. It would have been nice if these open world segments had some diversity to them. Ironically enough, Atomic Heart's underground segments are frenetic in their visual variety, whereas the overworld has all of the visual diversity of Zeta Halo. That's a smaller issue. The bigger issue is just how suffocating these open world segments feel, and the way that you're essentially forced to just run past stuff rather than, fight it. I've heard some people comment that Atomic Heart has immersive sim elements. That is false. Other than a basically non-functional stealth system, there are no ways to advance your objectives other than just kill stuff with guns or zap them with your jazz hands. The open world would have been a really interesting sandbox to allow players to approach combat or exploration challenges in a variety of ways, but there are no other ways, and even if there were, you wouldn't have time to properly experiment with them because you'd be busy fighting off 6 endlessly respawning bullet sponge robots. Just a really baffling open world design model that I hope we don't see again anytime soon. Much like the open world, combat in Atomic Heart is full of promising ideas and mechanics that have not been dialed in properly. I want to start by saying that overall, I actually enjoyed the combat in this game. It's easily my favorite part of the package. There are a number of weapons which all fulfill a specific function and feel good to use. There are abilities that allow you to freeze or levitate or electrocute targets. They're kind of simple in their functionality, but they do work and they're fun to use. Enemies are actually quite diverse and quite fun to fight against. They have good movesets and they telegraph their big attacks, allowing you to dodge. The melee is the real standout star of the show. Since enemies have a lot of health and ammo isn't infinite, you will rely on axes, swords and maces to cleave a path through the Soviet robot army. The animations, the sound, the feedback when you connect, the way enemies buckle under the weight of your weapons, the way their exteriors degrade to show damage, it's all excellent. I don't think I've experienced first-person melee combat in a game this good, except in Darktide, and that is high praise, because the melee combat there is fucking awesome. So to be in that same category is a big achievement. Melee combat is, I think, the single best part of the Atomic Heart experience. That's not only because the melee combat is so good, but it's also because the rest of the combat package comes undone in a similar way that the open world does. The principal culprit is enemy health. Enemies just feel way too spongy. They just do. Bringing down the more basic foes one-on-one is fine, but you're often fighting multiple foes at once. And again, you've got this narrow field of view, they're all attacking you at once, you're constantly getting knocked down, and you can't stay on top of one target easily because they're zipping all over the place, and it's a lot. Then there's the spawn rates. Later on, you'll come to these sequences where the game just floods you with enemies, and it's like, oh man, come on. They're not hard, because you can take quite a few hits, and you have plenty of instant healing on hand. It's just kind of laborious as you just keep swinging or shooting and the enemies just keep on coming. The bosses represent the absolute worst of this. While visually spectacular, bosses have very few interesting mechanics to engage with. All of them, bar one, just involve shooting them a bunch of times while dodging their attacks. That's it. This little squiddy boss thing is a great example. I'm shooting this fucking guy with a rocket launcher, and look how much damage is being done. I went through like 30 rockets with this guy, and it still wasn't enough. And the entire time, I was just dodging back and forth over this whale corpse to avoid his laser. That was it. It's a really cool looking fight that was ultimately just a slow, boring war of attrition. I actually died on this guy earlier because I ran out of ammo, so I had to go and craft more ammo before coming back. That gives you an idea of how bullet spongy these bosses are. One of the weirdest decisions that Atomic Heart makes is that there's no run button. You can either walk or dodge, that's it. The walk is really slow, by the way. Later on you can unlock an increase to your walk speed, at which point it feels like you're sort of running, but even then the absence of a dedicated sprint or run button makes combat feel much slower and clunkier than it otherwise should be. But yeah, there is a progression path that will upgrade your core stats, your jazz hand abilities and your weapons. These upgrades do not materially change combat. They make your gun stronger, hold more bullets, etc. Don't expect combat will become more interesting or have more options available the further you progress into the game. Once you play the first few hours, you've essentially seen everything the Combat Sandbox has to offer, except for unlocking some new weapons. Oh, and the other problem with progression is that it involves talking to the sleazy kiosk lady.
Just give me laser protection.
Oh, so brutal. I'm shaking. Squirt your polymer inside me.
Okay, so this is the part where we get to Atomic Heart's absolute worst feature, its writing. So to begin, I know that there was some concern that Atomic Heart would somehow glorify the USSR like Soviet propaganda. That is definitely not the case. The idealized communist utopia you see in the intro sequence is just the setup. The turn definitely comes later. The story revolves around a new neural implant that is going to hook everyone up to something called Collective 2.0. That's collective with a K, mind you. Ostensibly, this technology will allow humans to control robots with just their thoughts, and would also give them instantaneous access to the vast wealth of human knowledge. Think Neo learning Kung Fu in the Matrix, while also being able to control the squiddies with his mind. That is Collective 2.0. Doesn't take much imagination to guess where this story might go when it comes to the Soviet Union having neural chips installed in everyone's head. I wish that I could say that Atomic Heart was full of twists and turns and surprises, revelatory exchanges, unexpected betrayals, thought-provoking commentary. Absolutely not. I mean, you can guess this game almost beat for beat from the moment this premise is delivered to you, and then it's just a matter of waiting for the dumbass main character to catch up. The stupidity of this main character, by the way, it's genuinely hard to credit. This guy is dumber than a stack of sandbags. The entire time he is blindly ignoring every single clue, every new piece of information, almost literally putting his fingers in his ears, going la 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 la, I can't hear you, refusing to believe anything he is seeing or hearing is real, blindly trusting the Communist Party scientist who is both his benefactor and his commander on this mission. The only thing that matches this main character's stupidity is his unpleasantness. There's this desire to write him as like the tough guy, take no shit, whatever, but it comes across as this relentless, unnecessary antagonism. Like, this is a really good example. This is him asking a question of someone, listen to how he responds.
Where are we?
This is the Academy of Consequences, the facility's memory, analytics center, and primary archive. The activities of all the other complexes are studied here in order to draw conclusions and generate probability matrices.
Get to the point.
See, she was just giving a perfectly reasonable response to his question, but the writers have to make it seem like he's all, you know, oh, I don't got time for this shit, even though he just asked the fucking question. The script is full of this stuff, with him needlessly yelling and swearing at robots who, there's no point in swearing at them because they're robots. They don't understand the concept of being threatened. Or being sworn at is ridiculous.
Great, let's...
I don't understand the swearing at robot fucking question. Make it seem
point.
Is his unpleasantness. There's this desire to write him as like the tough guy, take no shit, whatever, but it comes across as this relentless, unnecessary antagonism. Like, this is a really good example. This is him asking a question of someone, listen to how he responds.
Where are we?
This is the Academy of Consequences, the facility's memory, analytics center, and primary archive. The activities of all the other complexes are studied here in order to draw conclusions and generate probability matrices.
Get to the point.
See, she was just giving a perfectly reasonable response to his question, but the writers have to make it seem like he's all, you know, oh, I don't got time for this shit, even though he just asked the fucking question. The script is full of this stuff, with him needlessly yelling and swearing at robots who... There's no point in swearing at them because they're robots. They don't understand the concept of being threatened or being sworn at. It's ridiculous.
Great, let's go.
Assuming you have purchased a ticket.
A ticket? A fucking ticket? Are you stupid? There are corpses everywhere. There's an emergency protocol in effect over the entire facility. Start the train right now.
And it's just this for 15 hours. Him with his concrete pylon level of stupidity, combined with his relentless crotchety attitude and his machismo, it's unbearable. And then there's this kiosk. Like, it's kind of funny at the start, and you're like, oh, surely she'll calm down. But she's just at you with the most unsubtle innuendo ever. And I'm not like a prude or whatever, like this is not Christian criticism, it's just that it's really juvenile and it doesn't stop. 15 hours of her saying, oh, enter me, oh, squirt your polymer inside me. It's like, by the end, she doesn't even come up with new lines, she just remixes the old ones, and you kind of avoid going to the kiosk to upgrade because you don't want to have to hear any more of her cringy shit.
I can't wait for your strong hands to grope my interface with lustful abandon.
That's it. We're done here. Let's go.
I've spoken a few times in this review about the importance of immersion in a game like this. There were quite a few things in this game that never let me sink into that immersion. This plot, these characters, and this dialogue were the biggest roadblock. This plot is so painfully obvious and rote, and it is frustrating to watch this main character fumble in slow motion towards obvious realizations, and when he does open his mouth to say anything, he says it in the most obnoxious way possible. As I said earlier, these sorts of games are about stepping into a character's shoes, and I don't want anything to do with this guy's shoes. Like, imagine if Claptrap was the main character in Prey. That is the level of ruin that this character brings to this experience. So, at the top of this video, I said, if someone asked me if I enjoyed this, I'd be like, sort of? I want to be clear in the conclusion that that is true. I sort of did enjoy myself with this, or more specifically, I enjoyed parts of it. I appreciated aspects of the visual design, particularly its Soviet-inspired megalomania. I enjoyed some of the levels and scenarios. I think some of them came together really well, and those segments stand alongside the sort of stuff you'd experience in Bioshock or Prey or Metro or whatever. I enjoyed the combat, or at least I enjoyed many of the combat elements, particularly the melee-based combat, which I think is excellent. However, everything I've just listed here has a but after it. I enjoyed some of the art design, but on the whole, it's really messy, and Atomic Heart never establishes a believable sense of place. I enjoyed some of the levels and scenarios, but they were mostly full of drawn-out puzzles, and the levels were often weird and unwieldy, and the open-world stuff is a total mess, completely crushed under the weight of poor game design systems. I enjoyed the combat, but, much like the open-world design, it's undermined by poor enemy health balancing and spawn rates. And the writing, yeah, I've already said my piece on the writing. So, while I definitely enjoyed some of this, it's just not something I'd recommend, and the reason is what I said at the start. It just doesn't come together. It has so many components that look like it should be a great AAA single-player shooter. When you really look at those components, you see how fatally flawed each of them are, and as much as Atomic Heart reaches for, it isn't guided by a cohesive vision that makes this whole thing feel like it belongs together. Those great shooters I've listed throughout this video, and others like them, Half-Life, Fear, the Wolfenstein games, they all have this quality, this identity that makes them unmistakably them. Atomic Heart doesn't have that. It's just too thrown together, and too much of it doesn't work. As such,
everyone, Wanderbot here, and welcome to Realms of Magic 1.0. It came out on Wednesday, and ooh, there's some races that I can mess around with. So we can be human, wild elf, high elf, dark elf, orc, dwarf, goblin, gnome. So do we actually... Oh, we do have racial abilities that I should pay attention to.
The old kingdom is in danger, and the king is nowhere to be seen. Chaos and murder reign instead, and while leaderless, all realms fell into despair. In the midst of mutual enmity between humans and elves and spirits, northern shores are swarming with invaders. Beyond the sea, in the south, orcs cast aside their long truce and ran rampage across the lands. But the worst is yet to come. It's time for a hero like never before.
Okay. I look amazing. Let's see, I forget how to... Okay, so interact with E, simple people lead simple lives. I see a chest down there. Hello! I hate this place. Do you need any help? You won't find any work here, Outlander. Better go where you came from. Wow, you suck. I hate you, and I'm now going to do what I can to rob you of all of your worldly belongings. Can I sleep in your bed? Yes, I can just sleep in this man's bed. Alright. Was that Geralt fighting a Cyclops? Might have been. As you see, I'm on duty. Talk to someone else. Let's see. Can I check my inventory? Bag. Nothing. I'm curious what number 1 is. Probably should play the tutorial, but whatever. Do you have a job for me? I don't know how to make ends meet. Let's see. Perhaps I could help you somehow. I think this place busy again. I need at least 1 gold. The inn's roof and walls need to be repaired, and the floor should be repainted. Also other expenses. Let's see. It'll be hard to get 1 gold, but I have another idea. I'll get you the materials you require. Okay. I won't have time to fix it, someone has to run the inn. Otherwise I can insult them. Okay, I'll get you the gold too. Let's see. So I want to trade. Unfortunately, I have no money, so I can't really buy or sell anything, which makes me a little worried. Oh, hi? 2 Marcus, usable book. Oh. Oh, I did actually get some money. Okay, cool. So we can check these, and some of them will have stuff in them. I guess I might as well talk to her. I want to earn some coins. Okay. Ronald, local lumberjack. Might need an extra hand. Okay. See tears in your eyes. Do you need any help? Okay. Lost my gown somewhere. And you want me to find it? That'd be nice. It's my husband's favorite dress. Oswald will be distraught when he finds out I've lost it. Let's see. This is really weird. Like, there's a lot of dialogue for a side quest, and I'm afraid that my character is just going to start hitting on people if I just start blazing through dialogue too quick. Well, I can cook rat on a stick. So if you haven't seen this game before, I played it a couple of years ago and rather liked it. It seems like this is a, well, I mean, it's come a long way since. Good, I'm not getting in trouble for just taking anything that isn't nailed down. That seems to be the easiest way for me to make any kind of progress here. Just got a random cooked chicken. They just grab everything. Nobody will stop you. Nobody can stop you. Hi, wardrobe. The spinning wheel. I can make some burlap cloth. Not that it's going to make too much of a difference. Let's see. Okay, so what was I even going to say as part of this? I don't know. There's also all sorts of ways I can describe this, but effectively HD Terraria with a little bit more focus on, like, RPG gameplay, and leveling and whatnot. Mayor! Urgent matters to attend. Mayor's wife! What should I wear? I have nothing new to clothe myself. Well, considering I'm a complete ragamuffin, I don't think I have any kind of input on that matter. Okay, looking for work. Oh yeah, these people really are just kind of living in the dumps. Oh right, you can also sprint. Let's see. Anything else for me to rob here? It's fine. The community will be better off for my activities here. So let's flip the apprentice. Care not. Oh, yep. There's some. 32 coins. I really have just immediately devolved into petty thievery. Let's go back out for a hot second. But yeah, it definitely does give off like Starbound vibes and a couple other things. I don't know. Where the heck is Roland? I have no idea. Okay, what can I even make? Have materials. So I can make a trellis, a pine torch, or a traveling torch. We're gonna make a traveling torch. And I'm assuming I don't have the resources for any of the rest of this. Yep, no, we'll have to leave that for later. Okay, maybe he's out here. Well, I think that was a hoe. We've got an apple. We have Glug the village idiot. Have no fear, Glug is here. I need work. Work? Why work when you can drink and watch others work? Work is for stupid. I think the same, but I need to make a living somehow. Glug may have work for you. Glug will be very happy if you bring him a gown. Why would you need it? I need Moriana's gown. She's so lovely and her skin smells like honey. Moriana hates Glug, but Glug wants to have a piece of Moriana for himself. Oh, gosh. No thank you. Thinking hurts. It's for the stupid. Come back to Glug when you want to help him. Why? Cripes. Dude just wants me to steal her... Ugh. Ugh. Alright. Oh, wow. This place looks like it's seen better days. What the heck is this? I don't know, but it seems like we've kind of engaged in a... We found a little medieval torture room. What do we got up here? Oh, signpost activated, so I can actually just travel. Oh, okay, so this... Delron? Nope. Maybe it's this guy over here. Kale? No. All orders, live another day. Reese? I thought there was a lumberjack that had missions for me, but I guess I've missed it. Maybe he's down here. Carl? Nope. Keep a watchful eye on me, eh, you say? I just rob his fellows. Glass bottle with a bottle of water. This, okay, here's the money thing. Diary of Hans Belrun Part 2. Oh, not worth anything. I mean, it's fine. We're still slowly scaling up. Eventually I'll be able to afford things. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else here. 3 people that need gowns. Who's the third person? And is it me? Okay, this looks to be the dude. Welcome, stranger. Good day, Ranald. I'm helping Mariana find her gown. Gown? What makes you think I know something about it? She told me about you two, it's fine. I'm here to help you two. Alright, I guess I can believe you. Her dress should be around here somewhere. Just look carefully. Good luck. You disgusting. Vegeta needs fireball. I mean, the other option is I straight up could actually just... Actually, it really looks like, health regen bonus, stamina regen bonus, physical damage and attack speed. Yeah, so it looks like there are serious bonuses based on your equipment for various, like, stat gains and stuff. I was really worried that, stamina regen was always going to be kind of trashy. But it looks like we're fine. Okay. I've delivered all the items. You did great. Now tell me what you'd like for your reward. Healing potion, healing potion. Thank you. I guess you travel a lot. Could you tell me something about the other settlements? Okay. I don't really care too much about, like, any of these. But just in case there's, like, a quest or something that pops up. I do appreciate the level of...
The very best for RPG.
Hello everybody. Today we're going to talk about a man named Juan Garcia, also known as Garbo the Spy, who in my opinion single-handedly won World War II for the Allies. We're going to break down everything from how he got into the spy ring to what he did during it, which is absolutely absurd, and talk about why he is an important and way too often overlooked person in human history. I'm really excited to talk about this. It's a cool topic. The stories are hard to imagine that they would even be made up, much less real, and it's evidence that sometimes truth definitely is stranger than fiction. Also, this video is similar to several in the past I've done that are about weird stories throughout history, and that's something that I want to cover as much as possible on this channel. So I want to emphasize that a lot more, because when it comes to learning about the people that came before us, I too struggle with losing interest in it from time to time, and I want to help bring that back. And another thing that I seem to struggle with is editing. Like, if you've noticed at this point, this channel is pretty low effort when it comes to the editing, and if there's anything that requires skill, I just pass it on to Caitlin. But the worst possible way to edit is on a phone, because the controls are always so minimal, and there's not a lot of customization, and you always end up with a subpar product. That is until Filmora Go. See, all the time I'll try to clip stuff for just short little videos, and I'm like, oh, I can do this on my phone. And then using the majority of film editors, I can't do it at all and have to port it over to the computer and then re-port it, and it's a whole process. See, Filmora Go is unique because it's an actual editing software that you can use on a mobile platform. And with unique options like the store on Filmora, you're able to buy literally thousands of different transitions and stickers on a site that updates frequently. Like, for example, there are many unique filters that you can use on Filmora, including like this VHS overlay, which I'm a big fan of. So it's so much easier to, instead of using 3 different editing programs on my phone to put together one video, I finally have a one-stop shop for everything I need. Not only that, but just the seamless of being able to cut clips and videos and photos at the same time, as well as overlaying your filters and then combining it with unique transitions, make you feel like you're getting a real editing experience out of a mobile platform. So I invite you to go to the link in the description. There will be 2 links for either iOS or Android to download Filmora Go. So I encourage you all to either on the Google Play Store or the App Store download Filmora and leave a review if you like it, because it really is a great product that really makes the strain of editing on a phone so much easier. So thank you all so much for watching this ad. Thank you so much to Filmora for sponsoring this video. It means the most. I hope that you enjoy. I hope that you check it out, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching, and thank you so much for getting me to 500,000 subscribers. I'll gush more about it at the end, but I'm really so thankful, and I can't believe that you all have taken me this far, and it means the most. So we're going to talk about Garbo, but we'll get back to that, but thank you for watching. Juan Garcia was born on Valentine's Day of 1912 in Spain. He was born to a very conservative Catholic mother and a more socially liberal father, that the upbringing sort of resulted in Juan being mostly rebellious. Like, for example, Juan left school at the age of 16 because he got into a fight with a teacher and decided that he just didn't need school. From there, he did several odd jobs, like he ran a cinema for a while, and eventually got into learning animal husbandry. In 1931, he was forced to serve his compulsory 6 months in the Spanish military, and he absolutely hated it. Like, he was in the cavalry and also hated horses and the military itself, so it was a very rough time for Juan. However, his real troubles would come during the Spanish Civil War. Now, I know the Spanish Civil War is much more complex than I'm about to make it, but there's a couple points I need to pull out of it in order to apply back to Juan himself, so I'm going to dumb it down a lot. There was essentially 2 sides to the war. There was the Spaniards who supported the nationalism and the fascist rule of the Spanish government, and then there was the Republic, which acted more as a sort of communist regime and wanted a more socialist change in the country. So it was chiefly a fascist versus socialist war against each other. In the early days of the war in 1936, Juan's sister and mother were arrested by the Republic, which I mentioned earlier was the socialist side, for being supposed counter-revolutionaries. At the time, the Republic Army was essentially gathering resources and people to fight, and if you weren't in to help in some way, you were considered a traitor. So after his sister and mother got arrested, they then came for him, but he didn't want to enlist because, you know, arresting your family kind of puts you at odds with whatever they're fighting for. So he was thrown in jail, but a week later broke out by revolutionaries because there was also like sort of revolutionary group going on at the time. And like I said, the real thing's pretty complicated. From there, he was given a fake ID that put his age as being too old to be drafted. So he does all that and then goes back to his home, in which the farm he had, because remember he studied animal husbandry and was big on farming and chickens and all of that, had been repossessed by the Republic as a support to the cause, so all of his stuff had been taken in order to use for the war drive. From this, Juan grew to hate socialism. And the reason I emphasize that so much is because in a second when we get to what happens in World War II, these events are what define the person he became later. So, he joins the Republic Army just so he can put together this elaborate plan to defect over to the fascist side just so he can fight against the Republic. So Juan, out of sheer pettiness, joins the Republic Army, becomes a telegraph lineman. In other words, they have to run the actual lines back and forth across a battlefield. And during the first battle he was in, he got really close to the enemy lines and then ran across, surrendered, and said he wanted to join them. However, as soon as he was taken in by the nationalist side, he was immediately beat and thrown in jail because they didn't believe he actually supported the cause. Which, true, he didn't. He just wanted to fight the Republic, but you know. It was while being in prison that he realized the ideas of the fascists were also bad and that they wanted like full supremacy and to fight people that disagreed with him. And he really grew to hate the idea of one group of people killing another for their political ideas, and you can see where this is going. However, through all of that, he fought on both sides of a war without firing a single bullet, which is going to be very poetically ironic in a minute. So 2 years after the Spanish Civil War was over, and he was released and returned home with his family, he now had a wife and a son, and then all of a sudden, a group nearby in Europe called the National Socialist Party, also known as the Nazi Party, starts making trouble. And if you'll remember the points I highlighted, if there were two things one hated, it was nationalism and socialism. So he was not happy at all. So for no other reason than the fact that he just hated them, he decided to become a British spy. See, at the time in 1940, America hadn't entered the war yet, and the war was just starting to get rolled out, so he didn't have a whole plethora of options of what part of the Allies to join. It was pretty much Britain and Germany, so he decides to become a spy for Britain. He went to the British embassy in Madrid 3 times asking to be a spy, and every time they turned him down. Which, to the embassy's credit, I mean, you're in the middle of a war of intelligence, and then a guy from a neutral zone's like, hey, you should let me learn all about Britain's secrets so I can totally help them beat the Nazis, and no other reason. So, Juan decides, if I can't help Britain defeat Germany, then I'm going to troll Germany so hard that they defeat themselves, and that's exactly what he did. He then changed gears and told Germany that he wanted to be a spy for them. He made up a whole story that he was a pro-Nazi politician in Spain who was getting ready to travel to London on a diplomatic mission. To prove this, he went to a register in Lisbon, said that he worked for the embassy back in Madrid, and they just took his word for it and printed him a diplomatic passport. So all he had to do was mail that over to Germany and say, see, I'm a politician, and they're like, this guy's pretty legit. I mean, he's got the passport. So Germany sent an actual Nazi spy to meet and vet him, and the spy decided that Juan was the real deal. The real spy gave Juan lessons about how Germany hides things like wires and gets information, as well as giving him a bottle of invisible ink, a code book full of German codes, and 600 pounds in money in order to finance his trip to London. Or at least things that he may need to buy, you know, in a super secret spy fashion while in London, because they thought he was being sent there by the Spanish government. His objective was to go to Britain and then make a network out of British agents who are sympathetic to Germany in order to make an infiltration bed within London. Instead, My man Juan went to Lisbon and simply bought a bunch of British newspapers and read a bunch of recent British books about what it's like to live in London, and then wrote a bunch of letters pretending that he was in London. Like, I want you to process this in your brain. Germany thinks that he is in London working as a spy for Germany, when actually he's in Spain reading newspapers like, there's a fair in Glasgow on Saturday. There is a fair in Glasgow, and he sends it, so then Germany gets a British paper, and they're like, he's right. He did this with renter's expenses by simply looking in rental property listings. He did this with memoirs about what it's like to live in London, to talk about how crowds move in the city circle and things like that. And he even got around some hiccups. Like, for example, he didn't understand how the British money system worked because it was like, pounds, and then beneath that you had like the 1/20th of a pound or whatever, and he didn't really get the whole process of how it worked, so he would just kind of give these general words. Like in his expenses, he would write, I had to buy food at a restaurant. It was like around 6 pounds. I don't know, I'll figure it out later. I just always said that at the end of the war, he'll figure out how much it actually cost, and Germany was admirable that he wasn't caring about the money and instead his mission. So his job was to find a bunch of spies in Britain to work for Germany, so that's exactly what he did. He started just making up people, saying, oh, I met a Mr. John Doe today, and talking about what he's like, why he's supportive of Germany, and all the different ways he's trying to radicalize people. So Germany started putting together this big dossier of all of his accomplices, which is actually just one man living alone at a library in Spain, pretending to be a German spy networking with other German spies in London. He was sending so many of these transmissions that the British MI5, which is essentially their counterintelligence, or at least that's how it operated during the war, picked up on some of his messages going through and thought they were from an actual German spy in London, so they started a whole manhunt through London trying to find him. When, I stress again, he's actually in Spain just like trolling the Germans. This went on for a year, with Germany thinking that they had a Spanish politician who was working his way through the...
I have some stories like this. Real men have stories like this.
upper echelon of British government and building a network of spies that didn't actually exist, and with Britain looking for him, also believing him to be a politician in London, building a network of spies that don't exist. Eventually, the U.S. got involved in the war, so whenever the U.S. came to Spain, he tried again because, remember, Britain turned him down 3 separate times for being a spy. So one...
Like, for instance, this guy, he signed up... I hate spies. He signed up to spy against the Nazis because he hated the Nazis. I get it. I hate the Nazis too, right? But... I don't know. Like, for instance, for me, I would not mind... Like, I don't know, like, I would love to fight the right wing in this country. I would like to fight them. If somebody gave me a chance, in a way where it's not bloody, it just sort of taught them kind of like the ravages of their bigotry kind of thing. I could show them a bit of the ravages of their bigotry and stuff. I'd like some free license to deal with some of the things I've seen grow in this country that I dislike. And this guy had it in World War II, and that's what this story's about. I do not condone being a spy, and I don't condone using one side against another, and all these little straight bitch-made games that he's playing. I don't respect any of it. Anything that he did, I don't respect it, really. But I like that he went and did it for a reason.
One day, Juan just casually walks into the American outpost set up in Lisbon and is like, hey, I've been a spy for the Germans for like a year now. And he showed the Americans all this information that he had done where he just like got the Germans to chase their tail on a bunch of occasions. And like, I'm not kidding, Juan was literally just making stuff up and the Germans believed him. Like one time he said something along...
Yeah, like one of the things I dislike about spies is I think a ton of them are fucking shitty little like tax accountant bureaucrats who want to be called something better than they actually are. Good spies are like this. Once you know, once you know that, like, once you truly know that you've got them eating out of your hand, and you are, you know that they believe what you're saying. There's a lot of power in that, and I think only a really super intelligent person can truly understand the merit of it. At that point, you can make up some lie about their mother, and they're gonna wonder, because they want to believe you. And when you have them like that, you can send them out to hunt for boats. You can send them to go and hunt for empty containers. You can send them after people who don't exist. You can tell somebody to bomb them at their weakest time. You can tell them when to be strong, when it's best for them to be of a weak opinion, and a weak opinion when they should be strong, and all these other things. You can lie to them about what their chances are with certain things. You can give them indications about where certain things are, where they just aren't, and all this other super powerful things when you deal with an entity that you just don't see right in front of you. And that's the problem with spies. They never talk about this with spies, but very seldom will a spy stand right across from you and lie right to your face. It's always communiques, emails, letters, visits from time to time, but they don't spend their lives trying to trick you. They usually do it through correspondence, and I've always thought that was a very weak aspect of the human existence, where we're very reliant on correspondence for a great deal of our administration, and I've never understood that. I've always thought it a weakness. Like, one could say there's a lot of technical merit for the abacus, because it's right there in the room with you, and it can calculate as well as a calculator, and it doesn't require a power cell or a computer chip or any of that other stuff. So you got to kind of wonder, why wasn't the abacus taught in schools and instead of TI-83s? Because I don't know, like, no matter what, you can run an abacus. It's not too hard. And I don't know, like, I look at that and I'm like, like some of the things, I don't know. But anyway, I got off on a kind of a tangent there. I'm just sort of like, it's like weird. We let ourselves rely on these computer components and such since the 70s, really, to like take care of our most important stuff, and I'm not so sure that's wise. I've always thought it better that it be the more practical stuff, like spell checkers and algorithms and YouTubes and cell phones and stuff like that. I always thought tech was much better in that kind of scope. The minute that you got like a full-blown online internet connection of a cellular 5G bioengineered chip in your head, at that point, I think you're asking for trouble. If you try to internalize the technology when we shouldn't have metal in our bodies and stuff, I begin to see this other side of it. I don't know. I'm not an anti-tech. I love technology. I got no issue with it. I'm just saying I'm not, like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, we're reliant on some of it when we shouldn't have been. During times of war, it really stands out how much we're really reliant on a Wi-Fi connection. Even in the World War II, it was like that. We're really reliant on radio and shit like that. We're super reliant on it.
Along the lines of, hey, in France, there's like a big convoy of British troops somewhere around this general area.
Yeah, so the whole point of this was the spy knows that they believe him now, so he just starts spinning false information like some kind of fucking loom of like carpets and carpets and carpets of weaved false information based on nothing to just throw them off, make them fumble around, all that stuff. Like the minute I ever started to feel like I got any personal power at all of a sudden, I swear to God, everyone around me suddenly moved to help me. It was like really crazy. The minute that anybody around me began to realize that I could pull in like a couple of $1,000s a day Suddenly everybody around me wanted to help me. Be like the nastiest, darkest person around. You know, they were like, when I was a drug dealer, so many people wanted to help me do it. It's like they'd offer all the time. Do you need a ride? Do you need a ride? Do you want to help? Like here, you need protection. Do you need help? Yo, I'll step with you and all this stuff. Like I got help from everybody all the time, and I used it too. A couple times I brought people with me because you know you definitely do. And like I even had a driver and shit. I'm not shit you not. I was doing so much drugs and selling so much drugs that I bought a fucking driver. Because I mean, for a couple of weeks, I paid for a friend. I paid him $200 a day to drive. You know, because I was like, fuck that, man. Like, you're not at risk. You're straight sober and clean, and you don't know what we have. And you know, it's an Uber car, and you're driving because I'm not sober, and you're taking me home. It has nothing to do with possession or any of this stuff. And he was like, you're right, huh? And then I was like, yep. They're not gonna and they're not gonna but they're not gonna bust us for drugs. It's a great little story, isn't it? I'm a Uber driver. I've been drinking with my girlfriend. You're driving me home, and it's an Uber car. And no, we are not in possession. It's a great little story, and it did work. You're gonna sell drugs, do it in an Uber car, you know? And yeah. And anyways, you know, it was a fun little time. I'm not trying to brag about that. I'm just saying. Like that whole thing about like them helping me, that's that whole thing about like the minute that you become reliant on tech, all these people around you suddenly want to help you with it. It's just crazy. And I always thought it should be something that you yourself are very, very, very proficient like at. And also with chains of communication, if you aren't talking to the person, then you aren't talking to the person. Like, you know, you don't do communiques. You don't do wireless or text or email or any of that shit. I never did any kind of correspondence like that. I get on, I'd say like 10 words and leave, you know, and if they were down, I came. If they weren't, I didn't, you know.
Be on the lookout for that. So Germany spent like 2 weeks hunting through the forest and like
see, this is the beauty of this. Like, it's not that they're wasting their time, because that just leads to nothing. Men might have died. I don't like spies, right? This spy wastes the Nazi like party's time, and that's good. That's a good thing, right? It's a good thing, I say. But men could have lost their lives because of this, and that I would posit is bad. I don't care what side they're fighting for. If men lost their lives due to his little spinning lies, you know, you gotta kind of wonder, is that necessary too? I've never liked spies. I think they have far more power than they're aware of. They're not given enough power. Like one of the things I've always disliked is 007 and fucking James Bond, specifically because James Bond doesn't have a license to kill, and they will rein him in all the time. They'll rein him in. They'll tie him down, they'll put him in jail, his own government won't pay him, and all this other shitty shit, when the guy's got the power of a national god, basically, sometimes. Those spies have this guy here, he's talking about it right now. Those spies sometimes have the power of a nationalist god, basically. And that's someone, and they swing it, like they swing it around like it's some kind of possession and shit like that. And that's the side of it I don't like. Sure, but what if men die because of that? What if some ship in the middle of our Operation Barbarossa's going, or whatever the fuck, and the Wolfpack's on it, and the Germans lose the U-boat over that, or whatever the fuck, you know, and that's okay. Fuck the Nazis. But I'm just saying, because this spy spun some words, maybe a ship goes to the bottom, you know? And you got to kind of wonder, like, was it really that good that the spy just cheated and gave the information directly to the opponent? I don't know if it's that good. I think all it does is lead to a lot of incidental death that wasn't really worked for or earned for. You can see where the dirty side of a fucking spy getting a bunch of fucking people killed is a bad thing, you know.
Basically thought it was funny. And whenever they message him and they're like, hey, there's no one here, he's like, they got away. So whenever he shows all this information, and especially how much Germany trusts him, to the Americans, they were like, why didn't Britain say yes to this guy? He's a mastermind. So after America basically plays intermediate for him with Britain, he's immediately accepted into the MI6 spy program, which I love so much that without ever technically being a real spy at all, he just took it on himself to simply annoy.
This is what happens when you have passion for what it is you do. You can break. I've done it like 5 times. You can when I wanted to do something like, hey, I can stand to drive, so I want to be a professional driver. I can stand to drive for a job, so that's the job I'll take, and that's how I ended up being a taxi driver for 13 years. Right? Hey, I want to be a drug dealer so I don't have to pay for my own drugs. Hey, I did that for 4 years and stuff. Hey, I want to build my own business and sell rides to the cartel and shit like that. Okay, I did that. I did all these other fucking things. We did some other things that I won't even talk about because there's some other people involved. And all this other stuff. And, you know, I'm just saying, you know, I just, you know, I put my mind to these things, including this streamer horse shit that I'm bad at. But see, and I don't care if it takes me 5 or 10 years. I'm going to go the 5 or 10 years. And I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. And I don't care if people leave or stay. I really don't. It's there for me. It's my channel. I can do what I want with it. It's my little piece of artwork. It's my little property. I like it. I love it. I use it all the time for my opinions and my talking and my entertainment and all that stuff. I use it all the time. And you know, this thing about like if you put your mind to it, you can carve your reality out of the side of the fucking mountain if you need to. And this story goes to that. This guy didn't like the fucking Nazis any more than I do. This guy probably didn't like the right wing any more than I do. He didn't like fascism. I don't like fucking fascism and stuff. So do I get to fight the Nazis? You better fucking hope so. Do I get to fight the right wing? You better fucking hope so. Do you, you know? Do I get to fight the right wing? I hope so. And these are the tricks I will use. I'll use everything in my command. I'm sick of the bigotry and the suppression and all the terrible shit with the you know the boot heel. Das boot heel. It's a boot heel. I'm sick of the fucking I'm sick of this fucking boot or this knee on my fucking neck. I can't fucking breathe. You know.
Avoid the German military because he hated them so much. So in April of 1942, Juan and his family were officially moved to London, the city he pretended to live in for a year, and he officially became a double agent. It was at this time he was given the codename of Garbo after the Spanish actress Greta Garbo because they said he was such a fabulous actor all this time that it was such a fitting name. In the early days of this, him as well as a team they put together for him within MI6 wrote 315 letters to Germany pretending to be Garbo still as a German spy, as well as his...
So, these jackasses, they're bad at this because they've never done it before. They named the Spanish spy after a very famous Spanish actress. Now, for most of the world, that's probably fine. But for the intelligence community, it is a dead set, center circle, horrible compromise of your identity. You are worthless to the entire apparatus at that point. And you cannot play at the table anymore. And who gives them the name MI6? And this is how bad you know that these idiots are. I would never fear fighting my parents. I would never fear it, of course, because they're older. But mainly because I don't believe they know what tactics are. I don't think they did War Game VR their entire life. I don't think they have any clue what tactics are in any way or fucking form. I don't think our grandfathers did, no. I think they were learning as they went. Maybe we have a Desert Fox and such. You know, a few natural God's gifts to you know, what's that prestigious West Point Academy, you know. God's gifts. We did have a few God's gifts to West Point and all that. We've had it. But,
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. It's just like those guys. I don't know. I don't know if they've done enough VR training or whatever to even be doing. I would say to be doing any sort of spy tactics in the real world. I don't have a lot of faith in the CIA or the DEA or the ATF or the fucking Kremlin or any of these fucking people, MI6 or otherwise. The fucking KGB or any of this other shit, Putin's whole crowd and all this. I don't really have a lot of faith in them to do anything at all except fail. You've heard this before, or if you haven't, you can hear it somewhere else. There's a couple of other places I've heard this before, but I know where the diatribe comes from. It comes from L. Ron Hubbard, right? He believed that he passionately hated the Nazis and the CIA and the American government and all the dummies and all them playing their stupid games and selling wars over blood and drugs and stupid gambling wins and all this other stupid ass shit that you hear in the left wing and the lunatic fringe and all this, right? And I kind of lost the point here, but it's like all of those apparatuses, they are too competent. I wouldn't say they're good at pretty much anything at all, except spending money. I wouldn't trust them to produce something of actual value if you put them all in one big giant room and told them to do something. I still don't think they could do it. You could ask them to, you could say, hello, CIA, I want everybody in the CIA to gather in the Pentagon main hallway and screw in a light bulb, and they would not be able to do it. I don't believe so. They would not. The politics would be literally so bad with that they themselves are incapable of screwing in the Pentagon light bulb. And yes, I'm using my metaphors very, 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 very carefully, very closely. I don't have a lot of faith in my own State Department. I think they're jackasses. I don't think they spent fucking 25 years in war VR and secrets and running around with your homies, trying not to get blasted by other crews and shit like that. I don't think they actually have any real grasp in that stuff, and I think all they really do is spend money. That's it. I don't think they ever justify it. Maybe the FBI stops some criminals. I'd be okay if the FBI was just remantled and redone, you know, I guess. But all the rest of that stuff would be like the CIA and stuff. Nah. ATF, get it all gone. DEA, none of those guys have ever done anything at all. I don't believe they've ever benefited society in almost any way or form. I'm sure some of the state secrets and such and some of the war secrets were very, very, very valuable in World War II. I know they were. And things like Vietnam and all that. But see, here's the thing. Why were we in World War II and why were we in Vietnam? And yes, we needed those things. But no, they weren't incompetent. Not all of them, but a bunch of them were. One of the things we do know about America is we're not that good at intel. We're smart, but we're not good at duplicity. We didn't come up in a culture like that. We're honest, open Americans. We generally corruptly rob each other to each other's predatory lending face, or straight stick each other up in the streets. We don't we don't just tend to sort of fuck around about it with assassinations, and I guess we do now in the last 50 years, but we didn't do that before, you know, and that's one of the reasons why I feel JFK might have had to die, is they had to cut their teeth along those lines. One of the things about the CIA and the FBI communities and all the apparatus and all the stuff that L. Ron Hubbard and people like that used to say, is that the fucking drunks couldn't find their own ass with a goddamn fucking SEAL team, fucking search team, and a bunch of fucking flashlights, and a fucking congressional committee giving them fucking permission to do everything that they would need to do to be able to do something like that, like screw in a goddamn light bulb. Trust me, the CIA cannot screw in a light bulb without 8 months of fucking filibuster. They can't do shit all. Nothing at all. And I'm an American. You know, I'll say it. I don't know what the fuck our tax dollars are doing there. I'll just straight up say it. And I'm not trying to bring politics here. I just don't. I am. In the degree that he's saying it, where like you have to understand, you can put your mind to something and make something happen in this world. If that gets shit done, These jackasses and their triple letter fucking like confederacies of like KKK and ATF and DEA, CIA, etc. All that shit. The triples, right? I call them the triple A, the triple Fs, etc. Those guys, the one thing they can't do is anything. Does it make sense? It is a very accurate appraisal. The one thing that they can't do is anything. They can't do anything. They can do anything, but they can't do anything, right? They can't do anything. They can do things, but they can't do anything. They can't actually attain anything at all. They are incapable of success. This is what is true of our Congress now, our CIA, our different drug bureaus and all this, a lot of our law and enforcement agencies and such, our prison industrial complex and all this other stuff. He laughs about it, but it's difficult for me to do it. Like, playing off these governments on each other, one man outsmarted the entire German, one Spanish dude. Not that his background matters. I just like my Spanish people. I want to give them the pride and the acknowledgement. Just like I'd be proud if an American did this. One Spanish dude who wanted to join the Allies to fight the Axis, they snub him. Does it sound familiar? They didn't deal with him. They didn't listen to him. They thought he was full of shit and that he was probably fucking crazy and all this other shit. Just does it sound familiar? Like he's an imposter, that like he shouldn't be listened to. He shouldn't be considered a spy for the Brits or a spy for anybody else, even though he turns out he's the grand spy master of all time or whatever. And no, none of you guys wheel or deal with any of us. You just write us off before you ever even meet us. Like it's like you judge us like the cover of a book that you never read. You judge us by the colors of the cover of a book. The colors of a cover of a book. Doesn't that sound familiar to you? You guys judge us by the colors of the covers of our books. You don't even bother reading the title or who we are or any of that stuff. And so, of course, this Spanish guy just goes on about his fucking business and goes and does what he fucking wanted to do in the first fucking place, which is throw the biggest fucking spoke that he possibly fucking could in the fucking wheels of goddamn fascist progress, right? Sound familiar, right? And we all love it. We respect it. This guy loves it. I love hearing it. And this is proof that no matter what you put your fucking mind to, you can absolutely do whatever it is you put your mind to. Nothing is undoable. Nothing is unbeatable. Nothing is undoable. Nothing's impossible. Nothing's impossible. And we must live like this, I embrace the power. I embrace the notion of the power of people. These people who tell him no, that he can't be a spy, they're the power over people. If you want to have power over people, you will not go far in this world. Not in a real legitimate way that stands long and standing, like the great lighthouses of the ages, right? That last forever. Your lineage and your line and your DNA will not last if attack is your tactic all the time. You cannot last. Soldiers cannot make it very far. Soldiers are just conscripted for war. Soldiers are never listened to in society. They're never paid attention to. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Nobody cares what fucking soldiers think, and I do, but when I'm talking about society doesn't. I do. I care a great deal about what they think, but society does not. Nobody, you wanna know how I know? Shinseki let a bunch of goddamn veterans die on the fucking street in the middle of the fucking summer of goddamn deprivation. I'm talking they froze to death, hypothermia and shit. In the middle of the fucking deep summer in Arizona and Flagstaff and shit. Shinseki let a bunch of fucking veterans die, on the fucking streets. That's how I know that they don't care. They don't care what the soldiers in this country anyways think. They don't care what they think.
It's unfortunate, but they don't. They care more about what Hollywood thinks than they do about what soldiers think. It's a serious fucking problem with this country. It is. It's. I mean, but there you go. I mean, they're citizens and their vote counts like everybody else's does, but they aren't listened to. Even when they tell us grievous things like we're dying on the streets, we still don't listen to them. We don't listen to them, and it's fucking horrible. We all know it, and it's a bad problem. So this guy, this spy, he goes off, and he knows that nobody's gonna fucking listen to him. That's how it always is, isn't it? It's always like they don't want to listen to you. They don't want to believe that you're spitting fire, or that you're, you know, that you're on fire, or that you're gonna bang the minister's daughter and shit. You're fixing to come through, take prom king and all this other shit, crack 90s like motherfucking ninja, or entertain people all night. It doesn't matter how many people watch or don't. You know, you're still gonna do it. So it's like that. And this guy, you know, it's like, you know, this guy just takes the reins at that point. He's like, fine, fuck him. I'm still more intelligent than all of these tools put together. I know the feeling. Happens to me every single fucking day, and I don't desire to go to battle with them like him, because I assume that sooner or later so many people go up against you, you fucking lose, you know, which is probably what happened to him. Let's see what happened, but I guarantee you go up against enough people, piss enough people off, they're gonna fucking find you.
Developing network of sub-spies. Germany
sub-spies.
They quit recruiting new spies because they believed Garbo was doing so incredibly well. There was no need to get further spies.
I mean, there wasn't.
Even after becoming a true double agent, is that he always either gave fake info, unimportant info, or really good info that was purposefully delayed. Like for example, he would send Germany a perfect one-to-one scale of what life is like in London, when the trains run, when the boats come in and out, things like that, which didn't matter, but proved his reputation with Germany. Because then, anytime they cross-reference him to make sure he's telling the truth, he is reputable. The fake info was always given under the misdirection that he had actual knowledge of what was going to happen. For example, if there was a troop movement of the British at a certain part of Europe, and he was off by a little bit, he would simply blame it on one of his sub-spies, and that he got confused with direction. Because remember, he was like the big guy, or at least the German spy. He had all of these workers going out and spy work. So if he ever got information wrong, he was just like, oh, you know, he forgot to wear his watch again. One of the best examples was before Operation Torch, which occurred in Africa. Basically what it was is Britain had a warship from Britain, and then went and attacked the coast of Africa. Germans. Garbo wrote a letter saying that he witnessed a bunch of British warships that were all painted in Mediterranean camo leave the port in Britain. He dated the letter for a few days before the battle began. However, they purposely held on to the letter a week and then sent it. So whenever Germany got it, they were like, oh man, if this would have came in earlier, we would have known. To which they replied to that letter and said, we are sorry we arrived too late, but your last reports were magnificent. So Germany decided that Garbo was far too important an asset in order to trust.
The implications are just crazy. It's like the inference is just crazy. It's like, so turns out Hitler's best friend is this guy that he's never met, that whispers to his spies about things that are going on in Britain's plans. And it turns out that it's just some Spanish dude some Spanish dude doing the Bart guy while he trolls all these idiot fucking spy apparatus, like fucking retard trolls, you know, like the people in the KGB and the fucking Gestapo and shit. He knows they're all idiots, because they all are. They're all idiots with god complexes and they're low IQ, or they wouldn't be there. Smart men don't do things like that. It's just hilarious. It's like the secret club. They think we're all in a secret club, but trust me, smart people don't do stupid things. It's the secret club is don't do stupid things. So you don't see a lot of smart people trying to be spies, because spies get strung up and hung, you know? It's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, it's kind of the purview of stupid people, that stuff. The spy master isn't stupid. He's probably a goddamn purified fucking genius, straight up.
But I mean, all the rest of the spies are fucking morons who are like, oh, Dave, he forgot to bring his watch again. That whole thing he was talking about. And so, goddamn, like the imaginary shit when your empire is folding, and the only information you have is some Spanish guy doing the Bartman and laughing at you while he lies to you, and you buy it wholesale by himself too. It's not even like it's like the American CIA, because they don't have a fucking clue, and we all know it. It's not like the CIA did anything, you know. So it's like kind of funny, but this guy did. This guy did more for us as America than our own CIA did. Come on.
Letter delivery through and things that could take a while. So they sent him a massive code machine.
Oh no! Oh no! They sent him the code machine. Jesus Christ!
It's funny because at the time they think he's like living like secretly in London. So they deliver it quietly through canals or whatever. And then whenever it gets to like the British headquarters, they're like, all right, here's your secret German. He nicked the code. We'll just set this up in the office. To which they made up a whole alias for a fake radio operator, which Garbo plays. So it's pretty much Garbo going up to the mic and being like, yes, this is John, not the agent. So now they
John, not the agent.
Letters because radio transmission, other than going through a code system, it was immediate. So then he had to start making lies for why agents weren't able to Germany about that happened. For example, there was one battle in which a fleet of ships left Liverpool and attacked the Germans. And then someone at the German command pointed out that one of Garbo's operators is supposed to be living in Liverpool. So why didn't he know a whole fleet of ships left from there? So Garbo made up a whole story that this guy that doesn't actually exist, and he's laid up in the hospital right now.
That's why he didn't see the ships leave. He even carried the story out over a couple weeks, and eventually said that guy died, to which the British government made a obituary in the paper that day for a guy who didn't really exist, just so Garbo could send a copy of it to Germany and say, look, here, he died. To which German...
Okay, so no cap, no lie, no shit. It is most definitely, always has been, a fucking huge bucket list life's goal thing for me to troll an entire government somehow. And I'm still trying to think up a way to do it. I don't really know how to do it. I'm sure people do all the time. This guy did it. You can just pretend to be a spy and tell them you've got some information and troll the government. I can see how a man could derive a lot of satisfaction out of trolling the government. I shall troll the government. I'm just kidding. I am not actively plotting to subvert the government, okay? I understand that that's what it sounds like, and I am not doing so. I promise. Not today.
was so bereaved that one of their agents had died.
Perhaps tomorrow.
Condolences. and a large pension to a supposed widow that again doesn't exist. Which I don't know where.
Oh my God! The Nazis sent him a bouquet when his wife supposedly died. And they loved this guy. They loved him. They were like, Jesus, the only information that we've ever got is from him. And it all turned out to be a big fucking lie. It's hilarious. Yeah. Don't believe what you read.
Where that money went, but I imagine that it went to Garbo or his wife. And he was like, the family appreciates the kind offer. It was also around this time Germany decided that if anyone needs to be kept at the top of security, it's Garbo. So they sent him the highest level Enigma machine that they had created in Germany, as well as all of their up-to-date codes and systems. So all that had to happen was they were sending their top secret code information to someone.
Okay, I always wondered how the Enigma machine got cracked, and I always wondered, I was like, they're gonna have to get some copy of the Enigma machine, and I always wondered how they got that, and I think they show it in the movie, but I forgot, and I believe this is it.
One working in British headquarters. So all Britain had to do in order to code break was walk over to Garbo's desk and be like, hey, did they send those new codes that just updated? And Garbo's like, oh yeah, here you go. And boom, code broken. The reason that I'm okay with saying he single-handedly won World War II is because of what happened in 1944. See, Germany told Garbo in January that they feared an Allied invasion of Europe was to take place. This later became known as Operation Overlord, which is the assault.
See, like it always comes back to Overlord. God damn it, I need to put my headphones on. I'm so sorry, guys. I've just been trying not to wear them all the time. You wear this for an entire year, it starts to really get to you after a bit. I'll just fucking plug my headphones in here. Bear with me, I'll be right with you. Just gotta fix it. Wow, do what I told you to do. Oh, there we go. Settings. Gotta go to... Oh, you are slow. Let's go. Audio. Gonna drop it on down. Oh, gotta drop it on down. Drop it on down. Drop it on down. There we go. And then come over here and we will switch this one to... Oh, come on. I'm tired. You can hear it. I've not gotten enough sleep. I don't know what it is. But anyways, there we go. Now I can keep my mic open. Sorry about that. So, Overlord is why we won the war, and without that Enigma machine...
that D-Day is from. So Garbo became part of something known as Operation Fortitude, which was an entire operation that was just to keep D-Day a secret. Between January and June 6th, which was the day that D-Day occurred, Garbo communicated 500 messages to the German radio operator, sometimes doing up to 20 a day. See, the Allies had planned that it would be best whenever they hit Omaha Beach for the Germans to think that they were coming in at the Strait of Dover. So to keep some credibility in the months leading up to this, Garbo would trickle certain information through, like he believes the Americans are going to...
Without Overlord, I don't believe... I believe we would still be saluting the swastika today. Without Overlord, and without him, I don't know if we would have had Overlord, I'll tell you that.
Going to be the primary one.
It's funny how it always boils down to some rogue.
Pushing forward. And also there's a
some
lot of
thief,
chatter that
some,
it's going to be along the north shore of France. Basically enough to keep the Germans believing him, but not enough to actually give up what they were planning. On the actual night before D-Day, which occurred in the early morning hours of June the 6th, so on the evening of June the 5th into the very early morning hours of June 6th, the plan was Garbo was going to contact Germany. He was going to talk to them and give them some pretty good details, but not perfect details of what was to happen. The story that he set up with Germany the day before is that late tonight I have a sub-agent coming in who knows everything. So as soon as he gets here, I'll tell you all what he tells me about the Allied invasion. However, he sends this message at 3 in the morning, and Germany doesn't respond. As a matter of fact, they didn't respond until after D-Day took place. The Americans hit the beach at 6:30 a.m. and around 8 a.m. Germany got back on the line and was like, oh, we're so sorry, we missed your call. So now that D-Day was over, Garbo gave them 100% perfect information. He told the Germans that he knew the Allies were going to hit Omaha Beach and they were going to do it at 6:30 and they need reinforcements there and blah blah blah. And he played this roll up so much that Garbo got mad at the German operators for not taking the war seriously. He even said to the operator he was yelling at, I cannot accept excuses or negligence. Were it not for my ideas, I would abandon this work. So at this point, Germany thinks that Garbo had 100% perfect information about the Allied assault, and they simply didn't answer him. So from this point on, they treated Garbo like he was a high-ranking general. 3 days after D-Day, Garbo told them about this entire diversion plan that was put together by the Allies. See, for those that don't know, D-Day was a very risky move. For one, they expected a lot of people to die, and even though a lot did, it wasn't near the number they accounted for. And it is also a very narrow beach, and it was the only port into Europe. So it took months for enough troops to get on the beach at Normandy and push into France for there to actually be a effort there in the country. So what that pretty much means is that Germany had to be distracted long enough to get Allied supplies into France. So there was this whole diversion plan set up. See, General Patton was known for being a very famous American general. So with the help of Garbo, they set up this diversion. Supposedly, Patton was stationed on the south banks of England with about 150,000 soldiers, tanks, airplanes, radios, everything else needed in order to launch a full-scale invasion, much, much larger than the invasion at Normandy. In actuality, it was Patton, about 20 guys, and inflatable tanks with fake airplanes. And the inflatable tanks were even invented by a magician who did it as part of an illusion act. The whole point was that if a German plane flies overhead, it looks like tanks and planes from the sky, when in actuality it's entirely a diversion thing. So Garbo gets on the radio with Germany and says he's not sure what's going on. But General Patton, as well as 150,000 men and armor and aircraft, are still on the banks of England. And there's probably going to be an even bigger invasion. This message was sent directly to Adolf Hitler, who said they needed to act on it immediately. So they send possibly the best German general of the war, Erwin Rommel, to the shore opposite, expecting it to be a huge showdown between General Patton and Erwin Rommel. And every day, Garbo would get back on the radio and say any day they're going to invade, and they just need to sit tight and wait. All of these German forces, as well as so many high commanders stationed way away from Normandy, ready for a second invasion that doesn't actually exist, allowed enough time for the Allies to get supplies in and continue the war in Europe. To Erwin Rommel's credit, he called BS on it, but the higher military order wouldn't let him leave that beach. They stayed there for 2 months and never fully pulled troop presence from the area. As a matter of fact, 2 months after D-Day, there were more soldiers waiting on this fake invasion on a random beach than there were German soldiers actually at D-Day. It was during this time in July of 1944 that Adolf Hitler personally signed to give Garbo the Iron Cross, which is the highest possible award that you can earn in the German military. It's the equivalent of the Medal of Honor in the United States. This was given to him over radio because they said the advice that he was giving them about General Patton's army was going to single-handedly save the war, which, oh boy, were they right just about the other team. After this, his word was considered so sacred that whenever the war was over and people were combing over German files, 62 of Garbo's reports were directly listed in the High Command Germans' war room, or essentially the room where Hitler and the other generals would meet and discuss battle plans. 62 times they listed Garbo as a source. This whole charade had to come to a semi-end when near the end of the war, Germany began launching V-1 rockets into Britain. So they then asked Garbo if he can, for one, give them reports about how the rockets did, and two, give them new targets to pick out. This was a tricky situation because, for one, he doesn't want to tell them the rockets are working or not working, because if he says they are working, they'll keep bombing. And if he says they're not working, then they can probably just send an overhead plane to look and see that they are and figure out that he's a traitor. And then as far as giving targets, he didn't want to be like, oh no, don't bomb that school, bomb this other school. So the British government set up this entire fake ruse that he had been arrested and therefore wasn't allowed back in London. The story was the Britain expected him of being a Nazi spy, so they arrested him. He then got released and issued an apology by the British government. So the British government wrote up a fake apology and he passed it off to Germany and was like, see here, they said that I'm a spy and I can't go back to London. So, sorry, I guess I can't tell you how the rockets are doing. And he spent the rest of the war pretending to send them messages as a sort of fugitive around the country of Britain, while in actuality he had never left the desk in British headquarters. And by the time the war was over, they had given him the equivalent of $340,000 US for the supposed 27 agents he had under his command. And at the end of the war, he was awarded the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, which is the highest military order you can receive in Britain. And because while the Nazi Party was in effect, they never figured out he was a spy, so they never went back on the Iron Cross they had given him, making him, to my knowledge, the only person who ever won the highest Medal of Merit on both sides of a single war. So after the war, he got a little concerned that, you know, some...
This is what is capable... This is what we are all capable of. We are all capable of these things if we just believe ourselves to be. I know I am. I've done it.
Want to have a few words with him, so he faked his death and moved to Venezuela in 1949. From there, he opened up a bookstore and ran a gift shop and just lived a quiet life with his wife and kids. And we may never have known the story past that, or
Super spy.
If it wasn't for in 1971 when a British politician really wanted to find this guy. It's a long story how he went on a whole manhunt, but it ended with him getting a phone book in Barcelona, Spain, and calling every single person listed as J. Garcia. Eventually, because I imagine there's a lot of J. Garcias in Barcelona, he eventually got into contact with Juan or Garbo's nephew, and he told him where Garbo was. And in 1984, the two of them met, and the politician convinced him to come back to Britain for a while. So while in Britain, Prince Philip met him and brought him to the castle, in which he was given a very long audience with the Queen. And then he went to D-Day on the 40th anniversary and looked at the graves and paid respect to a battlefield that, in my opinion, he kept a lot less names from showing up on those tombstones. And then after that, he simply retired back home and died with his family of natural causes in 1988.
Testify, brother.
And that is effectively the story of Garbo the Spy. And I, for one, think this may be one of the most underrated guys in history. There are several historians who hold on to the idea that if it had not been for the Allied invasion at D-Day, then the Allies would never have won the war, and that would have been the end of it. So, if that's believed to be true, then none of it at all was possible without Garbo. If even the Allies managed to hit the shores and get up the beaches without the Germans thinking that the assault was happening somewhere else, then definitely they would have cut out the supply route that was being made if it wasn't for Garbo telling them that they had to prepare for a fake invasion that never really occurred. And it's so funny that it all came from someone who wasn't an American fighter, wasn't a British fighter. He was just a guy from Spain who really hated the Nazis. And then after the war was over, he didn't bask in the money or the wealth or the glory or whatever. He just lived a quiet life with his family in Venezuela. And I really love the story of him. And there's never been a movie made about him. There's like documentaries and things like that. And personally, I don't know if a movie would work, because I could see a studio wanting to make this like way too serious and make it some like Turing test kind of super mind game movie, when in actuality I think you need to, like, as a dark comedy, embrace the humor in it. How wild it is that just a guy pretty much out of sheer pettiness managed to cripple the Nazi Empire to the point where Hitler considered him one of their most valuable operators. And it's just a really cool story, and I really enjoyed it. And I hope that you enjoyed it as well. And I hope maybe now a few more people out there know the name of Garbo the Spy or Juan Garcia, because he definitely deserves it. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope that this wasn't boring. Like I said, I love Hello everybody, today we're going to talk about what is in my opinion the most overlooked battle of World War II, and that is the Battle of Castle Itter. And you read the title right. This is a battle in which the Americans and Germans teamed up to save a group of French celebrities. Every aspect of this battle is wild, from the events that led up to the battle taking place, to the people involved, obviously, to even how it turned out in the end. Like, trust me, by the end of this thing, it's going to be so weird. You're going to love it. But to set the stage for how all of this came together, I need to explain some of the circumstances at the end of World War II that allowed an alliance like this to take place. So the end of World War II was a very weird time for the Germans. If you were a German in Berlin fighting the Russians, good luck, because the Russian destruction of not only the city of Berlin, but of the German High Command kind of dismantled the entire army. Because of that, if you were a German soldier on the Western Front who was responsible with keeping the Americans and British at bay, then you kind of just had to figure it out. By the end of April, Hitler was already dead, and the only commands coming from up top were to just hold out. So as you could imagine, several of the Germans began to see the writing on the wall and realized the war was almost over. Now your options for what you did going forward mostly depended on your position during the war. The two main distinctions, and for all of my World War II fanatics like myself, I realize that this is an oversimplification and that there were more factions, but for the sake of the video, this is all that's important. There were two main types of German soldiers, the Wehrmacht and the Waffen-SS. The Wehrmacht, and again I know I'm oversimplifying, was essentially the army. It was the primary composure of most of the fighting forces for Germany during World War II, whereas the SS was a fighting force directly formed from the Nazi Party, meaning not only were they a typically more elite force than the standard Wehrmacht troop, but during the war they performed more of the party's objectives, like, war crimes. So because of that, as the war was ending, the Wehrmacht had a pretty good chance if they just surrender. Typically during most modern wars, once the war's over, people who were just veterans of the other side aren't treated too harshly, as long as they were typically just military combatants. Now, things that the SS did are seen as a little less favorable to politics and history, like, the Holocaust. So as the war in Europe was ending in early May of 1945, several of the Wehrmacht troops began to surrender, while several of the SS dug in and were prepared to fight to the end. And it's within that setting of Wehrmacht and SS troops stationed on the northern border of Austria in the Tyrol region that our story takes place. And what better place to begin our story than with the story of Castle Itter itself. And speaking of castles with weird towers, how about this tower? Do you know what this tower is? This tower is the phenomenal work that you guys have done on the Kickstarter. For those that don't know, I am making a movie with the writer and director of the SCP Overlord and SCP Dollhouse films, and you guys have been incredibly generous and have pushed this to a stupendous level, and I cannot thank you enough. We still got a way to go, we're still not done, but it warms my heart to see me do something that I enjoy and that I'm passionate about, and you all to put so much faith and trust and money into it, like directly backing it, means the world in a way I could never fully explain. And thank you all for that. Like I said, we still got a way to go. I'm very excited for this. For those that don't know, I will link the video where I discuss the project in detail in the description, but it is going to be a horror action film set within the universe of the Stalker video game franchise. It's going to be cool, trust me. And we are currently running a Kickstarter for it that has all the information you can be into, as well as several cool rewards and benefits that you can get.
I feel like Stalker already got made, and it's called Hardcore Henry.
Again, you guys have been incredible. I couldn't be more blessed. Thank you all for the support that you've shown already. And also, I will be holding a live stream, hopefully next week, where I'm going to be looking at several of the scary ARG and analog horror and other creepy internet whatever horror series that you all recommend. That live stream will be on this channel. Be sure to check the community tab whenever I get a more concrete time. But it'll be a good time. You'll get hours of content of watching me be scared, and hopefully we can raise some money for the Kickstarter. But seriously, thank you all so much for what you've done. Thank you for allowing this project to get as big as it has. Let's get it the rest of the way there. You guys are the best. Oh yeah, and also, speaking of weird towers, hey, so remember how my whole addiction to the magic spoon thing was getting to be such a problem that I didn't have anywhere to put all the boxes. Well, I made a tower. At this point, magic spoon's essentially just fueling a sad man's addiction. For the next ad, I'm going to ask them to pay me with a therapist. But for now, let me tell you how an addiction can be good for you, thanks to today's sponsor, Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is the low-carb, keto-friendly breakfast that is gluten-free, grain-free, and soy-free as well. On top of that, Magic Spoon has 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, only 4 net grams of carbs, and 140 calories per serving. But not only is Magic Spoon the most healthy breakfast option, in some cosmic power that led me to make a cereal tower, it tastes amazing as well. And I know sometimes you'll hear me or other YouTubers say stuff in ads and think, oh, he's just saying that for the camera. But I cannot convey to you, I have gone through 2 boxes of the cinnamon roll by sitting there while watching a movie and just mindlessly scooping handfuls out with my bare hands like an animal. My personal favorites are still the maple waffle, the fruity, and the cinnamon roll, although their newer flavor, s'mores, which is 5 stories up, is also one of my new favorites. However, I don't think you can go wrong with any of them. And now, Magic Spoon also offers cereal bars. So now you can enjoy Magic Spoon on the go. I can only imagine that the marketing department invented these whenever they were trying to decide how they could further assault me throughout my daily life schedule. So, guess what? You win. So if you can't eat gluten or are trying to improve your diet or just want to try a fantastic cereal, Magic Spoon's the choice for you. And you can make that choice today for $5 off, because if you go to the link in the description at magicspoon.com/Wendigoon or enter discount code Wendigoon at checkout, you'll be able to get your Magic Spoon order for $5 off. Magic Spoon is also backed by a 100% happiness guarantee. So if you try it out and decide that you don't like it, they'll refund your money, no questions asked. And if you try a box of Magic Spoon and decide to stop there, must be nice. That is right, $5 off your order. Just go to the link in the description, magicspoon.com/Wendigoon, or enter Wendigoon at checkout to get in while you can. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Magic Spoon for sponsoring the video. I'm sure you'll continue to see their effect on my life across future ads. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, Castle Itter is an old landmark in the Austrian countryside. Its history dates back to at least the 13th century. But for the sake of our story, we're interested in its history during World War II. Whenever Germany took over Austria, they began to amass a lot of the land and landmarks for themselves. Now, Castle Itter was a desirable location not only because it looks cool, but also because a castle is a naturally good fortification. In the early years of the war, political leaders used it as a secret meeting location. However, in 1943, it became a part of the Dachau concentration camp. Now, several of you are probably familiar with the infamy of Dachau and several of the atrocities committed at the camp itself, but Dachau also had several properties in its proximity that it would use for transporting goods and weapons, or stationing officers, or what have you. So in 1943, it grabbed Castle Itter and began to use it as a prison for its important prisoners. And it had some very important prisoners. In the early years of its operation, it had the former... It only has one entrance, it's heavily fortified on all sides, and it's very easy to defend. And the prisoners who were put in Itter were kept in relatively good condition. See, the Germans knew that it may be beneficial to have these former leaders in good health, because in the future they could probably use leverage. Several of the prisoners who stayed there described the experience as being very bizarre. Because while, yeah, they could have left, they each had their own room, they had a free roam, hallways, they could go out to the courtyard and exercise when they wanted. And while the guards would be rude, if they ever asked for
strenuous, most of the prisoners said the guards would try to bring up Fred. At the end of the war, several of the prisoners present included the sister of French free leader Charles Gaulle, two former French prime ministers, several French generals, and even French Olympic tennis athlete Jean Barotra. Again, all highly regarded individuals in France who Germany thought may be useful. One interesting detail is that apparently several people hated each other because a bunch of the politicians who were locked up were like far right and far left. And then you had several fighters and generals of the French army who were in there at the same time as politicians who were favorable of Germany at the beginning of the war. So apparently the German guards never had to worry about them planning an escape because they could never get along with each other long enough to actually plan something. Now, as mentioned earlier, Itter was a part of the Dachau concentration camp, and the concentration camps were staffed by SS members. Because of that, the head of Castle Itter was a man named Sebastian Weimar, a high-ranking officer in the SS. So, as the war was coming to a close, things got a lot more tumultuous at the castle. At the beginning, it started off slow. Like in 1945, the supply lines got low. So instead of lighting the castle with light bulbs that were ran by a generator, they had to begin using candles. Near the end of the war, the prisoners had a meeting with Weimar and essentially asked if things got really bad, if they were going to, be executed. And Weimar made the good point that it would not be in his interest, as someone who was already going to get in a lot of trouble for being an SS officer, to execute a bunch of important people at the end of the war for no reason. And he said that if it came down to it, he would make sure they had a way out. Well, in late April, as the final weeks of the war were beginning, the castle became a checkpoint for SS officers who were trying to escape the Allies. Several of the officers who worked at the Dachau concentration camps would come to the castle and get their family supplies
before making a run for it. Because again, like I mentioned in the beginning of the video, a lot of the SS did not have an option other than get out or fight. This culminated when on April 30th, Edward Vider showed up to the castle. Edward Vider is known as the Butcher of Dachau because he was the head of the Dachau concentration camp. And whenever he left for the castle at the end of April, he ordered the execution of the 2,000 remaining prisoners. April 30th was also the same day Hitler died, so whenever the Butcher massacred that many people on the same day that it was very apparent Germany was not going to win this thing, he took the third option and shot himself in the heart while he was in Castle Itter on May the 2nd. Which, funny side note, there is a village known as Village Itter at the base of Castle Itter, because the way it used to be set up in Europe is there'd be a big castle, then a village built next to it. So his men tried to bury him in the cemetery at Village Itter, and the priest of the town began to fight them and essentially say he doesn't want a murderer buried in his yard because, duh. So they just buried him at an unmarked grave just outside the castle wall. It was at this point, after watching his boss commit Battlefield 5 exit lobby, that the head of Castle Itter, Weimar, decided to get out. So on May the 4th, Weimar begins to make a run for it. However, the prisoners protested, saying, hey, what happened to the whole you're going to let us go thing? And Weimar says that he will make sure that they are guarded so that no danger befalls them. And all that Weimar did to ensure they were taken care of was, as he was making a run for it, he found an injured SS officer who had defected from the SS and asked him to put on his uniform and go protect the castle by himself. This SS officer, who to my understanding the name has been lost to history, had become injured in battle months prior and decided to leave the SS as he became disillusioned with it. So I guess he was just like, sure, I'll die protecting a bunch of French people, why not? Also, after Weimar left, all of the guards at the prison decided to leave as well. So by May the 4th, it was an entire castle of French prisoners and one not SS guard, and that was it. Now, the prisoners made the logical conclusion, considering that the SS soldiers in the area were desperate, that they weren't just going to leave a castle to itself. They would either storm in there and kill the French to take the castle as a defensive position, or just because they really don't have anything else going for them. So the French prisoners broke into the castle's armory that the Germans had just left intact, and they all began to arm themselves. Now logically, they figured that they themselves were not going to be able to hold out against an entire SS regime. So they began to develop a plan in order to get some help. At this time, the Americans were moving across the Austrian countryside, securing each village one at a time. So naturally, the Americans would be on their way to secure Castle and Village Itter. So all they need to do is go find one of those American patrols and let them know that, hey, there's an empty castle. You should probably do something about that. Now, this part is a bit of a historical discrepancy. I read a lot of sources on this story, and they seem to be kind of split.
Your inventory is full.
Happened. Some say one of the prisoners tricked the guards on May the 3rd in order to sneak out, and then he went to go contact the Americans, and then someone else went on May the 4th. However, Stephen Harding, who wrote the book on this story titled The Last Battle, believes that it was just one individual who went to both groups. And since, he wrote the book, I'm going to go with his interpretation. So according to Harding, it was one Yugoslavian prisoner by the name of Andre. Despite being a Yugoslavian, he was transferred to the castle at the end of the war because the castle needed electrical work and Andre was an electrician. So on May the 4th, those who could speak English at the castle wrote out a message on a note that said something along the lines of, "Hi, I'm trapped in a castle and we're all going to die, please help," and gave it to Andre so that whenever he runs into American forces, he could just show them that note, and hopefully they could put him in contact with someone who speaks German. So Andre hops on a motorcycle and begins to make his way to a nearby village known as Virgil. While on his way to Virgil, he was stopped by a group of Austrian freedom fighters on a house just outside of the village. Turns out there was a whole deployment of SS soldiers in Virgil, so it's good Andre didn't make it there. Andre explained to the freedom fighters, which was mostly composed of citizens of Austria who were fighting against the remnants of the German soldiers, that his objective was to make it to the Americans. The Austrians introduced them to their leader, the Wehrmacht Major, Joseph Gongol. Gongol was a very high-ranking German major. He had fought through the entirety of the war for the German army on the Eastern Front against the Russians, and then even at the Battle of Normandy against the Americans. However, as the war went on, he became disillusioned with the German sentiment, and at the tail end of it, defected and began leading the Austrian freedom fighters against the remaining Germans. Gongol's forces were composed of himself, about 20 Wehrmacht soldiers who followed him, along with the volunteering Austrian freedom fighters. So Andre comes to this German major and explains the whole story, that there's French VIPs in a castle, and they're probably going to get attacked by the SS, and Gongol says that he himself does not have the forces to help, but he bets the Americans do. So Gongol tells Andre to continue driving in one direction until he hits the Americans in a town about 20 miles away, while Gongol himself, along with his Wehrmacht soldiers, will go the other direction to where he thinks the Americans may be. So these two, a German major with a truckload of German soldiers, as well as a Yugoslavian prisoner who doesn't speak English, both set off to find American help. On Andre's side, he eventually makes it to an American deployment and hands them a letter, gets a translator, and explains everything. So they begin to travel with Andre back to the castle with a deployment of 4 tank destroyers and an infantry transport and jeeps and everything needed. However, on their way to the castle, they ran into a group of Austrian freedom fighters who were in a fight with German soldiers, and the convoy began taking artillery fire, so they had to stop. Meanwhile, Gongol made it to the nearby village of Kufstein, or Kufstein, I'm horrible with names. Gongol, driving his Kuppenwagen, which looks like this, was riding with a giant white flag hanging out the side of it, and whenever he made contact with the American tank division that was there, he got out and walked towards them holding the flag with his hands up, and was taken to the head of the 23rd Tank Battalion. Gongol explained the story, and the battalion asked for any volunteers. The volunteer who stepped up was First Lieutenant John C. Jack Lee, Jr., which not only is one of the most American names ever, but for the duration of this video, I want you to imagine him as Lieutenant Aldo Raines from Inglourious Bastards. because that's exactly who this guy was. Despite joining the Army from New York, he was originally from Nebraska. And despite being only 27, he had commanded his N4 Sherman tank through France, Germany, and now Austria. As a matter of fact, the day previously, on May 3rd, he was part of the battle that cleared the Kufstein village. So this guy is at the tail end of the war. He just fought the day before, but he decides to go fight to rescue a bunch of French prisoners. Whenever he signed up, his friend, who was also a tank commander, Lieutenant Harry Bass, also volunteered to go along with him. So between the tanks and crew, at this point, it was 2 tanks and 8 volunteers. On top of that, 6 volunteers from the All-African American Company D of the 17th Armored Infantry Battalion rode on top. Whenever they left, the battalion also sent 5 more tanks with them for fire support. So this group of American tanks and German soldiers began to make their way back to Castle Itter. They got to the city of Virgil, as mentioned earlier, that was full of SS soldiers. However, when they get there, they find that the SS had just left. Afraid that the SS may try to retake the town, Lee leaves the 5 support tanks that had followed them at the town to defend it. About 4 miles from Castle Itter, they passed the only bridge to the castle that had been wired to blow by the SS who had just left. Gongol soldiers, who know how to work German explosives, defuse the bomb, and after they cross the bridge, Lee leaves the other tank there in order to defend it. Because since that bridge is the only way Germans could get armor up to the castle, it's a good idea to make sure that doesn't happen. However, Henry Bass, who's Lee's friend, refuses to get left behind on the action while Lee goes to the castle, so he leaves someone else in charge of his tank while he hops on Lee's tank and goes with him. So at this point, the group that's making their way to the castle is composed of 1 tank, 7 Americans in total, and Gongol and his 20 German soldiers. As they're making their way up to the castle, they round a turn and come across a group of SS soldiers who are trying to set up a roadblock. They begin to shoot at the Germans on the road, to which Lee then tells the driver to gun it, and they all run up the road and make their way to the castle. And that roadblock was evidence that the SS were probably going to try to take the castle. Whenever they arrive, the French VIPs are not exactly thrilled, because think about it, they're afraid of a German attack. So they send Andre to go get help. And then the people who come back is 7 Americans, 1 tank, 20 Germans, no way to get them out of the castle, and no Andre. Like I said, Stephen Harding is my primary source for this story, not only because I believe he's the most accurate, but also because he includes the funniest details. One of them being the French prime ministers who were at the castle said that Gongol, the German major, was very polite and kind, whereas Lee was, quote, crude in both looks and manners. Once they get to the castle, Lee has his tank placed in the entryway so that blocks the only means of anyone walking in. And after they get there, they get some food together for all the men that are present, and then apparently cracked open the wine cellar and started just having a party. Think about it, you have a bunch of French celebrities, a bunch of German foot soldiers, a variety of American soldiers, and they're all just having drinks and partying in a castle that's about to be invaded. That night, Lee, Bass, Gongol, and the aforementioned SS officer who was guarding the castle all went out and began to set up defensive positions if the SS were to attack. I would kill to have known what they talked about. 2 American tank commanders, a Wehrmacht major, and an SS officer all planning together. One of history's most bizarre moments.
Women, music they liked, drugs they've done, where they've been, where they grew up. Same thing you always talk about with all the homies.
So I wonder if any of them took a moment to realize just the absurdity of it. Lee certainly took the reins on the operation. and he recognized that they did not have the power to transport the prisoners out of the castle. So instead, Lee's reasoning was, for one, Andre is still out there hopefully getting help, because if you'll remember at this time, Andre got himself into another gunfight and wasn't able to make his way to the castle yet. And two, the Americans are continuing to take each village one at a time, and hopefully the front line would be here soon. So in the meantime, they were going to wait there until help arrived. And sure enough, it's good they planned the defense when they did, because at 11 o'clock that night, a group of SS soldiers attacked. They opened up with machine gun fire and began hitting the top of the castle wall. The defenders inside began to fire back. It was too dark to see anyone, and the entire battle was determined by tracer fire going back and forth in both directions. Slow gunfire continued all night long, with just enough contact being sustained to keep either side from pushing their luck. That was until dawn struck and people could actually see what they were shooting at. As soon as the SS could see, they began to fire an 88mm that they had stashed in the hillside the night prior. The first hit ripped through the castle wall, destroying a bunch of the rooms inside, before the 88 turned its attention on Lee's tank. The shot ripped through the tank, nearly killing the radio operator who was inside, and he just managed to get out before the fuel tank ignited and the tank blew up. So, while still blocking the main entryway, the tank was no longer usable. So because of that, the SS began to make their way to the east and west walls of the castle and tried to breach entry. As the gunfire began to heat up, Lee ordered the French prisoners back into the castle walls to protect themselves. However, they refused to leave and joined in on the fight. The SS soldiers on the ground began to throw grappling hooks up on the wall to try to climb over the castle wall that way, and the defenders on the walls would shoot down at them whenever they tried to climb. This went on for several hours, and I just want you to picture the image of Americans, Germans, and French all fighting together inside of the castle against other advancing Germans. Several of their French made their way to the top of the castle and began using the bolt-action rifles to pick off soldiers up in the tree line. Lee and Gongle went to the top of the castle wall and began to scope out machine gun positions. They were also trying to locate the 88mm, which had been very well hidden. A few of the defenders had been hit, although it wasn't enough on its own to risk defeat. And while I'm not exactly sure how it happened, some reports say that as he was trying to help one of the French prisoners inside of the castle, or while he was looking for the 88mm, Major Gongle was killed by sniper fire. The defenders continued to hold strong, however they were running out of ammunition and wouldn't be able to last for long. Now you may be thinking at this time, where is Andre at? Because that guy has spent like a day just hiding in the trees. Well, around this time at about noon on May the 5th, Andre and his group, led by Major John Kramers, had reached the village of Virgil and the bridge that Bass's tank was guarding. Kramers couldn't get into contact with Lee because, as mentioned, the radio in the tank was destroyed when, the tank blew up. So Kramers was trying to find a way to get in contact with Lee up at the castle to see how bad the situation was. And one of the Austrians said, "Have you tried calling him?" Because there was a phone line ran from the Virgil town hall to the castle. So Kramers calls the castle, and then in the middle of the shootout, one of the French pick up the phone, and then I assume by yelling, "It's for you," to Lee, Lee comes to the phone and begins to describe the situation to Kramers. You're in a gunfight in a derelict castle, and the phone starts ringing, and someone's like, "Oh, I better get that." So Lee explains, "I need help, like now." And Kramers and his group begins to rush their way up to the castle. At this point, the defenders didn't have a lot of time left. The SS kept getting closer in the tree line. And apparently the road to get to the castle was very confusing. There was a ton of different turns through the village and different ways to drive through the forest. So Jean Borotra, the Olympic tennis athlete that I mentioned earlier, who was familiar with the village, asked Lee if he could make a run for it to guide the tanks up the hillside. Lee tells him to do it, with the understanding that he may die. And as soon as a lull in gunfire hits, Jean vaults over the castle wall and then runs through the woods by several emplacements of SS soldiers and lives. I have absolutely no idea how that guy didn't die. For further comedic effect, you could do what I do and imagine him in like an Adidas tracksuit. So this guy sprints several miles down the hillside, finds the tank crew, and begins guiding them up the road to the castle. Meanwhile, in the castle, Lee is preparing for the worst case scenario, and as people are running out of ammo, he's ordering them to go into the castle and wait with knives. And when asked about it later, he said his plan was, if they ran out of ammo, they were each going to either get knives or just be ready to fight with their fists in, like, strategically placed positions throughout the castle's keep. Because, hey, I mean, that's what they were designed for in the first place, right? So might as well get medieval. So at around 3 p.m., almost everyone's out of ammo, and there's a bunch of very scared French and Germans inside of the castle ready to punch someone to death. The SS had made their way to the front gate and were about to storm into the courtyard of the castle itself when they were stopped by machine gun and tank fire from the now arriving American tanks. Kramer's group had just made it up the hill and began shooting at the SS that were making their way to the front, and whenever they began to fire, the SS retreated. One of the few remaining Wehrmacht soldiers, who was still stationed at the top of the castle, began to scream in joy, Amerikanische Panzer, which is German for American tank, which it's so wild. Again, I know I keep emphasizing the weirdness of the situation, but how can I not? A German soldier yelling American tank as if it's a good thing, when throughout the rest of the war it was a very bad thing. One of the reasons that the small details of this event are remembered so well is because in Kramer's group was a journalist who immediately began interviewing everyone and getting their take on what happened. And the journalist talked about the bizarre nature of coming into a medieval castle and seeing French, German, white and black Americans all gathered together behind a burning tank shooting at other Germans. So as everyone was cheering and happy, Lee walked out of the castle with a blank expression and walked up to the officers who were standing next to Lee's burning tank, and without saying anything else, he just looked them in the eye and said, "So, what kept ya?" And then they all broke out into laughter over the humor of almost dying. So there at the castle, the wounded were treated, and the French, who had been there for far too long at this point, were immediately evacuated away. Everyone was given awards. I imagine the Wehrmacht were treated a little bit better than the other Wehrmacht after the surrender. Lee was given a Distinguished Service Cross medal, a Silver Star, and even promoted to captain. Now, the only official death that took place on the Defender's side was that of Major Gongle. Most reports list that he was the only one dead, and there was like 4 or 5 wounded. But I think what it actually was is that the Wehrmacht soldiers who were fighting alongside the Americans and French, there was no, like, official record of them, at least on any capacity in the Allied side. So I think they just don't exist historically. But I think some of them did die, because in a lot of the reports there's mentions of them clearing the bodies, as in bodies plural, not just Gongle. So whenever you read about this story and it's like, yeah, there was 1 dead and a few more injured, I think that's one person who history cares about dead, and then some defected Germans who no one really kept track of. But either way, it seems that there were no casualties on the French or American factions. And again, the only official death on the Defender's part recorded that day was that of Major Gongle, and an unspecified number of SS troops who were killed on the offensive side. According to Stephen Harding, decades later, shortly before Lee passed away, he was asked about the Battle of Castle Itter and what he thought of it. And after thinking about the question, Lee sat there in silence for a while, and then said, "Well, it was just the damnedest thing." And that is the story of one of the most underrated battles in the entirety of American warfare. And I, for one, am personally offended that it's not only talked about more, but also, why isn't there like a movie about this thing? They will make a movie out of every 2-sentence paragraph in history that's like, this group of people defended this location. But here's a story of, like, the weirdest team-up ever defending a medieval castle in a gunfight that lasted for over 12 hours. You've got Olympic athletes vaulting over hillsides and running through German lines, and you've got these German snipers shooting at German majors, and then these French prisoners. Like, you can do so much with this. I am bothered. I will be having my people, in other words, me and Kayla, in contact with Quentin Tarantino's legal team tonight, if I have to. This is a fantastic story, and I think it's one that deserves to be told, which is why I wanted to tell it. And hopefully, if you stuck around this long, you think it's interesting as well, and that's cool, because I do too, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I didn't know about this story until recently. I was doing research for, again, the Mega Ultra World War II video I keep hyping up that I'm inevitably going to overhype. And I was looking at stories of, like, defectors and spies, and there was, like, a parenthesis at the end of a sentence that said something to the effect of, this is in contrast to when the Germans and Americans fought side by side at the Battle of Castle Itter. And I was just like, the what? Hello everybody, today we're going to be talking about that time that Henry Ford built his own country in the Amazon rainforest. And more specifically, how that country became one of the most expensive and lethal disasters in industrial history. We're going to talk about how something that started out with most likely good intentions became such a monumental failure. And more specifically, how a flagship of the American idea was unable to overcome nature and the culture surrounding it. So if that sounds interesting to you, stick around after the ad as we get into the downfall of Fordlandia, as well as the greater concept of man and industry versus human will and nature itself. But before you get your daily dose of existential dread, let's set the mood for that dread with today's sponsor, Galaxy Lamps. Galaxy Lamps allows you to turn any room you want into your own personal light show. The device, as you can see here, is very compact and comes with a 3-position stand so that you can place it on any wall or ceiling that you want. And with the integrated Galaxy Lamps app, you are able to customize specific colors, as well as set times for them to cycle in and out, and schedule times for the projector to turn on and off. You can also use the lamp with Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant, or if you want to keep it simple, there's a big button on the side that you can push to cycle through the different color options. I'm a fan of the Galaxy Lamp because it lets you set the mood for any situation. If you're interested in a creepy, horror, mysterious setting, or a relaxing nature setting, or anything in between, the Galaxy Lamp has you covered. And right now is the perfect time to get in on this offer, because if you go to the link in the description, you will be able to take part in Galaxy Lamp's Easter sale for 50% off. That is right, if you go to the link in the description until April the 19th, you will be able to get your Galaxy Lamp for 50% off, plus another $10 off for orders above $50, $25 off for orders above $125, and $50 off for purchases over $200. That is all in addition to the Easter sale of half off, and if you are watching this after April 19th, then my normal link will be down there for 15% off. Still a great deal, but you cannot beat half off on the Galaxy Lamps. Get in while you can. You don't want to miss out. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Galaxy Lamps for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We're going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Henry Ford is a man who needs little to no introduction. His innovations such as Ford Motors and the assembly line led to the industrialization of not only America in the early 1900s, but the world at large. Ford's system of a 9-to-5 workday with decent pay, as well as rapid production of things like automobiles, meant that the workers could actually buy the products that they were building. This was a far cry from the 19th century ideas of there being distinct classes of citizens, where some make high-end products that only a few can purchase. Because of this, many feel that Henry Ford was the first to establish the middle or working class American culture, and Ford profited greatly from this, being one of the richest men alive in the 1920s. One of the ways that Ford managed to keep costs low and profits high was by owning the manufacturing rights of everything that was required in assembly. In other words, he didn't just own the factory where the cars were assembled. He owned the mills that would produce the steel, he owned the lumber yards that would produce the wood, and in the early 1920s he owned nearly every aspect of material needed to build his vehicles, save for one: rubber. Today, rubber production is often overlooked, as are things like metal and wood production, but in the 1920s, before the invention of synthetic rubber, it was a much more engaging process. Around the turn of the century, from the 1800s into the 1900s, rubber trees were exclusively found in the South American jungles. The process for extracting rubber is workers would walk into the jungle until they located a rubber tree, to which they would then cut a line into the tree itself, and then whenever they got to a point where latex began seeping out, they would place a spigot into the tree in order to tap it and drain the latex into a bucket. That latex was then taken home where it would be boiled in a sort of kiln, and then these mounds of rubber would be sold to bidders by private farmers who were just walking and finding rubber trees in the middle of the jungle. Not only was this a very slow process, but it was also unreliable. If someone like Henry Ford wanted to reliably buy rubber, which mind you would require millions of pounds worth of rubber for all of the seals, hoses, and tires for his vehicles, then he would have to hope that thousands of farmers across the Amazon rainforest just so happen to have a good supply of rubber and haven't already sold that to anyone else. However, while again Brazil was for a time the only place in the world that one could get rubber because it was the only place that had rubber trees, in 1876 a man by the name of Henry Wickham, who does have a fantastic mustache, stole thousands of rubber tree seeds and brought them back to England. From there, England began to distribute them to their more tropical colonies, and after growing them in plantations for several years, became the #1 supplier of rubber. Because of this, England became the world's #1 distributor of rubber, while Brazil faded into obscurity as people quit purchasing from their local workers. Ford hated the British rubber trade because Britain had a monopoly on rubber and could pretty much charge whatever they want. Ford couldn't really do anything about it though, because unlike a steel mill, he can't just build a rubber tree plantation in the middle of Detroit if he decides he wants to make it himself. That was until one day when Henry Ford was having a conversation with his friend, President Teddy Roosevelt, who told Henry of his adventures to the Amazon rainforest and how he thinks it would be an excellent idea to begin producing rubber back in the country where rubber production started. And here we have the first mistake, as Ford consulted pretty much no one else and decided to spend all of his money on this massive rainforest production facility. Now it seems that the Brazilian government, as well as the local workers and journalists, were thrilled with the idea of Ford building a facility in the Amazon. See, the Brazilian government was also upset at the British rubber trade because it took all of the business out of Brazil. So they saw Ford's new construction project as a potential return to form. Ford sent some diplomats down to Brazil to make negotiations with the local government and eventually decided on purchasing 5,625 square miles of land for $125,000, or by today's standards, over $2 million. Now, while that may not sound like a lot for the amount of land being purchased, this was completely undeveloped jungle, and the government pretty much pulled a fast one on Ford and charged him way more than the land was actually worth. For example, Ford wanted to begin building immediately in 1926. However, what he did not know, and would have known if he consulted anyone who was actually from the region, the Tapajos River, which was the nearby river and the only means of transportation in or out of the region of land he just bought, was about to enter its dry season. And during the dry season, the river retracts so much that there's no means of getting supplies to the undeveloped land. This would also mean for the foreseeable future, Ford could only ship materials in and out for half of the year. Furthermore, his deal with the Brazilian government said that he could run the land with whatever regulations and rules he liked as long as 9% of the profits went to the Brazilian government. Everyone around Ford, all of his advisors and family members, said that this was a terrible idea. Not only would so much need to be spent in order to build this facility that it would take decades for them to see a return on their investment, but Ford's plan was not only to build a factory in the middle of the jungle, but to build an entire city in the middle of the jungle. And that's where we get into the aspect of Fordlandia that, in my opinion, elevates it from a bad business venture into a historical marvel. And that is that Fordlandia was not just a proof of profit, but a proof of legacy. See, there's this thing seen with a lot of millionaires and billionaires throughout history, that whenever they've made their money and come to the end of their life, they begin to focus on how they'll be remembered instead of what they're doing right now. An example of this would be Walt Disney's Epcot, where during the end of his life, he too tried to build his own private city. Henry Ford grew up in a small American farming town, and he believed that that was key to the success he learned thereafter. And his plan for Fordlandia was to just take a copy of an idyllic United States Midwest town and throw it in the middle of the jungle. And then the workers of that facility would not only receive high wages, but also receive free health care at their own private hospital, free education for their children at their own supplied schools, as well as churches, restaurants, entertainment, and everything else that Ford saw fit. The management or staff of the facility would be American workers who go down to South America in order to run it, and then those doing manual labor would be local Brazilians. In other words, Ford had enough money, and the reason that he put away advice to not do this was because this wasn't just another profit venture for him. This was a form of idealist diplomacy. During a meeting with his high-ranking staff where he was urged to not go through with the concept of Fordlandia, Ford said, "We are not going to South America to make money, but to help develop that wonderful and fertile land." Ford thought that what was best for him would be best for everyone, and that all that they needed was a little nudge in the right direction. So how did that little nudge go? Well, let's find out. As mentioned earlier, one of Ford's contributions to the business world was the concept of the 9-to-5 workday. And while this concept may have worked in American industry, this was not the practice in Brazilian industry. See, in the Brazilian jungle, it's not uncommon for it to be around 110 degrees by noon. So in Brazil, it was common for workers to wake up very early at 4 or 5 in the morning, work until the sun got to its peak around 10, take a several-hour break throughout the day, then go back to work at 4 to finish up. This not only gave them a large break period in the middle of the day, but kept them from collapsing in the Amazon heat. Well, to Ford, this was completely unacceptable, because, again, he's approaching a South American operation with a North American doctrine. Because of that, in 1926, whenever the jungle began to be physically cleared, the workers were working through the hottest parts of the day. This led to workers becoming incredibly weak, and people began catching illnesses such as malaria and yellow fever, as well as several accounts of workers just collapsing. Now, remember that detail I mentioned earlier about the water levels not allowing them to get equipment to the area? Well, because of this, the majority of the labor had to be done by hand, which caused its own problems. See, this is the Amazon rainforest, and the last thing you want to do is be sticking your hand at the base of trees, or into random leaves, or dirt piles, or whatever. Because of this, several people were dying before the facility's true production ever really began. People would reach under trees and be bit by pit vipers. There were several accounts of men running into swarms of hornets and being stung everywhere. Some accounts even said that men would lay their hand on the ground and immediately their entire arm would be covered in ants, and then these bites and blisters would break out from where they were ate up by them. Not only that, but the first Americans who came to the region were not acclimated to the region itself. As the land was being cleared, the first things that were built were the homes for the American workers. Most of these workers brought their families with them, and it was very common for children to become sick due to the new environment. And these homes, which were modeled exactly like American homes, did a horrible job at keeping out the wildlife. Several men had stories of waking up in the middle of the night and seeing vampire bats licking blood off of them. As a matter of fact, it was a reoccurring problem that jaguars were stealing babies out of their homes. And in one instance, a woman who again came from America to work at Fordlandia was killed while bathing in the river by a caiman. To give you an idea of how chaotic the first couple of years of production were, the lead manager over all of this was a ship captain named Einar Oxholm. He was initially a ship captain who brought supplies to the region, and then I guess they just figured he was really good at being a captain, so they were like, hey, you want to also manage workers, production facility, assisted living, healthcare, and education? And he was like, I mean, I'm already here. In 1929, only a couple years after production had began, 3 of his children had died from fever, and his other child was stillborn. Overall, in 1930, when production actually started, between the workers who were clearing the grounds as well as the American workers who died of illness and caimans and jaguars and everything else, over 90 people had already died. At this point, too much cost and time had been sunken into the production, and perhaps to Ford, something greater than cost was also at risk. A couple years earlier, in 1928, the water tower bearing the Ford logo was placed in the town. This was seen as a symbolic completion of the town, and Ford gave it the name of Fordlandia. The town itself was quite impressive. The town was not only able to house 10,000 people, but a few of the amenities there were a hospital, several schools, a library, a hotel, a swimming pool, a playground, a golf course, its own power plant, phone lines, sawmill, and a church. And all of these were fully staffed, mostly by American workers. A lot of workers at the time talked about how bizarre it was to essentially step out of the jungle and into a Midwest American town fully staffed by Americans, and then to move your entire family there and essentially exist as a U.S. citizen even for a short while in this kind of make-believe place. And perhaps this make-believe place could have been more like a fairy tale if it wasn't for Ford's insistence on proper living. See, in 1928, whenever the town was officially crowned, they planted the rubber trees and began hiring workers for the sawmill. See, it would take the trees a while to grow, so the idea was they could make money out of this sawmill selling wood from the Amazon, up until it becomes time to actually start harvesting the rubber from the trees. Well, these workers who showed up to work at the sawmill were immediately greeted by a whole lot of new rules. See, it was true that Ford was paying very well. As a matter of fact, some reports say he was paying $5 an hour, which at the time was insane money. However, while that may be very lucrative in the United States, the Amazon rainforest isn't exactly a place of consumerism. So even if you made a ton of money, you couldn't buy more than the local market is willing to sell for American dollar. I say that now to give emphasis to how annoying the following rules are. For one, Ford was a firm believer in the idea of the strong, hard-willed American man. And because of that, he believed in putting away all vices. So because of that, alcohol and tobacco were completely banned from anywhere in Fordlandia. Prohibition was going on in the United States at the time, and Ford was a big fan of it, so he decided to apply that to this area of Fordlandia, even though alcohol wasn't outlawed in the rest of Brazil. While workers could move their family members into the houses of Fordlandia, you could not bring in a woman if you were not married to them. Houses were also frequently inspected by the managers in order to make sure that there was no contraband. Keep in mind, most of the Brazilians didn't speak English and most of the Americans didn't speak Portuguese. To combat this, just 5 miles down the Tapajos River was a location the workers had set up known as the Island of Innocence. This was just outside of the border of Fordlandia, so the staff couldn't really do anything about it. And on this Island of Innocence was a series of bars and brothels. And the only protest that the staff could give to workers is they put out a policy stating that venereal disease would not be covered in their health care plan. Ford also believed that the only right kind of entertainment was American entertainment. Because of that, things like soccer or football to the Brazilians was banned. Like, straight up, you just can't play soccer. I guess it wasn't apple pie enough for them. And keep in mind, this isn't just the workers this applies to. This applies to the wives as well as the children of the workers who just can't play soccer for whatever reason. So, okay, if you ban that, then what kind of entertainment do you have in order to replace it? Well, as mentioned earlier, there was a playground for the kids, a golf course, and a swimming pool. And that was it for the entertainment except for one thing, and that was a square dancing hall. And I'm not kidding, and I'm emphasizing this because this was something that Ford really pushed. Most likely because he met his wife at a square dancing hall, but also because he despised jazz music. So because of reasons like this, it wasn't just American culture being transported to the jungle, it was Ford's idealized representation of what American culture should be transplanted into the jungle. And believe it or not, groups of children who have never been to the United States and don't speak English aren't exactly big fans of square dancing. However, perhaps the most annoying detail of Ford's idealism was his diet plan. See, Ford was a vegetarian and one of the first proponents of clean eating, essentially just a diet of rice and vegetables, and that's like it. So he thought, well, this diet's great for me, it'll be great for the 10,000 Brazilians in the middle of the jungle. So workers who were used to eating their own meat were now forced to eat an entirely vegetarian diet. It should also be noted that the American managers who did not care for Ford's vegetarian ideas would ship in meat themselves in order to make things like steak and hamburgers. This created another level of disparity between the workers and the management, as the workers, who have been forced to eat these vegetarian diets and not play soccer and square dance, got to look over at these American managers who were eating hamburgers and probably smoking cigars and listening to the radio as well. One aspect that was interesting whenever Fordlandia was built was the idea that every worker would be treated as if they're at an American restaurant. In other words, there wasn't a line like a cafeteria that the workers would go to and then scoop their food as in most assembly lines. Instead, they would sit at tables and waiters would come to them, ask for their order, and then bring it out. Again, their options were like rice or celery, but still it made them feel special. That was until in 1930 when they decided this was inefficient and switched over to the cafeteria line, which seems to be the final breaking point for a lot of people. Like, you know, obviously all these rules, random house inspections, regulations, and diet was bad enough to begin with, but at least they got some level of dignity whenever they sat down to eat, and now that was taken from them. Something else they all really hated was a time clock system where you would punch your card and clock in and clock out. Again, while this worked in American industry, the Brazilian workers hated the concept of walking to the punch-in desk and then going to the place they need to start working. This also compacted with the fact that a 9-to-5 job was not typical of Brazilian workers. So all of these elements were at a breaking point. And keep in mind, no one has made any rubber out of this steel yet. But in 1930, in the cafeteria that used to be a restaurant, an argument started between one of the brick masons and the current manager. Now, I've seen conflicting reports on what the argument was specifically over. I saw some that said it was an argument over the workers not following their diet properly. I saw some that said they were going to cut wages from the workers because they were eating too much. But regardless of what the specifics were, everyone was so ready to start a fight over something, this seemed like a good thing to start it over. The shouting match kept escalating until eventually nearly all of the 3,000 workers were rioting within Fordlandia. Now, there was a previous sort of semi-riot that happened in 1928 whenever the workers weren't given proper food, but that was just more so like a strike for a couple days and then it subsided. This was a group of people who were angry and setting stuff on fire and breaking things. The first thing that they did was destroy the time clock punch-in system. And I just want to know how that conversation went, because someone convinced them that they need to leave the cafeteria and go beat up the time clock. From there, they just started destroying everything. They destroyed parts of the sawmill, they destroyed parts of the rubber plant, which wasn't really running yet. They even started destroying several of their own houses. And all of the American staff freaked out and got on a boat to go hide and float out in the river while they just tore stuff up for a few days. My favorite detail is that apparently the mob saw the American chef and chased him into the woods where he was hiding for 4 days. And I can just imagine, like, this group of people so mad and upset at the management, and that, you know, they're obviously upset over the diet that they have to eat. And I just imagine, like, a chef running out, and he's got, like, the stereotypical, like, giant chef hat and, like, the mustache and everything. And they're like, there he is, get him! And the workers who escaped on the boats called back to the home office in Detroit, and Detroit called the Brazilian government, and Brazil sent in the military to calm down the workers, and after a few days of breaking stuff, they eventually calmed down. After this event, a new manager was appointed by the name of Archibald Johnston, and supposedly he made things a little bit better. Like, he still enforced the diet and all that, but he convinced the staff to, like, show a couple movies in the completely abandoned square dancing hall from time to time. And, you know, maybe even got a little crazy and let them kick around a soccer ball every now and then. But after the 1930 incident, which is referred to by locals as the Breaking Pan Revolt, things were pretty normal among the workers. But now, I know what you're thinking. What about the rubber? And that's a good question. What about the rubber? Well, remember how I mentioned earlier Britain had a monopoly on the rubber industry because they had set up all these plantations in their colonies? Well, Ford's management in the late 20s decided to plant these rubber trees in plantation rows. The idea being that's how crops are grown everywhere else in the world, so you might as well grow rubber trees the same way. The issue with that is that in the British colonies like Sri Lanka, where they were growing the rubber trees, there weren't any natural predators or diseases that could kill the trees, so it didn't matter how many you grow together. However, in the Brazilian forest, there were a ton of things that can kill rubber trees. Everything from a form of blight as well as caterpillars whose primary food source is rubber trees. Now, these things are all over the jungle, but they're normally not that big of a problem. That's because rubber trees are solitary. So, if one tree gets infected with blight or caterpillars and that tree dies, it's probably fine because all the other trees are too far away to get infected themselves. Well, whenever you grow all of these trees right next to each other in a plantation, you're essentially making a giant hotbed for things like blight and caterpillars to grow in. Not to mention, rubber trees have very large root systems, and whenever you grow them next to each other, it diminishes their growth. So for some reason that they couldn't figure out, but they would have if they asked literally anyone who knew what they were talking about, the trees were not growing as fast as they were supposed to be, and as soon as they sprouted leaves, they were killed by caterpillars or disease. The caterpillars even started to trick the workers. The caterpillars usually eat the leaves from the bottom, and the workers would pick them off and literally fill buckets full of them and then just burn the buckets. So the caterpillars adapted and started eating on top of the leaves. So whenever the workers looked up through the trees, they'd think the tree's fine, and then it would be dead a couple days later. So not only were the workers upset and things bad for the people living in Fordlandia, but the rubber wasn't even being produced. And that wasn't the only problems they had with rubber production, because as soon as they started to harvest it, workers routinely got sick and just passed out. One reason for this was, again, the whole 9-to-5 workday, and they had to be out there in 110-degree weather. Which also, side note, the way the latex from the rubber trees pour out is whenever they're mildly cool, it just flows, but as the temperature gets too hot, they kind of inflate and crowd up inside of the system of the tree itself. So not only were the workers getting too hot in the middle of the day, the tree was literally too hot to let out the rubber. And the other reason workers were passing out is because Ford decided that they needed to take all of the modern vaccines in the U.S. and make the Brazilian workers take every single one of them all at once. Again, while this may have had good intentions, taking people who have never taken any kind of medication in their life and making them take like 12 vaccines at once was not a good idea. I'm not sure how many people necessarily died from that, but the hospital beds were routinely full around this time. Eventually, Ford broke down and hired a botanist by the name of James Weir. James said that what effectively happened at Fordlandia is they had accidentally turned the entire country into a petri dish for blight. Because at this point, everything was so infected by the trees being grown close together that it doesn't matter what you grow, it's going to die in a couple of years anyway. His recommendation was that they needed to scrap production on that plot of land and move it to another plot down the river known as Belterra. Also, no one liked James, apparently. I don't know if he was annoying or the workers were annoying. And then a year later in 1937, without telling anyone, he got on a boat and never came back. While they did begin the rubber tree production at Belterra, again, it takes a few years for the trees to even grow enough that you can harvest the latex from them. By the time they were ready to harvest, it was 1941 and America was about to enter World War II. And at this time, Fordlandia as well as Belterra became a station for American soldiers. Little to any latex was harvested as resources were being put towards the war effort. Also around this time, synthetic rubber was becoming more popular than naturally sourced rubber, just because it's easier to make and doesn't require, a jungle country to do it. So demand for the trees at Belterra were low to begin with. Near the end of Ford's life in 1945, he passed off the company and the majority of its assets to his grandson, Henry Ford II. Henry Ford II began by selling off a majority of the company's assets that were no longer making a profit. And the first of these to go, as you could imagine, was Fordlandia, which he sold back to the Brazilian government for $250,000. And while that is a profit of $125,000 for the price they originally paid for it, that price they originally paid was for completely undeveloped jungle. Ford had spent nearly $20 million on the construction of Fordlandia, which, adjusted by today's standards due to inflation, is closer to $500 million. And while that's a massive money loss, As I mentioned earlier, Ford is near the end of his life at this point and isn't looking to make more money. The deeper loss for Ford was the lack of furthering the American idea. And as Ford believed at the end of his life, you can't culture something that doesn't want to be cultured. When in reality, it's just that you can't culture something that already has a culture. And as he should have recognized at this point, you can't grow something where it's already growing. It would be like starting a tree farm in the middle of the jungle. Henry Ford died 2 years after the selling of Fordlandia in 1947, never having actually visited the land in his entire life. While being what is undoubtedly the largest blunder of his career, it is largely forgotten to history. But to me, the most interesting part of Fordlandia is not the failure that it represents, but instead the lesson that it's created. The city of Fordlandia still stands to this day, and while the majority of the structures have been overrun by nature, the town still hosts a population of around 3,000 people. The land has spawned a new industry, an industry of tourism, as hotel owners and guides give tours of Henry Ford's decrepit city. It's so fascinating to me seeing the remnants of something that was so determined to beat nature at its own game, now years later, after everyone has left, being overcome by that same nature. The water tower is still there, although the Ford logo has long faded to the degree that you would never know it was there unless someone told you otherwise. And to me, that is the best representation of what Fordlandia is. A monument that, yes, still exists, but it's a monument to something different than what was originally intended. And I think it's pretty cool, and hopefully you think it's cool too, and if you made it this far into the video, I just want to say thank you for watching. I love weird stories like this about just this super millionaire rich guy built a giant cityscape in the middle of the jungle, and it fell apart, and now it's like half abandoned, half a tourist attraction. And that's my cup of tea. That's the kind of stuff I'm here to talk about. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be talking about the tragic story of Tokyo Rose and how someone who was loyal to the United States became one of its few citizens to ever be convicted of treason. In research for a World War II project I'm working on, I came across this story as it related to World War II propaganda. It was common during World War II and even some conflicts that came afterwards for militaries to have dedicated radio operators who would speak to the enemy in their own language. The purpose of these broadcasts was to have someone, most often a woman, speak to the enemy in their own language and try to demoralize them from continuing to fight. This was done by playing music from their homeland to make them homesick, or lie about troop movements to make them think they're losing the war, or even just talking about how their girlfriends are probably at home cheating on them. This effort was carried out by multiple operators across different factions in the war. In Europe, this ring of mystery broadcasters were given the name of Axis Sally, and in the Pacific, these voices were known as Tokyo Rose. And while the broadcasts themselves are interesting, what I want to focus on today is how Tokyo Rose became one of the most expensive trials in the United States and the only person in American history to be both convicted and pardoned of treason. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around after the ad as we get into the story of a secret double agent who stood for the country that would later convict them. But before we get into some more cursed knowledge, let's talk about something that isn't cursed, like saving money. And you can start saving money right now thanks to today's sponsor, Honey. Honey is the #1 shopping tool in America that helps you save money when you buy something online. You can get Honey for free in just 2 clicks, and then when you are shopping and get to checkout, Honey will begin to scour the internet to find you discount codes so you can start saving cash. And now, thanks to Honey's mobile extension, you don't even need your at-home computer to do it, because you can get it on your phone and start saving money while on the go. Honey can save you money on things that you're probably already paying for. For example, whenever I buy a PC or takeout, I make sure that Honey's installed because all I have to do to save money is literally lift a finger. Honey is free and works on a ton of the sites that you're already shopping from, so you might as well start saving money on something you didn't even know you were paying too much for. And today, you can get Honey for free by going to the link in the description at joinhoney.com/Wendigo. That is right, you can get Honey completely free by going to that link in the description, and I ask that you use that link because it lets them know that I sent you, and it really does help out the channel, and I really appreciate it. Thank you all so much for watching the ad. Thank you so much to Honey for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. I hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into
luck next time.
Nice try.
Prepare yourself. Try again. Better luck next time.
You're not trying to escape, are you?
You've been examined.
all happened like I knew it would. A single drop of source magic. And, like flies to honey, the monsters swarmed. The rebel panicked. The carnage began. And the magisters pointed their fingers at me. Just as I'd planned. I was shackled and collared, and sent to Fort Joy. I'd come here to kill Godwoken. But instead I became part of their story. So, still a bit groggy, are we? Don't worry, the sedative will wear off soon enough. Easy now. No need to hurry. Get your bearings and report to me upstairs.
So, it wasn't a dream after all. This again? I don't even remember them strapping me down. An animal sty. Freight. Or food.
Shaking her fluffy coat, the sheep eyes you balefully, her rectangular eyes like letterboxes to the void. With one sharp hoof, she kicks you right in the shin.
Bah! Bah!
Did you expect a needle? Did you expect a needle? Did you expect a needle? you can even touch the lever, you hear a sniff and snort behind you as the snoring Magister mumbles himself awake. One bloodshot eye opens, and then another.
Is my shift over? You here to relieve me? Oh, wait, you're no Magister. You're a sorcerer. What are you doing here, filthy elf? Choose your words carefully. My fists ache to meet a new face.
The Magister considers you, shrugs, and curls his hands into fists.
You're honest, I'll give you that. Doesn't mean I'll be letting you go scot-free, though. I should have known there'd be trouble.
So much for a peaceful stroll. This again? This again?
this cage and I'll make it worth your while. You in? Your guess is as good as mine. Someone screamed loud as a banshee. After that, pure pandemonium. They never even told me what I was accused of. Just dragged me down here. Set me free, and I'll set you free. A fair trade, I should think. Suit yourself. But we're all in the same boat. Go ahead and ignore me. A gentlewoman among jesters, you are. Give that lever a pull, and I guarantee we'll both get something out of the deal.
The prisoner's buoyant voice darkens as his eyes rest on yours.
Ah, freedom. Tastes better than wine. I'm nothing if not a man of my word. And I did give my word I'd set you free, lass. Say your prayers while you've breath to speak them. The halls await.
What would he have to gain by killing me? I need to keep my guard up. Oh, it won't come off.
empty.
Not the most elegant solution, was it? I'm back where I started. Nowhere to go but up.
seems as though there's a... That can't be natural.
Empty.
Now where do I leave my calipers? What a well of knowledge this tomb is. Dallas is such a dear lending it to me.
key.
Why, you're looking a bit more chipper. Yes. Looks like that collar fits you snugly enough. Nice bit of work, even if I do say so myself. There you are. Not too tight, I hope. The collar, I mean. Oh, not to worry. Every dog has to get used to its leash. In the meantime, your next stop will be Magister William. All passengers have to be registered in the ship's manifest, and he's the chap in charge of the logs. You'll find him on the other side of this deck, in the officers' quarters. I'll meet you right at headquarters right away. Dungeon? You have the gall to call my laboratory a dungeon? I'd be quite annoyed with you if you didn't look so honestly perplexed.
Index fingers pressed to her lips, she pauses a moment to give you a scrutinizing gander.
My word, you do seem a bit befuddled, don't you? Perhaps I was a bit too generous with that sedative. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll soon gather your wits. Most likely. Eventually. In the meantime, all you need to know is that we're en route to Fort Joy. And you lie for weights, and if you're a particularly good girl, perhaps a cure as well. An end to sauce. For good. Why, for my peace of mind, of course. Why don't you try casting one of those sauce spells of yours? See what happens.
Currents of magic surge inside you, boiling, bursting, then breaking, only to fade back into your soul like rain into the earth.
My, look at the concentration on your face. All will, but no result. There you have it. See? The collar's function. It neuters you of sorts. Makes you unable to cast sauce. For your own peace of mind, of course. Yours and the whole world's.
She frowns and peers at you closely, resting the back of one hand on your forehead and taking your pulse with the other.
Delusions such as these are rare, but not unheard of. I recommend a cup of mulled wine and another night's sleep. Just take it easy. Is he? Oh well. Some problems simply sort themselves, don't they? You've been collared and you've been told why. There really is no need for you. You've been collared and you've been told. Indications. It seems as though there's a pattern. That can't be natural. This is a rare kind of magic. I'll need to write to headquarters right away.
A young magister stands pale and silent.
Just wanted to see what would happen, you know.
You've been collared and you've been...
Who?
Good God. There's been a murder here.
Behind the Magister, a bloodied mass lies in a heap. Gore and limbs lie at odd angles. You can't make out a face amid the mess.
There's been a murder. A sorcerer was killed by one of your own. Lucky you were busy getting your collar fitted at the time, or you'd be a suspect like the rest of them. Waters is investigating. She'll figure out who did it. Always does. It's a small ship. His name was Finn. Oddball. Looked to me like he saw something he wished he hadn't before he came here. We'll find out who did it, one way or another.
That can't be natural.
A young Magister stands pale and silent. Her knuckles whiten around her weapon as you pass.
Nothing to see here.
Ugly sight, isn't it? Burns me up this happened under our protection. We're extremely lucky no Voidwalker followed the source that did this. Finn didn't see it like that. He was desperate for us to help him. Two things scared the living daylights out of him. His own shadow and his own source. We'll find out who did this. Speaking of...
She looks up at you with a mirthless smile.
I was on duty in your room when the murder happened. You were asleep the whole time. Didn't even stir. You're one of the only indisputably innocent people on the ship. Unless you can commit murder in your sleep, of course. Finn was killed by Source. If a Magister could do that, there wouldn't be a Magister. It looks more like a passenger managed to slip their collar. And the rest, well, you see the evidence in front of you. Listen, I could use someone to keep their ears open among the passengers. Sometimes they clam up in front of a uniform. Bring me a good lead, and I'll throw in a shiny gold coin for you. How about that? Not in here, it isn't. You let me know if you hear anything. Whoever did this is dangerous.
You are wife. Would you please tell this very charming gaggle of not-at-all rat-like faves that I am by no account this loathsome woman, nor do I sing, in fact. I'm deathly allergical.
The young woman seems about to raise her hand, but quickly remembers herself and nods pointedly at the excited children.
Who indeed? Why, my name is, Madame Josephine Gribbles to Peeve.
The children break out into giggles.
I say, it is.
Her pinched face cracks into a great grin, and she shoos the children away from her with a laugh.
Yeah, okay, you found me out. Go on and git, and maybe I'll sing you something when I'm good and ready.
She turns to you, dark-eyed and dirty-haired, and smiles flatly.
Gotta keep ourselves entertained, haven't we? You presume right. I already belong to an elite and exclusive ship gang. We play ball every day after lunch. You're too soft for it. You take care, though. Nope, trying not to find anything out either. Ignorance is bliss. The utterer, the better.
Suddenly, her eyes cloud to an unnatural black. Greyish veins run down her face, and her mouth tightens into a cruel sneer. As quickly as they came, the clouds clear. She smiles as though no change came over her.
Good luck, Chief.
It was one of them. I know it.
Do you know Losa? She's a really good singer. I'm better though. Listen. La 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 la.
Knuckle if you keep carrying on.
My mum doesn't like elves. But I have a secret. When I grow up, I'm gonna be an elf. She'll get used to it.
I assure you, and you shut up.
You think me mad?
Mad? Insufferable.
You look a little bit elfish. Maybe your daddy was an elf. My daddy's name is Frida. He's waiting for me at home. I'll go home soon.
Name? The Divine Order wants to know. Well, you aren't here on my list. Scrammy, we're trying to catch a killer here.
Ask what you must. I've nothing to hide.
Seems to me you should be a little more afraid. There's a killer about, after all.
Till overboiling a bit of cabbage becomes a crime, I shall hold my head steady.
The elf is reading a volume of Cranley Hubert's famous encyclopedia. He looks up, his big round eyes scanning your body, absorbing every detail. He reaches out and examines your face, tugging at your ears and prodding your nose. Fascinating. He sits back and returns to his book, flicking quickly from page to page, completely oblivious to your presence.
What purpose did that serve? Was that a greeting? Was it... Oh dear. I seem to have crossed some cultural taboo. How difficult. You have my apologies, fellow elf. Perhaps I should demand the same from those red-cloaked humans. They laid their hands on me more than once. Perhaps not. Understanding is all rather relative. Take this book, for example. I understand all of it, and yet none of it makes sense. It is simultaneously too detailed and insufficient. I know the beginning of this tale and the end, but I am rather missing the middle. Tell me, what do you know of our world's history? Oh, please. I have no interest in that. Your books are too full of it already. No, I want to know about the Celestial. I want to know about your gods. This text tells me that they created all creatures, but nothing of what came before. Where did these gods come from? Who are their people? Where are the others of their kind?
The elf's face freezes for just a second before he waves his hand dismissively.
Oh, it's just one of my idle curiosities. We mortals do like to consider these things, do we not? Now please, run along. I have a world to decipher.
No amount of pestering will get the elf to take his eyes off his book or respond to your questions.
Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with him.
Never thought you'd end up a prisoner.
Here's the register, ma'am. Good, good. Magister Williams has just about done with the last passenger. You faring okay so far?
He tugs the collar of his uniform and chuckles.
Sorry you're upset, ma'am, but we all wear what we wear for a reason. You head on in now. Williams will get you shorted fast.
You put a knuckle in it. I'm trying to concentrate a little more. I don't care about it. We're cattle to them.
I'll give you that knuckle. Carrying on.
I shall hold by it.
One of us wouldn't kill our own. They're picking us off one by one.
Can we just skip to the part where I reassure you and you shut up?
You think me mad? Did you see the body? They ought to let you taste a bit. Maybe you'd find out who done it.
A broad dwarf sits totally upright on the bench, eyes closed, palms face up on his knees. His beard is a cascade of meticulous plaits, each one braided through with golden medallions. He raises an eyebrow as you approach, but doesn't open his eyes.
Listen up, kiddo. You hear that?
Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
The ship, of course.
A wave of sound washes over you. The unintelligible chatter of your shipmates, the groaning of wood from floor to ceiling, the boom, crash and crackle of waves around you, complaints from the sea itself.
And? Sick as a leper's cat. From the state of it, I'd say she's being cared for by a bunch of beardless babes who never loved anyone but their own mums. But there's more. Listen close. There now, just like that.
Squeak!
Aha!
His eyes snap open as his countenance breaks into an expression of joy. One great paw claps you on the back, the other catches you before you lose your footing.
There, you heard it, didn't you? I knew it. I knew it. Aye, this is good news, kiddo. Good news. No, you beautiful idiot. That wasn't any rat. It was the wheel. squeaks whenever the helmsman jerks it clockwise, which means we're heading east. Burn my beard. That means if we'd been travelling for, yes, only 10.34 nautical miles to Fort Joy. Captain, actually. And that figure tells me we're getting close to the Joy. Close to what lies beyond it, too.
The dwarf leans back from the table and strokes his beard, gold medallions jingling merrily. His eyes roll over to you.
That'll be all, thank ye kindly, girl.
He continues stroking his beard, a beatific smile on his lips, and doesn't acknowledge you anymore.
See, Mr. Solomon, I know you can. Be good, you scallywag.
How dare you classify this slop as food? I've seen more appetizing things coming out of plague-stricken pigs.
There's nothing else I can make, Your Majesty. Turnips and water are all I was given.
Unacceptable. I've never dined on anything less than a dozen-course dinner, and I don't intend to do away with the custom.
There has been a murder, Your Majesty. Maybe that has the Magisters more concerned than your appetite.
Don't you get saucy with me when you clearly don't know the first thing about sauce. Well, well, what have we here? A fresh face in this stale hell. Let's size you up, shall we? See if you'll do.
The lizard looks you up and down, like a farmer would a fetching horse. All of a sudden, he grips you firmly by the chin, with the intent of inspecting your teeth.
I'm inspecting your teeth, in case that wasn't spectacularly obvious. There's some discoloration, but I've seen worse. After all, one can't expect to find prime merchandise on a squalid little ship like this. Now then, to business. You will answer me 3 questions. The first one is this. Can you cook? Ah, music to my beleaguered stomach. On to the second question. Can you knit, weave? In short, tailor? Oh, but to feel the caress of satin on my scarlet skin once more. A most satisfactory answer indeed. On then to my final query. Have you the ability to administer the upkeep of one's personal appearance? The delicate art of cosmetics is what I'm after. The very basics, then. I suppose that's a start. So, 3 questions asked, 3 questions answered. Let's evaluate, shall we? As per your own testimony, you can cook, tailor, and groom. Well, that just about settles it. I offer you my sincerest congratulations. As of now, you are my slave. Of course you accept. Mine wasn't an offer, it was an order. Anyway, you may leave me for a moment. We'll go over your duties once we reach Fort Joy. Now shoo!
Always knew you'd turn out frogs and bend nest. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire. got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with him.
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right? I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Mist. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with him.
I spent my life singing for my slaves to bring me my supper. Finer fare than boiled roots and rotten tubers, too.
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
Meanwhile, the Magisters feast on honeyed meat behind this very wall. The indignity.
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right? I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Mist. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash.
They're everywhere now, the Magisters. In my hometown, you can't throw a shoe without hitting one. We're not safe from them, not anywhere.
I'm busy watching for clues, sorcerer. Go take your sob story somewhere else.
An elf sits tucked away in a dark spot, lazily rolling dice onto the surface of a barrel. They sound like the dry cackling of an old witch.
Snake eyes.
She chuckles.
I bet that's just what they'll look like.
She shakes her head.
Game for one, I'm afraid.
Rolling die, deciding fate.
Don't worry, honey. It isn't yours.
She looks you up and down with the merest hint of a coy smile on her lips.
Never say never, though.
She eyes you suspiciously.
Not the future, no. But I can read the past in flesh. Just like you. And I'm quite good at it, too. I could lick your arm and tell you how you spent the night before last. Shall I?
She gives your arm a vigorous stroke of the tongue, efficient like a cat grooming.
You were in a cellar with other sorcerers. As everyone lay sleeping, you lay awake thinking of someone back home. A very special someone. You were reminiscing about the things you used to do together.
She pats you on the shoulder consolingly.
There, don't you worry, darling. Your secret's safe with me. I don't lick and tell.
The woman keeps rolling her dice.
Blocked. The hatch is blocked. I'll need to find another way.
It was one of them. I know it. Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm trying to concentrate. They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them. I'll give you that knuckle if you keep carrying on. One of us in our own.
A scruffy man lounges against the wall with scarred arms folded. A sly smile playing on his face, he stares across at the Magister guarding him. Noticing you, he straightens and beckons for you to come closer.
Watch your back, new fish. There's a murderer on board, and I bet 3 months' pay is this tramp if I'm...
I've never dined on anything less than a Dutch course dinner, and I don't intend to do away with it.
There has been a murder, Your Majesty. That has the Magister's more concerned than more appetite.
Don't you get saucy with me when you clearly don't know the first thing about sauce.
Rolling his eyes at the Magister's warning, the man named Ifan beckons again. He leans in and adjusts your collar with a sharp tug, balancing its weight so it no longer presses unpleasantly on your neck. He winks.
Pinches less that way, right?
Hocking a phlegmy gobbet in your general direction, the sullen Magister settles back to his task of glowering at Ifan. And now, you.
We used to know each other, more's the pity. I was his commander many, many, many moons ago. Isn't that right, Vic?
Standing far back from Ifan, The tight-faced magister draws one finger across his throat in an elaborate fashion, but says nothing. Ifan grins, flashing pointed white teeth.
Same as he was at 14 years old. Only difference is somebody gave him a bigger sword and now he's Johnny Big Pants. Long story. Maybe I'll tell you about it in the Joy. Away from interested parties. No. The dead man, Finn, is it? I'd no business with him. And I wouldn't put a man down without good reason.
He glances over at Magister Victor, who's staring back at him with pointed intensity.
Damn shame sheer annoyance isn't reason enough. The Joy, I've heard a lot. Nothing good. No surprise there, since Bishop Alexander runs the show. Wonder if we'll get to meet the ringmaster himself. Easy now. I might think the same, but Vic here will blow a blood vessel if he hears you talking like that.
What are you conspiring about over there? You, elf, what's your name?
Oh, don't mind him. Vic's just got a bee in his bonnet. And that bee is me.
Name?
Magister Victor looks at you suspiciously, then scrawls something illegible down in a tiny notebook. He scowls at you as he stows the notebook back in his voluminous robes.
Away with you, at once.
Ifan performs an elaborate pantomime of keeping quiet, one finger in front of his lips as he leans back against the wall. Ifan raises his eyebrows, but shakes his head at your attempts to communicate, glancing sideways at the angry face of Magister Victor.
What? Didn't make it clear the first time. Scram.
Turnips and water are all I was given.
I've never died.
So, anything interesting for me? I'll take that as a no.
Nothing to see here.
My, these smelling salts are strong stuff.
That light.
Take care of yourself.
Keep those bubbles tried on her, and if she tries to run, shoot to kill.
You seem on edge, officer. What on earth is the
Creep
matter?
Standing at the center of the room, you spot a sorcerer haughtily eyeing a pair of nervous-looking magisters. They keep their crossbow trained upon her as she's being interrogated by an officer.
So you admit it then? You murdered that poor fella.
Yes, I did. But of course, that was only the beginning.
She turns her head and looks you straight in the eye.
There are others whose lives must end.
Good God, the woman's mad. You there, sorcerer, go and fetch Magister Zehrun. We need to do more than collar this maniac. We need to shackle her, hands and feet.
It means your journey draws to a close. Do stick around for its finale, though, because...
She reaches for her collar and simply removes it.
I'm just about to create a scene.
Subdue him, quickly! If she casts source, the Voidwalker will come. They'll end us all.
She smiles with wicked satisfaction.
Precisely.
What's happened?
The dwarf lies in a heap on the floor, his great beard twisted and tangled around him. He is stock still. You can't see if he's living or dead. You hear a faint thud, thud, thud. He's alive, but only just.
Oh! What? What happened? Must have been the turnips. Water? Wine, for goodness sake. Oh!
The lizard's eyes close as he slips into unconsciousness. You shake the lizard by the shoulders. Ifan lies motionless, curled on the ground like an animal. Under his shaggy hair, you can see green eyes fluttering as if in a nightmare. A low whine is